Table of Contents. Output of Indian Economy. Understanding the output of the Indian economy. When we hear that the United States currently holds the title of the largest economy in the world, it prompts us to consider the criteria by which economies are evaluated, namely, their land area, population, or output. In every economy, there exists a continuous process of production wherein raw materials are transformed into finished goods. This encompasses a vast range of products including agricultural crops, forestry, livestock, metals like steel, construction materials such as cement, and everyday items like cars, bicycles, and bread. Additionally, services are produced and rendered in a myriad of sectors, encompassing banking, insurance, transportation, and more. Each of these goods and services holds a monetary value, typically expressed in a local currency, such as the United States dollar, USD, or the Indian rupee, INR. The term output refers to the aggregate monetary value of all the goods and services produced within an economy over a specified time frame, which can vary from a quarter, 3 months, half a year, 6 months, to a full year, 12 months. To clarify, output includes all goods and services exchanged for money. For instance, a fisherman may catch fish, utilizing a portion for personal consumption while selling the remainder in the market. Hence, the total monetary value of all the fish would fall under the definition of output. While this definition seems relatively straightforward, it is important to dive deeper. Output may include intermediate goods, such as steel and cement, which serve as inputs for the creation of final goods. Final goods, in essence, are products that cannot be further processed or used, such as cars and buildings. Including both intermediate and final goods in our output definition would lead to the double counting of items, resulting in an inflated perception of an economy's output. Taking the example of wheat production, when wheat is milled into flour, which in turn is used to make bread, for output evaluation, only the monetary value of the bread is counted. This reflects the necessity of measuring output on the basis of final goods in order to avoid the pitfalls of double counting. Another interesting consideration arises when dealing with second-hand goods, such as a used car. Should the sale of this car contribute to the output of an economy? The answer is no. Such goods have already been incorporated into the economy's output count during their initial manufacture, thereby not representing new production. Consequently, the output of an economy strictly comprises the monetary value of final goods and services produced during a specified time period. The processes of producing goods and rendering services are categorized as economic activities. Producers within an economy can range widely. They can be individuals, small businesses, large corporations like Tata, Birla, and Reliance Industries, public sector entities such as ONGC and SAIL, or even foreign companies like Nokia, Sony, and Samsung. Domestic output reflects the total monetary value of all final goods and services produced within a country's geographical boundaries, irrespective of who is producing them. In the context of India, domestic output encompasses the aggregate monetary value of all final goods and services generated by individuals, private enterprises, public sector undertakings, and foreign corporations. Now, exploring the methods of production, certain fundamental resources are necessary. Producing goods requires infrastructure, which may involve physical land or buildings, as well as substantial seed capital to purchase machinery and raw materials, invest in marketing, and arrange transportation. Additionally, labor is required for production, and an entrepreneur is needed to orchestrate the production process. Together, these resources are known as the factors of production. Within the production life cycle, each factor of production incurs costs, whether it be for seed capital investment, rent for infrastructure, or wages for labor. The profit that an entrepreneur secures is effectively compensation for the risks taken in the production process. Understanding that profit represents a cost within any economic activity is critical. Simultaneously, costs translate to income for the various factors of production. For instance, rent serves as income for land, while interest is the income derived from capital. Wages and salaries represent income for workers and supervisors, with profit serving as the income that rewards the entrepreneur for the risks they undertake. Let's illustrate this with a numerical example from a hypothetical manufacturing company. Land, rent $10,000. Labor, wages and salaries $1,000. Capital, interest $2,750. Entrepreneur, profit $500. Total, $12,250. In this scenario, the total cost incurred by the entrepreneur amounts to $12,250. This total matches the output value, which also reflects that the income going to all the factors of production amounts to $12,250 as well. Thus, it becomes evident that output, as a measure of economic activity, and income for factors of production are intrinsically linked concepts, two sides of the same coin. Occasionally, the term output may also be synonymous with the product of an economy, defined as the quantity produced multiplied by the factor costs. Therefore, the domestic product and domestic income of an economy are essentially interchangeable terms. While we have extensively discussed domestic output, product, and income, it is crucial to consider the income generated by Indian nationals living abroad. To gain a comprehensive understanding of national economic output, we must examine income sources that extend beyond geographical boundaries, incorporating earnings of all Indian nationals, regardless of their current country of residence. However, including income generated abroad by Indian nationals necessitates deducting the earnings of foreign nationals who reside in India. This concept is encapsulated in the term net factor income from abroad, NFIAD. The equation governing this calculation can be expressed as follows. Domestic product plus income of Indians abroad, income of foreigners in India equals national product. Or domestic product, plus or minus, NFIAD equals national product. Depending on the relative magnitude of incomes between Indian nationals abroad and foreign nationals in India, NFIAD can be positive or negative. If income from Indian nationals abroad is less than income from foreign nationals in India, the national product will be less than the domestic product, and vice versa. An increase in foreign debt denominated in foreign currency, or the sale of domestic assets to foreign entities, can lead to a decrease in national product while leaving domestic product unchanged. Understanding the nuances of output and the overall economic context is essential for comprehending the broader dynamics at play within the Indian economy and beyond. Understanding depreciation. The output of an economy encompasses not only the production of goods and services but also the generation of machines and machinery that are consumed annually. This is a crucial aspect known as depreciation. A significant portion of the output represented by these machines is often associated with replacement rather than indicating a genuine increase in the capital stock within the economy. To illustrate this concept, let us consider the production of cars within an economy. As cars are manufactured, they also experience depreciation over time, that is, every car will eventually need to be replaced after its useful life has ended. For instance, if a car has a price tag of €300,000 and is expected to last for about 10 years, the annual depreciation or consumption of that car would amount to €30,000. Therefore, when an economy evaluates its output without considering the consumption, or depreciation, of its machinery stock, it is using what is termed a gross concept. In contrast, when such consumption is factored in, the analysis is referred to as a net concept. This brings us to two crucial economic indicators, gross national product, GNP, and gross domestic product, GDP. They are important metrics that help assess a nation's economic performance. In summary, the relationships are as follows. GNP, depreciation equals net national product, NNP. GDP, depreciation equals net domestic product, NDP. Thus, we can identify four key concepts related to the output of an economy: GNP, GDP, NNP, and NDP. When evaluating which of these methods serves as the most precise measure of economic growth, it becomes evident that net national product, NNP, stands out. This is because NNP accounts for the entire productive capacity of a nation and offers a comprehensive picture of growth after adjusting for depreciation. It is often referred to as the national income of an economy. However, it is crucial to note that GNP and NNP are gradually losing their significance as reliable indicators of economic performance. This gradual decline is especially noticeable in countries burdened with high external debts, which are often serviced through internal resources. Such financial obligations can lead to increased outflows, thus diminishing the reported GNP while leaving the GDP largely unaffected. Additionally, the sale of domestic assets to foreign entities can similarly erode the GNP figures. Moreover, in contemporary economies like India, remittances from abroad have gained substantial importance. These remittances tend to inflate the GNP figures, but they may not accurately reflect the overall output or health of the domestic economy. As a result, economists and policymakers are increasingly scrutinizing traditional measures of output and exploring more nuanced indicators that better capture the complexities of modern economies. GDP as a metric for Indian economic growth. In recent years, India, the United States, and numerous other economies have adopted gross domestic product, GDP, as a primary measure for gauging the growth of their respective economies. It is essential to comprehend the concept of the monetary value of goods and services as output, which we have previously discussed in this chapter. This monetary value can be analyzed from two key perspectives: factor cost and market price. Factor cost represents the income received by the factors of production, such as labor and capital. Market price, on the other hand, reflects the actual amount paid for goods and services in the marketplace, as demonstrated with the example of a car earlier in this chapter. This distinction prompts a critical discussion about the differences between factor cost and market prices. Governments impose taxes and provide subsidies on various goods and services before they reach consumers in the market. For instance, in India, manufacturers are required to pay excise duty on the production of goods, and service tax is applicable to the provision of services. These fiscal policies play a significant role in shaping market prices and factor costs, and we will delve deeper into these aspects in the subsequent chapter focusing on government finances. To illustrate the relationship between factor cost and market price, we can express it mathematically. Factor cost plus indirect taxes, subsidies equals market price. Alternatively, this can be rewritten as factor cost plus net taxes equals market price. This leads us to a critical question: should we consider factor cost or market price when evaluating the monetary value of output? While market prices can be influenced by taxation, leading to an apparent increase in output values, it is crucial to emphasize that such increases do not necessarily correlate with higher production levels of goods and services. Therefore, in assessing economic growth, output measured at factor cost is deemed more appropriate, as it accurately reflects the essential value generated in the production of goods and services, stripped of the effects of market fluctuations due to taxation. The disparity between the output measured at market prices and that at factor cost signifies the tax burden on an economy, a useful metric for making cross-country comparisons. Is it possible for output at market price and factor cost to be equal? In theory, the answer is yes, but only under exceptional circumstances where taxes are offset by subsidies or in an ideological context where both are absent. However, this notion is more academically interesting than practically relevant. Once we engage in discussions surrounding monetary value, particularly at market prices or factor costs, the concept of inflation must be brought into consideration. Inflation, defined simply, refers to the rise in prices over time. When inflation is present, it tends to inflate monetary values in nominal terms. For example, if inflation is reported at 10%, it indicates that prices, along with factor costs, are also rising by the same percentage. This situation may lead to an increase in output figures, even if the actual physical production of goods and services remains stagnant. Consequently, output measured at factor cost must be adjusted to accurately reflect genuine growth in production. This adjustment is statistically accomplished using the GDP deflator, which translates output at factor cost into constant prices. Output at constant prices refers to figures that have been adjusted for inflation. To illustrate further, consider a scenario where the output growth for a particular year is reported as 9%, but inflation for the same period is also at 9%. In this instance, the rise in output does not signify true economic growth, rather, it indicates that only prices have escalated. Therefore, without adjusting for inflation, any purported gain in output becomes insignificant and may convey a misleading impression of economic health. The adjustment for inflation yields two important distinctions: real growth and nominal growth. Real growth accounts for inflation, while nominal growth does not. By definition, growth must be real to provide an accurate depiction of economic advancement. Just as we differentiate between nominal and real interest rates, incomes, and wages, it is essential to underscore that the concept of nominal and real growth is not applicable, as growth must always consider inflationary adjustments. This distinction is embedded in the very definition of growth. In the context of India's economy, the term growth specifically refers to an increase in GDP at factor cost, assessed at constant prices. In India, the computation of national income is managed exclusively by the Central Statistical Organization, CSO, under the Government of India. This organization releases quarterly estimates of economic growth at the end of March, June, September, and December, as well as annual growth estimates at the conclusion of each financial year, which runs from April to March. It is worth noting that all government and corporate accounting practices in India are framed with reference to this financial year. What we have explored thus far provides a foundational understanding of national income aggregates, also referred to as national income accounting, targeting students who may have limited exposure to economics. There are three principal methods for computing national income: the output method, the income method, and the expenditure method. These methods are particularly relevant for students aspiring to pursue careers in economics. A brief overview of these three methodologies of national income accounting is depicted in an accompanying diagram, summarizing their key characteristics and interrelations. This comprehensive understanding of how GDP functions as a measure of growth, along with the critical components affecting its calculation, is vital for grasping the complexities of the Indian economy and its interactions with global economic systems. Overall, it is essential to recognize that national income accounting serves as a crucial tool for evaluating economic performance, influencing policy decisions, and fostering comparative analyses across different economies. National GDP. The dynamic nature of economic activities is a result of the evolving structure of production and demand within the economy. Over time, shifts in technology and innovative practices directly influence production patterns, leading to corresponding changes in consumption habits. As relative prices fluctuate, they encourage modifications in both consumption and production choices, prompting the need for periodic rebasing of national accounts. This rebasing exercise is crucial for capturing these structural changes within the economy and updating price indices accordingly. By revisiting the foundation upon which economic data is based, rebasing reveals new insights into the changing economic landscape, allows for the correction of biases, and provides a fresh perspective on the relative importance of various sectors. Recently, the Central Statistics Office, CSO, introduced a new series of national accounts, revising the base year for national account statistics to 2017-18, moving away from the 2011-12 base year. This transition marks a significant step forward in improving the accuracy and comprehensiveness of national account statistics. The new series aims for a more inclusive representation of corporate activities and government expenditures by integrating recent data obtained from national sample surveys, thus augmenting the methodological framework used to evaluate economic activities. Historically, GDP at factor cost was interchangeably referred to simply as GDP in India. This measure represents the total costs incurred in producing an economy's output within a given year. Specifically, it is a summation of wages, interests, salaries, profits, and other related expenses. Traditionally, this concept was expressed in both current prices and constant prices, the latter often employing 2004 to 2005 as the base year. In academic research and other analytical contexts, GDP at factor cost in constant prices was frequently treated as the standard measure of GDP. Furthermore, by incorporating net indirect taxes, essentially the difference between product taxes and product subsidies, the figures for GDP at market prices were also included in national account statistics. In the revised series, consistent with international standards, industry-specific estimates are now presented as gross value added, GVA, at basic prices, while the term GDP at market prices will be referred to simply as GDP. GVA at basic prices can also be referred to as GVA at producer prices, whereas GDP at market prices may be regarded as GDP at buyer prices. To derive estimates for GVA at factor cost, previously referred to as GDP at factor cost, one can utilize the estimates of GVA at basic prices, along with the net of production taxes subtracting subsidies. This transition could lead to varying impacts on the size of GVA compared to the former aggregate of GDP at factor cost across different sectors. For instance, since the net production tax is generally positive in manufacturing, this would lead to a higher GVA relative to GDP in that sector. It is essential also to note that new growth figures for GVA at basic prices take into account taxes and subsidies, a consideration that was absent from the earlier GDP at factor cost model. A critical distinction has been made between production taxes and product taxes. For example, production taxes might include land revenues and registration fees, while product taxes encompass excise taxes, sales taxes, and import-export duties. Similarly, distinguishing between production and product subsidies is fundamental, as production subsidies might be aimed at railways or farmers, whereas product subsidies predominantly benefit household consumption related to food and fertilizers. As we move forward, GDP at market prices will henceforth simply be referred to as GDP and can be computed by adding the net of product taxes and product subsidies to GVA at basic prices. Mathematically, this can be outlined as follows. Gross value added, GVA, at basic prices equals compensation of employees plus operating surplus plus mixed income plus consumption of fixed capital, CFC, plus production taxes, production subsidies. GVA at factor cost, previously known as GDP at factor cost, equals GVA at basic prices, production taxes, production subsidies. Gross domestic product, GDP, equals GVA at basic prices plus product taxes, product subsidies. The manufacturing sector has experienced discussions regarding the perception of declining output. However, the new series reveals that the performance within the manufacturing sector may not be as unfavorable as initially suggested. Despite stagnant or reduced output levels, the value addition, the core measure that GDP reflects, has improved. Hence, one can experience stagnant output with rising value addition. Previously, sectoral manufacturing data for value addition was derived from the RBI Industrial Outlook Survey, conducted quarterly. However, with recent initiatives from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs mandating online reporting for companies registered under the Companies Act, the MCA 21 database has emerged as a primary source for manufacturing sector value addition data. As of now, this database encompasses 500,000 companies, which provides a fairly representative sample of the entire sector. In comparison, RBI surveys were limited in scope and less reliable for conducting comprehensive sectoral analysis. Additionally, the calculation of manufacturing value addition was historically based on Annual Survey of Industries (ASI) data and extrapolated using the Index of Industrial Production (IIP) for gaps in data collection. However, both ASI and IIP rely on establishment-based data, while the MCA database extends beyond this limitation by incorporating robust insights into brand pricing and marketing, activities previously excluded from the definition of manufacturing value added. The corporate segment of manufacturing now accounts for approximately 66 to 70% of the entire sector, and the new data series incorporates responses from local bodies, which cover an additional 60% of the landscape. The treatment of valuables, specifically gold and jewelry, an integral component of capital formation, has also undergone a noteworthy transition. Previously categorized as consumption, these valuables are now amalgamated into household savings within the new series. Consequently, this shift has led to a decline in reported consumption figures while simultaneously causing household savings to rise. The new GDP figures will remain subject to future adjustments contingent on any modifications in the base year for the IIP, Wholesale Price Index, WPI, and Consumer Price Index, CPI, series. These essential indices play a pivotal role in computing both constant and current price GDP, and consequently any revisions to their base year will undoubtedly impact reported GDP growth rates. The increase in reported growth for the manufacturing sector under the revised base year can be attributed to both structural shifts and changes in compilation methodology. Some critical factors influencing the growth rates are as follows. 1. Transitioning from the establishment approach to the enterprise approach. Previously, the establishment approach employed by the Annual Survey of Industries fell short as it neglected non-manufacturing activities within a unit. The enterprise approach, now utilized in the revised series, encapsulates all activities undertaken by a manufacturing enterprise, including ancillary engagements, thus providing a broader perspective on the manufacturing sector. 2. Incorporation of NSSO survey findings. The details gathered from recent NSS surveys, such as the Unincorporated Enterprises Surveys, 2010-11, and the Employment and Unemployment Survey, 2011-12, have been integrated into the new series. These contemporary updates enhance the accuracy in representing activities conducted in the unorganized manufacturing sector. 3. Adoption of the effective labor input method. The methodology for gauging labor input has been modified in the new series to reflect the effective labor input method for unincorporated manufacturing and services enterprises. This new method assigns variable weights to workers based on their respective productivity, in contrast to the prior method that assigned uniform weights. 4. Inclusion of net production tax less subsidies. In the case of manufacturing, the net of production taxes relative to production subsidies is predominantly positive, enhancing the size of GVA in comparison to agriculture and allied sectors, where it tends to be negative. This positivity in production taxes further amplifies the GVA of manufacturing relative to other sectors across both absolute and relative scales. In conclusion, the significant discrepancies observed in the new series figures can be attributed not only to the updated database or shifted methodologies, but significantly to the fresh approach in data sourcing. Future GDP figures will remain susceptible to revisions with changes in the base years of the IIP, WPI, and CPI series, indices pivotal in determining GDP at both constant and current prices. As base years undergo revisions, GDP growth rates will likely manifest alterations accordingly, illustrating the fluidity and adaptability of economic indicators in response to evolving methodologies and data sources. Happiness Index. Economic development has traditionally been assessed primarily through materialistic enhancements and various economic indicators. However, the notion of well-being has evolved over time, leading to a broader understanding of what constitutes a prosperous society. One significant concept that has emerged in this context is gross national happiness, GNH, which was first articulated by the fourth king of Bhutan, King Jigme Sinji Wangchuk, in 1972. This innovative term suggests that sustainable development should not merely focus on economic growth but should also adopt a holistic approach towards progress, placing equal importance on non-economic dimensions of well-being. The GNH Index is a multifaceted measurement tool that encompasses various socio-economic aspects, including living standards, health, education, and more unconventional factors such as cultural values and psychological wellness. By including these diverse areas, the GNH Index serves as a comprehensive reflection of the overall well-being of a nation's population. It recognizes that happiness and quality of life extend beyond mere financial indicators and encompass a variety of elements that contribute to the human experience. This paradigm shift encourages a re-evaluation of how we understand success and development. Instead of focusing solely on GDP growth, it highlights the importance of community, environmental sustainability, mental health, and social cohesion. Countries that adopt this framework are encouraged to create policies that enhance the quality of life for all citizens, recognizing that true progress is a holistic endeavor that nurtures not only economic prosperity but also fosters a fulfilling and enriched life. Furthermore, measuring happiness and well-being can offer valuable insights into the effectiveness of government policies and programs. By prioritizing GNH, nations can build a more sustainable future, one that recognizes and embraces the interconnectedness of economy, society, and the environment. Ultimately, the GNH approach reflects a deep-seated belief that happiness should be recognized as a fundamental goal of development, prompting a more human-centered economic model that serves the needs and aspirations of all individuals within society. Toward growth and development. The growth rate of the Indian economy. Now, let us revisit the statement made at the onset regarding the phenomenon of slowing growth rates. Essentially, the phrase indicates that while the output of an economy is indeed increasing, it does so at a diminishing rate compared to previous time frames, be it a quarter, half-year, or year, depending on the context. Conversely, if there is a decline in output during the same reference period, this is termed a contraction of output. When output contracts continuously over 2 consecutive quarters, this condition is defined as a recession, while prolonged periods of recession extend into what is known as a depression. Historically, economies worldwide have experienced significant downturns, with the Great Depression of 1929 to 1933 being a notable example. In subsequent chapters, we will delve deeper into the implications of such economic phenomena within the global economy. As previously discussed, the role of growth in an economy is paramount. Increased economic growth is synonymous with heightened output and augmented income. This, in turn, enriches the income received by factors of production, which initiates a self-reinforcing cycle of further income enhancement. Increased income, increased purchasing power, increased demand for goods and services, increased production, increased output, increased income. Additionally, as income rises, we witness an increase in savings, which subsequently fosters increased investment. This cascade can be expressed as increased income, increased savings, increased investment, increased output, increased income. Thus, the upward trajectory of growth signifies the overall well-being of an economy. Job creation ensues, income levels rise, and the wealth of the economy expands. Consequently, it is unsurprising that every nation strives to bolster its growth. Until the initiation of economic reforms, India was perceived as being ensnared in a low-growth cycle, characterized by limited income levels that resulted in low savings and subsequently minimal investments. This cyclical pattern perpetuated low income, leading back to low savings and further stagnation, a phenomenon colloquially termed the low-growth cycle. During those earlier times, it was often asserted that India was trapped beneath the so-called Hindu rate of growth, a term coined by the esteemed Indian economist, the late Professor Raj Krishna. This term referred to India's historical inability to exceed growth rates of approximately 3.5%, which, when coupled with a burgeoning population, exacerbated issues such as poverty and unemployment. This scenario also gave rise to significant regional and intra-regional imbalances, alongside the widening of income inequalities. The challenges faced by the Indian economy in achieving higher growth rates stemmed not only from inadequate savings and investment but were also influenced by a shortage of resources, technological advancements, and infrastructural deficits. These constraints served as substantial handicaps for India. However, the dynamics began to shift positively in the 21st century. The dawn of the 21st century has been relatively favorable for India, as growth rates began to ascend, bringing the country tantalizingly close to achieving double-digit growth rates, an achievement potentially unparalleled since the brief spike in the 1980s. Despite the overall increases in growth rates, the tangible impacts have remained elusive, with poverty levels, unemployment, and various inter- and intra-regional economic disparities failing to show significant improvement. The period following 2010 witnessed a notable deceleration, where growth plummeted to a decade low of 4.4%. This invokes the larger question: why has the high growth achieved not translated into substantial benefits for the Indian economy at large? Such considerations lead us naturally into the concept of development. It is crucial to delineate how growth and development differ from one another, as the two terms, while often used interchangeably, encapsulate distinct economic realities and implications that deserve thorough exploration. Understanding this difference is paramount for grasping the complexities of an economy's trajectory, particularly in the context of India's ongoing pursuit of enhancing both growth and overall economic health. Inclusive growth and its development. The distinction between development and growth is critical to understanding economic progress. While growth is quantitatively measured by numerical increases in economic output, development is a qualitative concept focusing on how that output is distributed among the populace. Specifically, development entails ensuring that the benefits of increased income and production reach the most disadvantaged segments of society, thus emphasizing equitable distribution. Historically, it was often believed that economic growth must precede development, a viewpoint embodied in the trickle-down theory. This theory posited that as the economy grows, wealth would eventually seep down from the affluent to the less fortunate, creating a more equitable society. However, this belief underscores a misunderstanding of the relationship between growth and development. The vital importance lies in how growth is managed and directed toward supporting those in need. In India's context, the narrative shifted dramatically following economic reforms initiated in 1991 and again after 2005. During this period, India broke free from a cycle of stagnant growth and emerged as one of the fastest-growing economies globally, trailing only behind China. However, this remarkable growth rate has called into question the efficacy of the trickle-down theory, as the expected benefits, like significant reductions in absolute poverty, job creation, and a decrease in regional disparities, have not materialized as anticipated. Several structural issues in the Indian economy contribute to this phenomenon. A primary concern is the country's heavy reliance on agriculture, with over 65% of the population dependent on this sector, which contributes a mere 18% to the GDP. In stark contrast, the services sector accounts for over 55% of GDP, while the secondary sector contributes only 27%, of which manufacturing comprises a small 14%. The disproportionate dependency on agriculture indicates a pressing need for diversification and sustainable development. Moreover, a significant issue in India's growth trajectory has been the premature maturation of the services sector relative to manufacturing. A balanced growth approach would ideally see the manufacturing sector develop simultaneously or prior to the services sector. The manufacturing sector is integral as it can stimulate agricultural productivity by providing raw materials and functioning as a market for agricultural produce, ultimately contributing to sustainable economic growth. Despite high growth rates since 2005, the benefits have skewed towards the services sector, with little spillover effect on the agricultural sector, where most Indians live. The maturation of the services sector is partly attributed to the expansion of business process outsourcing, BPO, and knowledge process outsourcing, KPO, industries. Their growth has been facilitated by India's low costs of hiring, a youthful and trainable workforce, and the increasing demand for value-added services from global players establishing operations in India. Nonetheless, the question remains, why does a substantial portion of the population continue to depend on agriculture? Factors such as a lack of employment opportunities in manufacturing, insufficient educational resources and skill development, an underdeveloped agro-based industry, and enduring traditional mindsets contribute to this challenge. Furthermore, government efforts to enhance infrastructure, particularly in rural areas, are critical to transitioning the economy away from agriculture and toward more diverse employment opportunities. Historically, the development of robust transportation networks, roads and railways, has been fundamental to economic advancement in countries such as Germany, the United States, and China. Recognizing this, India has begun focusing on infrastructure improvement with various ambitious projects. These include the Golden Quadrilateral, the North-South Corridor, and the East-West Corridor, all aimed at enhancing connectivity between major cities. Furthermore, initiatives such as the Pradhan Mantri Gramin Sadak Yojana, PMGSY, aim to improve road access for rural communities. The recently approved Bharatmala project signifies a substantial commitment to expanding highway construction, targeting an impressive 50,000 kilometers of roads. This initiative aims to bolster connectivity across economic corridors and border regions, facilitating faster cargo movement and bolstering export activity. It is projected to generate roughly 100 million man-days of employment during construction, alongside an additional 22 million jobs aligned with increased economic activity, offering a glimmer of hope for alleviating poverty. However, growth alone does not guarantee equitable distribution of its benefits. Recognizing this, the Indian government has shifted focus from a narrow definition of development to that of inclusive growth, a concept aimed at ensuring that the fruits of economic expansion benefit all segments of society, particularly the marginalized. To foster inclusive growth, several policy recommendations should be considered. 1. Enhancing the business environment. This includes adopting revised company regulations, implementing anti-corruption laws, promoting national competition policies, and cross-government training programs to standardize skill development. 2. Fiscal responsiveness. Strengthening the fiscal framework, improving the efficiency of subsidy distribution, and modernizing the tax code can boost investor confidence and create a more conducive economic climate. 3. Public governance and regulatory framework. Reducing bureaucratic red tape, establishing transparent regulatory processes, and fostering public trust through increased transparency can mitigate instances of corruption and inefficiencies. 4. Strengthening innovation. The government should focus on creating favorable conditions for business and innovation to flourish, enhancing investment and transparency across trade and investment regimes. 5. Poverty alleviation and infrastructure improvement. Comprehensive reforms aimed at reducing poverty and inequality, modernizing the financial sector, and enhancing healthcare access will be crucial in leveling the playing field for all citizens. Ultimately, inclusive growth implies distributing economic gains fairly rather than equally. The goal is to ensure that while the affluent may continue to prosper, the disadvantaged are also uplifted from poverty. Equitable distribution promises that as the economy thrives, the vulnerable can also improve their income and welfare, marking progress toward alleviating entrenched socioeconomic disparities. In conclusion, the emphasis on inclusive growth marks a significant paradigm shift in the government's approach to economic policy. It reflects a recognition that robust growth must be coupled with mechanisms that empower the broad base of the population. The government's dual responsibility now lies in fostering sustainable growth while simultaneously creating an equitable environment that ensures all citizens benefit from the nation's economic advancements. As we move forward, the true challenge will not merely be about achieving higher growth rates but ensuring that such growth is truly inclusive, delivering tangible improvements to the quality of life for all. This shift in focus is critical, as noted in guides like the 11th and 12th five-year plans, which prioritize inclusive growth as vital to India's future trajectory. Growth of equity in India. Economic planning fundamentally aims to achieve two pivotal objectives: growth and equity. Growth is commonly understood as the increase in the overall national income, often measured by gross domestic product, GDP, which represents the market value of all goods and services produced within an economy. On the other hand, equity pertains to the fair distribution of this income among different segments of the population. It seeks to ensure that the advantages of economic growth are accessible to all, thereby promoting social justice and reducing inequality. While a rise in GDP reflects a booming economy, it does not automatically translate into an equitable distribution of wealth. In many cases, significant economic growth can lead to unequal benefits, where wealth accumulates in the hands of a few, leaving marginalized groups behind. This disparity can result in social tensions and hinder the overall development of a nation. Therefore, pursuing growth with equity emerges as a rational and necessary objective of economic strategy. This approach emphasizes the importance of integrating equitable distribution mechanisms within growth initiatives. By focusing on policies that foster both economic growth and social justice, nations can create systems where the benefits of high economic performance are shared broadly among the population. Implementing such policies may include progressive taxation, social welfare programs, and investments in education and healthcare. These strategies are designed to uplift disadvantaged communities, ensuring that as the national income grows, no group is left behind. Achieving this balance between growth and equity is essential for fostering a sustainable and inclusive economy where all citizens can thrive and contribute to the nation's prosperity. Climate change and Indian substantial growth. Sustainable growth of the Indian economy. Currently, several new terminologies are emerging in the discourse surrounding economies, notably sustainable development and green GDP. Sustainable development is a universal concept that addresses pressing global issues such as climate change, environmental degradation, increasing pollution, and ecological imbalances. These challenges are critical for the survival of our planet. Thus, sustainable development cannot be limited to a single nation but must be viewed through a global lens. This is not merely an issue for any one country but requires collaborative efforts from nations worldwide. The macro nature of these problems necessitates a concerted dialogue and consensus building on a global platform. Sustainable development revolves around the current generation's capacity to meet its own needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet theirs. The objective is to ensure a healthier environment for the future, enhancing the quality of life rather than bequeathing a degraded legacy. While awareness of sustainable development has grown, the pivotal moment came during the Earth Summit in 1992, which ignited further international conventions aimed at addressing these urgent matters. Throughout these conventions, key issues have been highlighted, especially the need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, which is crucial for achieving sustainable development. Efforts include promoting clean energy sources, mitigating biodiversity loss, advancing tree plantation initiatives, and harnessing solar and wind energy. These efforts are integral to global sustainable development, transcending national boundaries and requiring unified action. However, it is not enough just to raise awareness. It is also essential to achieve collective agreements on reduction targets for different countries, which must be adhered to within established timelines. This is where a significant divide exists between wealthy nations and developing countries like India and China. Continuous failure by affluent countries to meet their emission reduction commitments has sparked frustration, as they repeatedly miss deadlines on critical issues, particularly greenhouse gas emissions. In stark contrast, India has adopted a proactive approach, already reporting lower emissions levels. The country's projected emissions by 2031 are expected to fall below the global average levels recorded in 2005. Furthermore, India has made commendable strides in expanding cleaner energy sources, including solar and wind energy, as well as tree plantation efforts. However, India faces more profound and pressing challenges. The troubling reality of increasing economic growth and expansion of output must be tempered by the fact that millions of people in India still live below the poverty line, surviving on less than $1 per day. With India being home to the largest number of impoverished individuals globally, it is indeed disturbing. Thus, poverty cannot be separated from the discourse on sustainable development. The persistence of slum dwellings, inadequate sanitation, poor living conditions, the rampant use of plastic, and the pollution of water bodies all contribute to the complex narrative of sustainable development in India. In summary, while sustainable development presents an opportunity for holistic growth and environmental stewardship, India must navigate the intricate balance between economic progress and addressing the socio-economic challenges of poverty. By fostering inclusive development, the country can aspire to not only enhance the quality of life for its current population but also to ensure a sustainable and equitable future for generations to come. Sustainable development in the context of climate change. The adoption of a new climate change agreement during the 21st Conference of Parties, COP21, held in Paris in December 2015 marks a significant milestone in the global effort to combat climate change. This Paris Agreement, endorsed by 195 nations, establishes a comprehensive roadmap that urges every country to take meaningful action against climate change, particularly in the post-2020 period. It replaces the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, which were established from 2000 to 2015, with the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, a set of objectives designed to guide the international community and national governments toward sustainable development over the next 15 years. In 2015, world leaders adopted an ambitious framework comprising 17 SDGs and 169 targets aimed at addressing various social, economic, and environmental challenges. Following this pivotal agreement, the 22nd Conference of the Parties, COP22, convened in Marrakesh, Morocco, where crucial decisions were made regarding the implementation of the Paris Agreement. Remarkably, the threshold of signatories required for the agreement to take effect was surpassed within just 12 months, far exceeding initial expectations. This rapid transition has intensified the urgency for countries to establish vital rules and procedures to support the agreement's objectives. Throughout the meetings in Morocco, which addressed issues pertaining to the Kyoto Protocol and, notably, the Paris Agreement, several key outcomes and announcements emerged. 1. Countries allocated a 2-year timeframe until 2018 to finalize the rules and procedures needed for the Paris Agreement. 2. Technical sessions resulted in guidance and inquiries related to work plans that focus on nationally determined contributions, NDCs, establishing a transparency framework, conducting global stocktakes, fostering technology development and transfer, enhancing adaptation efforts, and exploring market and non-market approaches. 3. An agreement was reached for a 5-year work plan addressing loss and damage associated with climate change. 4. Developed nations launched a roadmap aiming to meet the goal of providing $100 billion per year in climate finance to support developing countries by 2020. 5. There was a collective affirmation of the urgency for action, captured in the Marrakesh Action Proclamation, which emphasized the commitment of countries to climate action and sustainable development. 6. The Climate Vulnerable Forum, an international coalition comprising nations that are particularly susceptible to climate impacts, pledged to update their NDCs before 2020, formulate long-term low-emission development strategies, and strive to produce 100% of their energy from renewable sources as promptly as feasible. As nations continue to look ahead to 2020, this year will serve as another pivotal moment in the ongoing climate dialogue. A facilitative discussion is anticipated, incorporating input from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, special report on achieving a 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature target, along with assessments of the collective progress of parties and perspectives from stakeholders. The results of this dialogue are expected to create momentum for countries to enhance their NDC commitments, while the ensuing 2 years will be critical for parties to clarify the details of this dialogue, including establishing accounting standards for comparable action across nations. On the domestic front, India has actively engaged in setting ambitious targets in its climate change initiatives. To contribute significantly to global climate mitigation efforts, India announced its intended Nationally Determined Contribution (INDC), which outlines its domestic climate action strategy. One of the country's primary objectives is to reduce its emissions intensity, defined as the amount of CO2 emissions per unit of GDP, by 33 to 35% by 2030, relative to 2005 levels. India has also spearheaded the establishment of the International Solar Alliance, ISA, which comprises 121 countries rich in solar resources, located fully or partially between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. This alliance was jointly initiated by the Prime Minister of India and the President of France on November 30, 2015, at the COP21 conference. The ISA aims to foster collaborative efforts among member countries to innovate and reduce costs related to financing and technology in renewable energy, particularly solar power generation. The alliance seeks to pave the way for the efficient deployment of solar generation and storage technologies tailored to meet the energy needs of individual countries. India's comprehensive INDC includes several essential commitments. Promoting a sustainable and healthy lifestyle rooted in traditional values of conservation and moderation. Pursuing a climate-friendly development model which is less carbon-intensive compared to historical paths taken by other nations at similar levels of economic growth. Achieving approximately 40% of total electric power installed capacity from non-fossil fuel sources by 2030, leveraging technology transfer and international financial support, including from the Green Climate Fund, GCF. Creating an additional carbon sink amounting to 2.5 to 3 billion tons of CO2 equivalent, CO2 by expanding forest and tree cover by 2030. Strengthening adaptation initiatives by enhancing investment in development programs for sectors directly vulnerable to climate change, including agriculture, water resources, the Himalayan region, coastal areas, public health, and disaster management. Mobilizing domestic and additional international funds from developed countries to support the necessary resources for implementing mitigation and adaptation strategies. Establishing frameworks that enhance domestic capacities and create international agreements for the rapid dissemination of cutting-edge climate technologies in India, alongside collaborative research and development initiatives. These collective efforts represent India's determination to address the challenges of climate change proactively while striving for sustainable development aligned with international partnership and cooperation. Sustainable Economic Growth Indicator. Green GDP is an innovative national accounting framework that measures the utilization of a country's non-renewable natural resources. This approach is increasingly being recognized as a critical component of sustainable development. The primary goal of green GDP is to ensure that resources are used in an optimal, efficient, and effective manner, promoting economic growth while acknowledging the inherent scarcity of these resources. By adopting this accounting system, countries are expected not only to enhance resource management but also to stimulate increased research and development, R&D, focused on creating sustainable alternatives to the swiftly depleting non-renewable resources. However, before delving into broader discussions surrounding sustainable development, it is essential to confront the pressing issue of absolute poverty. In the context of India, where a significant portion of the population struggles to meet basic needs, addressing poverty must take precedence. It is crucial to ensure that the impoverished communities are provided with the means to live with dignity, access hygienic living conditions, and achieve decent standards of life. While the concept of sustainable development is vital, it should not overshadow the immediate survival and well-being of the poor. Consequently, inclusive growth, sustainable development, and green GDP are distinct concepts, each with its unique meaning and implications. Although they are separate in definition, they are inevitably interrelated. Achieving inclusive growth requires integrating sustainable practices into economic policies, which, in turn, can be monitored through frameworks like green GDP. Therefore, understanding the interplay between these concepts is essential for formulating effective strategies that not only promote economic advancement but also ensure social equity and environmental sustainability. In conclusion, while the journey towards sustainable development and green GDP is crucial, prioritizing the eradication of poverty remains fundamental to achieving a holistic and inclusive growth trajectory for India. Poverty and social sector. Economic disparities in India. Poverty is fundamentally understood as the minimum level of consumption necessary for survival, a concept that underscores the challenges faced by millions in India. The Planning Commission of India has quantified this in terms of calorie intake, defining absolute poverty as a situation where individuals consume less than 2,400 kilocalories per day in rural areas and less than 2,100 kilocalories per day in urban areas. This measurement highlights the dire state of food security among many populations. Moreover, the World Bank has established a more universal benchmark for defining poverty, identifying individuals living on less than $1 per day as impoverished. This stark definition further illustrates the severity of poverty globally and in India, where the prevalence of poverty is alarming. Relative poverty, on the other hand, refers to disparities in income between the affluent and the economically disadvantaged. Even by the more basic standards set forth by the Planning Commission, it is estimated that over 230 million people in India are living below the poverty line, BPL. When applying the World Bank's criteria, this number swells considerably. India unfortunately has one of the largest populations living in absolute poverty, with figures that exceed the total population of the United States. Furthermore, poverty is heavily concentrated in certain states, particularly Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Odisha, Madhya Pradesh, and West Bengal, which collectively account for more than half of the total impoverished individuals in the country. Despite India's independence over 6 decades ago, the persistence of poverty is striking. The roots of this enduring issue can largely be traced back to the nation's heavy reliance on the agricultural sector, which oftentimes remains subsistence-based, traditional, and stagnant. This reliance fails to generate sufficient employment opportunities for a growing population. High levels of adult illiteracy compound the problem, leaving many individuals uneducated and unskilled, while a significant number of farmers lack land ownership and adequate income support. Furthermore, the manufacturing sector does not provide enough avenues for job creation, exacerbating the employment crisis. It is clear that the debate surrounding poverty measurement, whether crude or refined, is not the primary concern. The true tragedy of post-independence India lies in the ongoing inability to effectively combat widespread poverty, despite the implementation of numerous well-intentioned schemes that have so far not yielded the desired results. As we examine the following sections, it is crucial to understand the complexities and multidimensional aspects of poverty in order to devise effective strategies for alleviation. Societal dimensions. The relationship between the social sector and poverty is a complex and intertwined one, primarily because the social sector is significantly composed of individuals living below poverty line, BPL. This demographic includes not only the impoverished but also those who remain marginal to developmental progress, namely underprivileged communities, backward classes, and scheduled castes and tribes. Additionally, it encompasses landless and small-scale farmers who often work in the informal sector, relying on daily earnings for survival. Consequently, these individuals represent a highly vulnerable segment of society, often falling prey to exploitation and facing domination, voiceless in the face of their dire circumstances. They can rightly be labeled as silent sufferers or mere spectators to the distressing state of their lives, even as India proudly asserts its status as one of the fastest-growing economies in the world. The root causes contributing to this plight have been discussed previously. However, an important question arises: what measures has the government implemented to ameliorate these conditions? In response, the government has adopted a tripartite strategy to enhance the social sector, characterized by the following components. 1. Broad targeting. 2. Narrow targeting. 3. Social security. Broad targeting. The broad targeting strategy is where the government launches ambitious programs designed for comprehensive national development. Notable examples of such broad targeting programs include 1. Indira Awas Yojana. 2. Sarva Siksha Abhiyan. 3. Midday Meal Scheme. 4. Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, NREGA. 5. Total Sanitation Campaign. 6. Jawaharlal Nehru National Urban Renewal Mission, JNURM. 7. Integrated Child Development Services, ICDS. 8. National Rural Health Mission, NRHM. 9. Rajiv Gandhi Drinking Water Scheme. Among these programs, the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, NREGA, stands out as the most ambitious initiative, drawing attention both nationally and internationally. Conceived by Belgian economist Jean Dries, the scheme guarantees 100 days of unskilled wage employment to one person from every rural household at minimum wage. The objective is to provide this employment during lean agricultural seasons, significantly impacting poverty alleviation and employment creation across the country. Notably, it prioritizes women's employment, operates without intermediaries, and is administered directly by local gram panchayats. Payments are made directly into the bank accounts of those participating, ensuring transparency and efficiency. Furthermore, if employment cannot be provided within 15 days of registration, state governments are required to offer an unemployment allowance equating to 1/3 of the wages. This scheme has received global commendation as one of the most well-structured social sector initiatives worldwide. Nevertheless, critics argue that such programs could potentially lead to long-term adverse effects, such as increased minimum wages, rising operational costs in agriculture and urban areas, diminished productivity, labor migration hindrances, and inflation pressures. Narrow targeting. The government has also pursued a narrow targeting strategies that focus on specific areas for intervention. These include 1. Wage employment schemes, primarily through NREGA. 2. Self-employment schemes, via the Swaran Jayanti Grameen Swarozgar Yojana, SGSY, in rural locales and Swaran Jayanti Shahri Rozgar Yojana, SJSRY, in urban settings. 3. Food security, primarily facilitated through the Targeted Public Distribution System, TPDS, Antyodaya Anna Yojana, AY, and the Annapurna scheme aimed at senior citizens. Social security. Social security measures have been integrated into various programs, such as Ayushman Bharat. This health strategy primarily focuses on providing free drugs and diagnostics, establishing health and wellness centers to revive faltering rural health infrastructure, and addressing the rising incidence of non-communicable diseases. Importantly, it aims to cover 107 million impoverished families with insurance for inpatient care, providing a coverage of up to 5 Indian rupees lakh. National Nutrition Mission, NNM, launched as a flagship initiative by the Ministry of Women and Child Development. The National Nutrition Mission, Poshan Abhiyan, aims for a synergized approach to enhance the nutritional well-being of children aged 0 to 6, adolescent girls, pregnant women, and lactating mothers over 3 years commencing in 2017 to 18. With a budget allocation exceeding €9,000 crore, this mission underscores a nationwide response to improve public health in a sustainable manner. Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. This financial inclusion mission seeks to integrate the economically disadvantaged into the banking system. It plans to open bank accounts for 15 crore individuals across rural and urban geographies. The scheme includes overdraft facilities, debit cards with insurance, and a targeted outreach to ensure that the banking infrastructure addresses the needs of the poor. Pradhan Mantri Shram Yogi Mandhan, PMSYM. This scheme caters specifically to informal sector workers, facilitating a contributory pension system that matches personal contributions from beneficiaries with contributions from the government, ensuring a minimum pension of 3,000 Indian rupees upon reaching the age of 60. Various other schemes, such as the Rashtriya Yuva Sashaktikran Karyakram for youth empowerment, National Rural Swaraj Campaign for social harmony, and SHRYAS for skill development in graduates exemplify the government's multifaceted approach toward social security. While there are numerous initiatives aimed at addressing the interconnected issues of poverty and inequality in India, the question remains, why have these extensive schemes not produced the anticipated outcomes? A few reasons for these inefficiencies include: 1. Although these schemes are well structured, challenges primarily arise from poor implementation and lack of adequate identification of target beneficiaries. 2. Many citizens remain unaware of these schemes due to prevailing illiteracy and ignorance, hindering access. 3. A deficiency in monitoring mechanisms makes it difficult to assess the efficacy and impact of these initiatives. Simply put, there exists a disparity between policy intention and actual result. 4. Collaborating with non-governmental organizations, NGOs, for execution could improve outreach and effectiveness, provided there is stringent quality control. 5. Introducing independent social audits of programs could help identify inefficiencies, plug leakages, and promote transparency. 6. Leveraging modern technology could enhance data gathering and tracking of beneficiaries, which in turn refines program efficacy and targeted reach. Ultimately, the government must shift its focus from implementing numerous overlapping schemes to prioritizing the needs of individuals within villages. Employing a cluster approach, where a set of villages is targeted comprehensively for various schemes, could enhance sustainability in resource allocation. Monitoring by state governments should ensure that collective efforts yield beneficial outcomes, thereby transforming the reliance on blanket schemes into contextual, community-centric responses. Since India's independence, challenges related to poverty and social development have persisted and evolved. Though successive governments have poured resources and launched new schemes year after year, tangible benefits often remain elusive. Moving forward, an innovative approach toward addressing these issues is essential. Ideas proposed earlier should not be viewed as guaranteed solutions, rather, they represent the government's willingness to experiment, adapt, and respond to persistent challenges with renewed vigor. Efficient resource allocation, technology-based monitoring, and consistent learning and adaptation will be crucial in overcoming these challenges. Yes, the task of effectively addressing poverty and inequality in India is undoubtedly daunting. However, it is a challenge that necessitates action from both central and state governments collectively. Through concerted efforts, evidence-based strategies, and genuine commitment, creating meaningful change within the social sector is possible and imperative for building a more inclusive India. Microfinance. Access to organized sources of finance, such as bank loans, has historically been a significant challenge for the social sector. Many individuals and groups within this sector face extensive paperwork, cumbersome procedures, and stringent documentation requirements that often hinder their ability to secure financial support. In response to these challenges, microcredit institutions have emerged as critical players in addressing both financial accessibility and poverty alleviation. The concept of microfinance finds its roots in Bangladesh, where it was pioneered by the esteemed economist Muhammad Yunus. His groundbreaking work in establishing these institutions earned him a Nobel Prize for successfully reaching the most marginalized populations that traditional banks often overlook, particularly rural women, and for directly contributing to their upliftment. In India, the self-help group, SHG, movement was initiated in 1992 under the auspices of the National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, NABARD, with support from various banks. The SHG framework links credit to savings while emphasizing capacity building. This model typically features low interest rates, ranging from 8% to 10%, coupled with monthly repayment schedules. Importantly, the responsibility for repayment lies with the group as a whole, rather than with individual members. Currently, SHGs in India encompass approximately 90 million poor households and have disbursed credit exceeding 25,000 Indian rupees crore, approximately $3.3 billion. Microfinance institutions, MFIs, provide financial services to the underprivileged, often charging interest rates higher than traditional banks but lower than those imposed by local moneylenders. While government interest in MFIs has fluctuated since their establishment gained traction around 2003, the sector has experienced remarkable growth over the past 7 years, expanding to serve 30 million clients and facilitating credit upwards of 30,000 Indian rupees crore, approximately $4 billion. MFIs have largely been viewed as partners to SHGs in fostering financial inclusion, which aims to grant the poor access to organized financial resources while simultaneously reducing their reliance on moneylenders. This financial accessibility enables individuals to engage in income-generating activities, secure employment opportunities, and ultimately escape the cycle of poverty. However, recent developments in states like Andhra Pradesh have brought significant concerns regarding the operations and impact of MFIs. Several key issues have emerged in this debate. 1. Profit motive. Many MFIs appear to prioritize profit maximization through high interest rates, which, while lower than those charged by moneylenders, can still be burdensome for their clients. 2. Market concentration. Although MFIs have reached demographics typically ignored by mainstream banks, there is a notable concentration of these institutions in areas where banking services are already available, suggesting a lack of genuine outreach to the most underserved communities. 3. Multiple financing. MFIs often extend loans to clients already involved with SHGs, which can result in multiple loan obligations and increased debt burdens on borrowers. 4. Consumer-centric approach. The aggressive marketing strategies adopted by MFIs tend to focus on consumer-oriented loans rather than productive-oriented lending, akin to private banks that target subprime borrowers in the United States. These emerging challenges have prompted the government to reassess the existing microfinance model, leading to new regulations designed to safeguard borrowers and ensure the sustainability of the sector. In a broader context, nationalized banks may be better positioned than MFIs to achieve genuine financial inclusivity through innovative strategies, such as correspondent banking. This approach would enable banks to reach underserved populations while keeping operational costs low and without necessitating the establishment of additional branches. The ongoing evolution of microfinance in India requires a thoughtful redesign, emphasizing the complementary roles of MFIs and traditional banks to enhance their effectiveness as microfinance institutions. The social sector remains a vital component of the Indian economy, and fostering its development is a crucial responsibility of the government. By integrating marginalized groups into the mainstream economy, India can achieve profound transformations that promote widespread prosperity and social equity. Through collaborative efforts between various financial institutions and a steadfast commitment to inclusivity, the pathway to alleviating poverty and engendering sustainable development becomes increasingly feasible. PM Mudra Yojana. The Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, PMMY, is a comprehensive financial initiative launched by the Indian government in April 2015. This scheme is designed to provide loans of up to 10 Indian rupees lakh, 1 million, to non-corporate, non-farm small and micro enterprises. Under this yojana, the loans are categorized as mudra loans, facilitating the financing of budding entrepreneurs and small businesses that are critical for fostering economic growth and creating employment opportunities across the country. The loans are accessible through a diverse range of financial institutions, including commercial banks, regional rural banks, RRBs, small finance banks, cooperative banks, microfinance institutions, MFIs, and non-banking financial companies, NBFCs. To cater to various stages of business development, Mudra has introduced 3 distinct financial products: Shirshu, Kishore, and Tarani. The Shirshu category offers loans of up to 50,000 Indian rupees and is aimed at supporting new and early-stage businesses. The Kishore category provides loans ranging from 50,001 Indian rupees to 5 Indian rupees lakh to help established businesses looking to grow. Finally, the Tarani category extends loans from 5 Indian rupees lakh to 10 Indian rupees lakh for more mature enterprises that require additional capital for expansion. This structured approach ensures that the financial needs of small business owners are met appropriately, depending on their stage of growth and specific requirements. 4.5 Spreading jam across the Indian economy. The implementation of large-scale, technology-enabled, real-time direct benefit transfers, DBT, has the potential to significantly enhance the economic conditions of the underprivileged sections of Indian society. The JAM Trinity, which stands for Jan Dan, the financial inclusion scheme that provides banking access to all, Aadhaar, the unique identification system, and mobile, the widespread use of mobile phones, plays a crucial role in facilitating these transfers. In recent times, the JAM initiative has expanded its reach impressively, achieving the opening of approximately 4 million new bank accounts each week. Furthermore, several mobile money operators have been licensed, enhancing the avenues for cashless transactions and financial inclusion. The direct cash transfers made possible through the DBT system are an efficient means to uplift the economic conditions of the poor by ensuring that government subsidies and benefits reach the intended beneficiaries without delays or leakages. These cash transfers can lead to improved financial stability for lower-income families and help raise overall economic efficiency by minimizing market distortions. The Indian government has identified the large-scale and real-time implementation of direct benefit transfers as one of its key objectives. As a result, significant progress has been made over the past year, with continued efforts to refine and expand the DBT mechanisms to cover a broader demographic and ensure that more people can reap the benefits of economic programs aimed at poverty alleviation. Overall, through initiatives such as the PMMY and the innovative use of the JAM Trinity for DBT, the Indian economy is witnessing a transformative shift towards greater financial inclusion, empowerment of small businesses, and improved livelihoods for the economically vulnerable populations. JAM Triad in India. Large-scale, technology-driven, real-time direct benefit transfers, DBT, possess the potential to significantly enhance the economic status of India's impoverished population. The innovative JAM Trinity, comprising Jan Dan, Aadhaar, and Mobile, serves as a vital framework that enables the Indian government to efficiently implement these transfers. At an impressive rate, the coverage of the JAM initiative has expanded tremendously over the past year, resulting in the creation of approximately 4 million new accounts weekly, alongside the licensing of various mobile money operators. The impact of cash transfers on the economic welfare of India's poor is profound. They not only alleviate poverty but also enhance economic efficiency by minimizing leakages and correcting market distortions. The government has set a key objective to implement direct benefit transfers, DBT, at scale and in real time. Significant strides have already been made in this regard over the last year. To facilitate the immediate transfer of 1,000 Indian rupees to every Indian citizen, 3 primary requirements must be met. 1. Identification of beneficiaries. The government must efficiently identify individuals eligible to receive benefits. 2. Facilitating monetary transfers. The government must have mechanisms in place to successfully transfer the allocated funds to these beneficiaries. 3. Ease of access. Beneficiaries must be enabled to easily access the funds transferred to them. Failure to identify beneficiaries accurately may lead to inclusion errors and financial leakages, where benefits that should reach the underprivileged mistakenly flow to affluent individuals or ghost households, ultimately resulting in significant fiscal losses for the government. Conversely, shortcomings in the latter 2 aspects may create exclusion errors, preventing genuine beneficiaries from receiving the essential support. Such exclusions disproportionately affect the most vulnerable segments of society. Components of the JAM Trinity. The JAM framework comprises several essential elements that aid in its efficacy. 1. Government to beneficiary. The challenge of identification. To successfully identify beneficiaries, the government must rely on accurate databases that capture the eligible population. Prior to the introduction of Aadhaar, such beneficiary databases existed but were often plagued by inaccuracies due to administrative and political biases in issuing identity proofs like below poverty line, BPL, cards, driving licenses, and voter IDs. This led to the occurrence of duplicate and ghost names within beneficiary lists, resulting in substantial leakages. Aadhaar addresses this issue by utilizing technology to supplant human discretion, maintaining a straightforward system through methods such as fingerprinting and iris scanning, which are easier for citizens to comprehend. The year 2015 witnessed a remarkable issuance of around 210 million Aadhaar cards, equating to over 4 million cards generated per week. 2. Government to bank, the challenge of payment. Following the identification of beneficiaries, the government must ensure the successful transfer of funds, necessitating access to the beneficiaries' bank account numbers. This hurdle has been alleviated by initiatives such as the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, which saw the creation of an astounding 120 million bank accounts within just 1 year, all achieved at an impressive pace of over 300,000 accounts per day. Despite these achievements, the penetration of basic savings accounts across many states remains relatively low. Policymakers must remain vigilant regarding exclusion errors that may arise from DBT failing to reach unbanked individuals. The comparative reach of Jan Dhan versus Aadhaar indicates that those lacking banking facilities pose a greater obstacle to the effective implementation of the JAM model than those who remain unidentified. 3. Bank to beneficiary, the last mile challenge. A significant challenge remains in ensuring that the funds reach the intended beneficiaries, particularly in rural areas where access to banking is severely limited. A concerning statistic reveals that only 27% of villages have a bank located within a 5 km radius. To combat this issue, the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, took proactive measures in 2015 by licensing 23 new banks, which include 2 universal banks, 11 payment banks, and 10 small finance banks. The extension of JAM across India's vast economic landscape has revealed a strong underlying mobile penetration, making technology-based financial services more accessible. Currently, approximately 1.4 million agents or service points are available to support around 1,010 million mobile customers, producing a service ratio of approximately 1 agent for every 720 mobile users. To optimize the outreach of the JAM framework, India must capitalize on its extensive mobile infrastructure and network of agents by leveraging mobile payment technologies for improved quality and convenience in service delivery. For instance, beneficiaries could be promptly informed through mobile notifications regarding the arrival of food supplies at local ration shops or the availability of fertilizers at nearby retail outlets. While recent developments have enhanced last-mile financial connectivity to some extent, the link between banks and beneficiaries remains the most vulnerable segment of the JAM chain, necessitating ongoing attention and improvement in order to ensure that economic benefits effectively reach those most in need. Universal Basic Support. Universal Basic Income, a vision for a just society. The guiding principle of wiping every tear from every eye encapsulates the essence of Universal Basic Income, UBI, founded on the tenets of universality, unconditionality, and agency. While UBI presents a transformative opportunity for social welfare, a series of implementation challenges loom large. A significant concern is the risk of UBI becoming an addition to, rather than a replacement for, existing anti-poverty and social programs. This could jeopardize its fiscal sustainability. However, considering the multiplicity and inefficiencies of current programs, alongside the promising advancements within the JAM, Jan Dhan, Aadhaar, mobile infrastructure, UBI has the potential to significantly improve the status quo. Introduction. India has made commendable strides in reducing poverty levels, from approximately 70% at the time of independence to around 22% in 2011-12 according to the Tendulkar Committee. Nevertheless, the notion of wiping every tear from every eye transcends mere survival through calorie intake. Mahatma Gandhi grasped this concept profoundly, recognizing that poverty also encompasses dignity, security, autonomy, mental well-being, and psychological relief. In this light, Nehru's assertion that, as long as there are tears and suffering, our work will not be over, remains pertinent nearly 70 years post-independence. Today, a viable pathway to realizing Gandhiji's vision is emerging, reflecting in global policy discussions, the concept of Universal Basic Income, UBI. UBI is characterized by three core principles: universality, unconditionality, and agency, the latter being represented through cash transfers that respect the choices of recipients rather than dictating them. The conceptual/philosophical case for UBI. Universal basic income marks a radical shift in discourse surrounding social justice and economic productivity. It posits that every individual is entitled to a basic income sufficient to meet their fundamental needs solely by virtue of their citizenship. Several compelling reasons warrant the consideration of UBI. 1. Social justice. UBI is a litmus test of a fair and non-exploitative society. By upholding fundamental values that honor individuals as inherently free and equal, UBI promotes personal liberty through its anti-paternalistic framework. It fosters equality by alleviating poverty, enhances efficiency by minimizing governmental waste, and can even spur productivity under certain conditions. Notably, UBI garners support across the ideological spectrum, from both the left and the right. 2. Poverty reduction. With a robust financial system in place, UBI may offer one of the fastest routes to poverty alleviation. In India's context, UBI can be calibrated at low income levels, yielding substantial welfare benefits while remaining financially feasible. 3. Employment dynamics. UBI reinforces society's commitment to ensuring a minimum standard of living, particularly amidst uncertain job landscapes. It facilitates flexibility in the labor market, allowing individuals to balance partial employment with financial security, thereby avoiding exploitative work conditions. 4. Administrative efficiency. Especially relevant in India, the case for UBI is bolstered by the shortcomings of current welfare schemes, which frequently suffer from mismanagement, leakages, and exclusion of the needy. The implementation of the JAM trio allows for more effective administrative delivery of entitlements. However, while Aadhaar addresses identification challenges, it cannot resolve targeting issues independently, thus necessitating the enhancement of state capacities to deliver various public services. The conceptual case against UBI. Several economic objections to UBI warrant discussion. 1. Incentives to work. Critics often argue that UBI may deter individuals from seeking employment. However, this concern tends to be exaggerated, as the proposed income levels would likely serve as minimal guarantees, insufficient to dissuade work engagement. History has shown that merely offering higher wages does not lead to widespread aversion to work. 2. Income versus employment. There is an ongoing debate about disconnecting income from employment. However, current societal structures already reflect this disconnect for the affluent, as they benefit from inheritance and non-work-related income. Thus, providing a modest state-funded income should not be seen as economically or morally problematic. 3. Reciprocity. As societies operate on principles of cooperation, one might question the fairness of unconditional income distribution. Still, it's essential to recognize that individuals invariably contribute to their communities in various ways. UBI can also validate and acknowledge non-wage contributions, such as caregiving, which are disproportionately attributed to women. In supporting UBI, we must frame it not as a mere transfer from wealthier individuals to the poor, but rather as a recognition of economic rights that stem from citizenship, a shared commitment to improving lives and addressing inequity. Arguments in favor of and against UBI. Arguments in favor. 1. Poverty and vulnerability reduction. UBI offers a sweeping mechanism for tackling poverty and vulnerability. 2. Empowerment and choice. Beneficiaries are treated as autonomous agents capable of deciding how best to use welfare resources, in contrast to conventional in-kind transfers. 3. Targeting the poor. By defining an eligibility framework for all individuals, UBI eradicates exclusion errors, those in need being overlooked. Although inclusion errors, wealthy individuals accessing the scheme, remain an issue, they could be managed through guidelines. 4. Risk mitigation. The income floor acts as a safety net against unexpected health and economic shocks. 5. Financial inclusion. increased transfers can incentivize greater utilization of banking services and improve overall financial literacy and inclusion. Arguments against: 1. Possible misuse of funds. There are concerns that individuals, particularly male household members, may utilize UBI for non-essential expenditures. 2. Labor market participation. The introduction of a guaranteed income might reduce the urgency to work, leading to lower labor supply. 3. Gender dynamics. Given existing societal norms, UBI distribution within households may perpetuate gender disparities in financial decision-making. 4. Implementation challenges. Presently, limited access to financial institutions poses implementation hurdles in effectively establishing a UBI scheme. 5. Political viability. The political ramifications of introducing UBI cannot be overstated. Disbanding the program if it falters could become a formidable challenge. 6. Market vulnerabilities. Unlike subsidies that can offer price stability, cash payments may expose recipients to market fluctuations, curtailing their purchasing power. Lastly, while UBI offers a visionary step towards addressing poverty and enhancing human dignity, the discourse surrounding its implementation must traverse multiple economic, social, and administrative dimensions to ensure its success and sustainability. Food security. Ensuring food security in India. Understanding food security in India. Food security is a crucial element of any nation's well-being, underscored by the domestic availability of food grains. Countries prefer not to rely on imports for staple food items unless absolutely necessary. Since gaining independence, India has made significant strides toward achieving food security by transitioning from being a food grain importer to reaching self-sufficiency through enhanced domestic production. The buffer stock of food grains. India is one of the few nations worldwide that maintain government-held stocks of food grains for several key reasons. 1. Crisis management. Buffer stocks serve as a safety net to mitigate the impact of natural disasters such as droughts and floods. 2. Price stability. They help stabilize market prices during crop failures and other agricultural disruptions. 3. Public distribution. These stocks play a vital role in the public distribution system, PDS, ensuring food access for economically disadvantaged populations. The Food Corporation of India, FCI, is tasked with managing these stocks. Currently, the government aims to maintain around 77 million tons of food grains as buffer reserves, primarily wheat and rice. The FCI procures these grains at a minimum support price, MSP, stores them in various warehouses across the country, and distributes them to state governments to manage local needs and price fluctuations. Additionally, the FCI sometimes sells food grains in open markets to stabilize prices, especially during periods of volatility. Several issues surround the operation of buffer stocks. Excess surplus. The government currently holds a significantly larger buffer stock, around 50 to 60 million tons more than the stipulated norms. This arises due to the MSP and the obligation to purchase all grains provided to the FCI by farmers. Consequently, during bumper crop years, farmers often prefer to sell to the FCI, leading to stockpile growth. Storage challenges. The FCI struggles to accommodate its high stock levels as its total storage capacity is around 60 million tons, while true availability is often limited to about 50 million tons. Inadequate facilities lead to substantial waste, costing the government approximately 50,000 Indian rupees crores each year. The Public Distribution System, PDS. The PDS is another critical facet of food security in India, wherein food grains are distributed to state governments at set, issue prices. These prices are significantly lower than the economic cost encompassing MSP, transportation, and storage. Consequently, the government bears the difference as a food subsidy, which currently exceeds 75,000 Indian rupees crores annually. Originally conceived as a broad entitlement, the PDS provides a fixed quantity of food grains, sugar, and edible oils through government-operated outlets at subsidized rates. However, to better target assistance toward the economically disadvantaged and to prevent diversion of food grains to black markets, a revamped public distribution system was introduced in 1992. This initiative focused on remote and backward regions, covering 1775 blocks nationwide. The Targeted Public Distribution System, TPDS, was implemented in June 1997 to further streamline the allocation of subsidized food grains to the poorer sections of society. Families are categorized as below poverty line, BPL, above poverty line, APL, and the poorest households defined under the Antyodaya Anna Yojana, AAY. Initially, the program aimed to support around 60 million poor families by allotting 7.2 million tons of food grains annually. Poverty identification has been the responsibility of state governments, based on estimates from the Planning Commission. Notably, in 2000, the government increased allocations for BPL families, allowing them 20 kilograms of food grains per family per month at half the economic cost. The framework continued to evolve, eventually boosting the allocation to 25 kilograms per family per month in July 2001 and 35 kilograms per month starting in April 2002 to enhance household food security. Challenges in the targeted public distribution system. Despite its merits, the TPDS faces significant challenges. 1. Exclusion errors. A considerable number of eligible families for subsidized food under the BPL category remain undetected, raising questions about the system's comprehensiveness. 2. Inaccurate criteria. The selection process for BPL categories is largely economic and often flawed due to the lack of reliable national income data. Allegations of political favoritism in the selection process complicate matters further. Many truly impoverished families may find themselves classified as APL, missing out on essential subsidies. 3. Lack of review mechanisms. The absence of regular reviews of BPL eligibility allows families to retain benefits even after their economic circumstances improve, causing strain on government resources. 4. Widespread diversion. A substantial portion of food grains intended for the PDS may end up in black markets. Reports indicate that up to 20% of the grains supplied through TPDS may be diverted, exacerbating the quality and accessibility of food supplies meant for the underprivileged. The inefficiencies within the TPDS undermine its objectives, contributing to persistent issues of hunger, despite having robust buffer stocks and significant government subsidies. This paradox raises fundamental questions about the effectiveness of India's food security measures. The National Food Security Act. To address inclusivity issues in the TPDS, the Indian government has introduced the National Food Security Bill, which was passed in the Parliament on July 3, 2013. This act guarantees subsidized food grains to approximately 67% of India's 1.2 billion population, with penalties established for public officials who fail to comply with its provisions. The initiative represents a monumental welfare program, estimated to cost 1.3 trillion Indian rupees, around $22 billion. The National Food Security Act aims to provide both food and nutritional security, ensuring that individuals have access to quality food at affordable rates. The coverage extends to 75% of the rural population and 50% of urban dwellers, thereby targeting around two-thirds of the country's populace. Key features of the Act include: 1. Subsidized grain distribution. Rural households will receive 5 kilograms of grains each month at nominal prices, Indian rupee 3 per kg for rice, 2 Indian rupees for wheat, and 1 Indian rupee for coarse cereals. 2. Antyodaya Anna Yojana. The most disadvantaged households can secure up to 35 kilograms of grains per month at subsidized prices. 3. Benefits for mothers and children. Pregnant women and lactating mothers are entitled to maternity benefits, while children aged 6 months to 14 years are guaranteed either hot-cooked meals or take-home rations. 4. Financial assistance to states. The central government will provide funds to states facing grain shortages. 5. Women's empowerment. The oldest woman in each household is recognized as the head for ration card issuance, promoting gender equity. Addressing the challenges of the Food Security Act. Despite these advancements, implementing the Food Security Act effectively remains a challenge. Food security should evolve into a concept encompassing a comprehensive nutrition basket aimed at eradicating malnutrition. Addressing hunger and malnutrition must be prioritized, as evidenced by India's poor ranking, 67th out of 84 countries, in the Global Hunger Index. The plan's large-scale demands an urgent overhaul of delivery systems, as well as state capabilities, without which it risks failing in its mission to serve the poor effectively. Proper procurement and storage strategies must be established to manage the expected rise in grain demands. There is also a risk that India may need to import food grains, influencing both local and global food prices negatively. The growing financial burden of the subsidy system poses another concern: how sustainable is this approach over the long term? Moreover, a reliance on guaranteed food could inadvertently cultivate a mindset of dependency rather than encouraging people to seek employment and earn a living. Recommendations for enhancing food security. To attain efficient food security, the following strategies must be considered. 1. Improved identification of beneficiaries. A sound mechanism to accurately determine poverty levels is essential. While BPL cards offer some level of proof, they are not definitive indicators of poverty. Enhancing identification efforts through rigorous income assessments can help target beneficiaries more effectively. 2. Incorporate Aadhaar. The Unique Identification Authority of India has aimed to assign biometric IDs for residents under the Aadhaar project. While it gives individuals unique identities, integrating income and consumption data is crucial for effective beneficiary identification. 3. Implementation of exclusion criteria. While adopting an exclusion method can streamline the process, it must be standardized across states to ensure uniformity. 4. Dietary and nutritional focus. The focus must extend beyond simply providing food grains. Addressing nutrition security is essential for ensuring overall public health. 5. Technological integration. Modernizing procurement, storage, and distribution via computerization and technology will enhance efficiency throughout the supply chain. 6. Expansion of storage capacity. Raising storage capacity by an estimated 15 to 20 million tons will alleviate shortages and reduce spoilage. 7. Public-private partnerships. Encouraging cooperation between the public and private sectors can optimize storage solutions, streamline transportation, and establish efficient delivery mechanisms. 8. Direct income support. Rather than relying solely on subsidies, providing direct financial support to low-income households can effectively empower them and reduce leakage in the system. In conclusion, the overarching goal of food security must revolve around providing individuals with not just enough to eat, but enough to maintain a healthy and productive life. Creating sustainable employment opportunities is vital, fostering an environment where individuals have the means to purchase their chosen food rather than merely relying on government provision. Addressing hunger, malnutrition, and poverty alongside improving the delivery frameworks are critical to fortifying India's commitment to food security. Challenges facing India for food security. India continues to grapple with significant levels of poverty, which adversely affect its standing in various human development indices. Addressing food security is not only a matter of alleviating hunger, but it is also essential for fostering socio-economic growth and improving the quality of life for the underprivileged. Therefore, to achieve the crucial objectives of ensuring accessibility, affordability, and availability of food for all citizens, the country must tackle the following pressing challenges with a sense of urgency. 1. Faulty food distribution system. The existing food distribution network fails to effectively reach those in need, often leading to surplus in some regions while others experience severe shortages. Reforming this system to ensure equitable distribution is vital. 2. Unmonitored nutritional programs. Many nutritional programs lack proper oversight, leading to inefficiencies and wastage. Establishing robust monitoring mechanisms is essential to ensure that these programs meet their intended goals and effectively address malnutrition. 3. Absence of intersectoral coordination. Issues related to food security are interconnected across various sectors such as agriculture, health, and education. Promoting better coordination among these sectors can create holistic solutions that address the multifaceted nature of food security. 4. Improvement in agricultural productivity. Investments in technology, research, and education for farmers are crucial in enhancing agricultural productivity. High yields can significantly contribute to food availability and reduce dependence on imports. 5. Mechanism for effective and sustainable food storage. Developing modern storage facilities is essential to minimize food wastage due to spoilage and ensure that food can be stored safely for more extended periods. This will also help stabilize market prices and supply. 6. Ensuring food availability and accessibility to below poverty line (BPL) families. Special programs aimed at directly assisting BPL families are critical. This includes tailored subsidies, rationing systems, and innovative initiatives to provide these families with the necessary resources to acquire food. 7. Improvement in purchasing power through employment generation. Enhancing employment opportunities will enable people to increase their income levels, which, in turn, improves their ability to access food. Generating jobs, particularly in rural areas, is key to combating poverty and hunger. 8. Diversification of crops and establishment of food grain banks. Encouraging farmers to diversify the types of crops they cultivate can enhance food security by reducing vulnerability to crop failures. Additionally, establishing food grain banks can provide a buffer against food shortages in times of crisis. 9. Improvement of community awareness through social auditing. Educating communities about their rights and the available nutritional programs can promote active participation and accountability. Social auditing can be a powerful tool to ensure that resources are being used effectively. 10. Ensuring timely evaluation of nutritional programs. Regular assessments of nutrition-related programs can identify areas for improvement and ensure that they are adapting to changing circumstances and needs. 11. Promotion of community participation with better coordination. Fostering community involvement in decision-making processes related to food security can lead to more culturally appropriate and locally accepted solutions. Enhanced coordination among stakeholders will ensure that these initiatives are integrated effectively into existing systems. In summary, while India faces a multitude of challenges regarding food security, a comprehensive approach that includes reforming existing systems, enhancing agricultural productivity, and promoting community engagement can lead to significant improvements. Only with concerted, multifaceted efforts can the country hope to achieve its food security objectives and uplift the living standards of its most vulnerable populations. RG Sector of India. Significance of the agricultural sector in India. In the preceding section, we explored the agricultural sector, which supports more than 60% of the Indian population, a relationship that has persisted since the nation gained independence in 1947. This sector is crucial for ensuring food security and providing raw materials for the manufacturing industry. The agricultural framework is not merely a means of sustenance, it serves as the backbone of the economy and affects the livelihoods of millions of individuals. Self-sufficiency in food production is a goal for every country. Nations strive to meet their requirements for essential staples such as food grains, pulses, sugar, edible oils, milk, fruits, and vegetables. For India, achieving this goal is not just a matter of economic policy but also of national security and social stability. India boasts the largest number of villages in the world, exceeding 600,000. A significant majority of its population resides in these rural areas, which is a unique characteristic that sets India apart from other countries. The rural demographic plays a pivotal role in shaping the agricultural landscape. The Indian agricultural sector is primarily characterized by traditional methods, subsistence farming, rain-fed agriculture, and a predominant focus on food grains. Unfortunately, it is also marked by a lack of diversification and commercialization. Over 80% of the farmers in India are either landless or belong to small and marginal holdings, primarily cultivating crops for their family's consumption rather than for market sale. Agricultural financing is often informal, with many farmers relying on moneylenders, which can perpetuate cycles of debt and poverty. Widespread poverty and unemployment are central issues affecting India's economy, and both have deep-rooted connections to the agricultural sector. Improving agricultural productivity is thus key to addressing these challenges. There is a vast array of literature concerning agriculture in standard Indian economy textbooks, and it suffices to state that enhancing production through improved agricultural practices is critical. The importance of productivity in agriculture. Historically, agricultural production could be increased simply by expanding the area of land under cultivation. However, we have now reached a point where all available arable land is under use. This implies that any substantial increase in production must come from enhancing productivity rather than merely cultivating more land. With the projected growth of the population in India and increased incomes, particularly among poorer communities, the demand for agricultural products is poised to rise significantly. If productivity fails to keep pace, the supply of food would not meet the demand, leading to a spike in food prices. A stark example occurred during 2009 to 2010 when food inflation soared above 15% in a short span, inflicting severe hardship on all, especially the economically vulnerable populations. The agricultural sector is notoriously volatile, making it vulnerable to structural challenges, including weather variability. Currently, only 40% of agricultural land is irrigated, underscoring the dependency on monsoons and other climate factors. Recognizing the critical need for increased food grain production, the Indian government initiated the Green Revolution in the 1960s, led by the renowned agricultural scientist Dr. M.S. Swaminathan. This groundbreaking movement aimed to enhance the productivity of staple cereals such as wheat through the development and dissemination of high-yielding variety, HYV, seeds. The Green Revolution marked a significant shift toward scientific agriculture, employing balanced applications of fertilizers and pesticides to boost wheat output, quadrupling production in some regions. This success was made possible through the establishment of optimal land use, reliable water sources, and suitable soil conditions, particularly in the agrarian heartlands of Punjab, Haryana, and western Uttar Pradesh. While the Green Revolution significantly boosted wheat production, subsequent agricultural revolutions have targeted various other sectors. 1. White Revolution, initiated in 1970, Operation Flood, transformed India into the world's largest milk producer, largely credited to the efforts of Dr. Verghese Kurian and the National Dairy Development Board, NDDB. 2. Yellow Revolution, focused on oilseed production, marking the country's movement towards self-sufficiency in edible oils. 3. Blue Revolution, concentrated on the development of fisheries, enhancing aquaculture and marine product output. 4. Golden Revolution, aimed at promoting horticulture, apiculture, and fruit production, boosting India's growth in these sectors. 5. Brown Revolution, focused on enhancing cocoa production and the non-conventional energy sector, especially in tribal areas. 6. Black Revolution, pertains to petroleum production, which plays a vital role in the energy sector. 7. Grey Revolution, related to the development and use of fertilizers to enhance agricultural output. 8. Golden Fiber Revolution, centered on jute production, which has significant socio-economic significance in rural India. Additionally, recent initiatives have been aimed at bolstering production in various sectors. Pink Revolution, encompasses advancements in onion production, pharmaceuticals, and prawn farming. Red Revolution, targets improvements in meat production. Round Revolution, focused on boosting potato cultivation. Silver Revolution, dedicated to enhancing egg and poultry production. Evergreen Revolution, promotes overall agricultural development with sustainable practices. The success of these revolutions reflects the ongoing efforts to modernize and diversify India's agriculture, making it crucial for not only economic stability but also for social progress. The various heads of these agricultural movements have played pivotal roles in transforming India's agricultural landscape, ensuring that it continues to feed its vast population while contributing to the economy's overall growth. In conclusion, the agricultural sector in India is not merely a component of the economy, it is a lifeline that sustains the livelihoods of millions and supports the fabric of rural society. It is this sector that holds the potential to address the intertwined issues of poverty and unemployment, making its continued development imperative for the nation's future. The Pink Revolution. The Pink Revolution, originally associated with the production of onions, prawns, and the pharmaceutical industry, has evolved into a significant movement aimed at modernizing the meat and poultry sectors. The second generation of the Pink Revolution has propelled India to the forefront of global meat exports, particularly buffalo meat. In 2012, India became the world's largest exporter of buffalo meat, shipping approximately 1.5 million metric tons according to the United States Department of Agriculture, USDA, Foreign Agricultural Service. The primary markets for this meat are concentrated in the Middle East and Southeast Asia. In addition, the broiler meat sector, which focuses on chicken production, has experienced a remarkable growth rate of 30% since 2009. Concurrently, it ranks as one of the fastest-growing sectors of the Indian economy, with an average growth rate of around 8%. This surge in production is largely driven by a burgeoning domestic demand for meat. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, has recognized India's potential in this arena and commended the country's efforts toward the Pink Revolution, particularly in modernizing meat and poultry processing facilities. In its report titled Indian Meat Industry Perspective, the FAO outlined a four-step framework to ensure the success of the Pink Revolution in India. 1. Establishing state-of-the-art meat processing plants that adhere to the highest standards of hygiene and efficiency. 2. Innovating technologies to effectively raise male buffalo calves specifically for meat production. 3. Increasing the involvement of farmers in rearing buffalo under contractual farming arrangements, thereby ensuring a consistent supply chain. 4. Creating disease-free zones to ensure the health and safety of animals raised for meat production. Despite its robust growth, the meat sector also faces critical environmental and health challenges. A study published in the Environmental Science and Technology Journal highlights that red meat production in the United States accounts for approximately 30% of total greenhouse gas emissions, while poultry and dairy contribute around 28%. Given that India is now the largest meat exporter globally, it cannot overlook the implications for greenhouse gas emissions within its own borders. Moreover, there are significant health risks associated with meat-borne pathogens such as E. coli, Salmonella, Campylobacter, Listeria, and Yersinia, in addition to concerns about pesticide residues. Potential and challenges of the Pink Revolution in India. Growth potentials. There is significant potential to increase meat consumption per capita from the current average of 6 grams per day to about 50 grams per day within the next decade. Despite having a large livestock population, India currently accounts for approximately only 2% of the global meat market. The meat and poultry sector is growing at an annual rate of between 8 and 15%, currently valued at over $700 billion, indicating substantial economic opportunity. Challenges. It is essential to draft standardized policies concerning meat production and export, along with establishing quality and safety standards for both meat and poultry. Infrastructure improvements are necessary for modern slaughterhouses, meat testing facilities, and cold storage units. Implementation of the 4 areas highlighted by the FAO is crucial for sustaining growth. Enhancing hygienic practices in meat and poultry processing is imperative to ensure food safety. Attracting significant investment will be vital to support the sector's growth. Government policies. The Indian government currently exempts the meat sector from income tax and central excise, fostering a conducive environment for growth. No restrictions are placed on the export of poultry and related products, and the government provides various transportation subsidies to assist in logistics. 100% foreign direct investment, FDI, is permitted, enabling international players to enter the market and seize opportunities. A comprehensive scheme is underway to modernize abattoirs across India, addressing issues related to quality standards, contamination, and meat wastage. In addition to the Pink Revolution, India's agricultural landscape is witnessing what is termed the Rainbow Revolution, which includes horticulture, covering a range of products including fruits, vegetables, flowers, plantation crops, and spices. India is one of the largest producers of numerous agricultural commodities in terms of area cultivated and total output. However, the country lags significantly in productivity levels for major crops, which remains insufficient to meet growing domestic demands, as evidenced by rising prices. Mere production volumes, such as being the largest producer of pulses, coconuts, ginger, turmeric, pepper, milk, or the second largest of rice, wheat, groundnuts, fruits, and vegetables, are inadequate benchmarks. It's crucial to contextualize production relative to domestic demand and productivity. India has the advantage of extensive arable land, yet it remains a stark contrast to China, which, with less arable land, has agricultural production levels that are almost double that of India. This disparity highlights that productivity is a key differentiator. A significant concern is that the average annual growth rate of agricultural production has remained a mere 2.5% since independence, which falls short of meeting domestic needs. The production of food grains has stagnated between 175 and 200 million tons, with wheat production stagnating around 70 million tons in recent years. To foster economic growth, it is essential to enhance agricultural production, as this sector serves as a multiplier effect for the broader economy. Increased agricultural output can boost food product supply, leading to price stabilization, higher farmer incomes, and greater demand for non-agricultural goods. This demand serves as an impetus for the industrial sector to expand, creating a virtuous cycle of economic growth. In summary, while the potential for the Pink Revolution is significant, it must be accompanied by strategic action in policy implementation, industry standards, and sustainable practices to ensure long-term success in India's meat and poultry sector. Revised Agricultural Policy of India 2000. Recognizing the vital role that the agriculture sector plays in the Indian economy, the government introduced the new Agricultural Policy (NAP) in the year 2000. This policy aimed to redefine the agricultural landscape of the country with a comprehensive approach to revitalizing the sector. The salient features of the new agricultural policy reflect an informed understanding of the challenges and opportunities in agriculture and are designed to foster sustainable growth. Some of the key aspects of this policy include: 1. Targeted growth rate. The policy emphasizes the necessity for the agriculture sector to achieve an average annual growth rate of at least 4% over the coming decades. This target underscores the significance of agricultural productivity in achieving overall economic growth and enhancing rural livelihoods. 2. Diversification of agriculture. There is a strong focus on diversifying agricultural practices, especially in sectors such as horticulture, animal husbandry, poultry, dairy, and aquaculture. These areas are recognized for their immense potential to not only foster economic expansion but also to improve the purchasing power of farmers and rural communities. 3. Food and nutrition security. The NAP highlights the critical need to provide food and nutrition security for the populace. Ensuring that all citizens have access to adequate and nutritious food is a priority that directly impacts public health and promotes sustainable development. 4. Biotechnology and innovation. To enhance productivity, the policy advocates for greater adoption of biotechnology, the development of newer plant varieties, and their protection through appropriate legislation. It also emphasizes the need for scientific farming practices and the dissemination of technological advancements to farmers. 5. Ecological sustainability. recognizing the importance of maintaining ecological balance, the policy encourages agroforestry and social forestry practices. These initiatives are aimed at preserving natural resources and promoting biodiversity while enhancing agricultural productivity. 6. Price protection mechanisms. To shield farmers from price volatility, the policy suggests a regular supply of price support through the Minimum Support Price (MSP) system. This helps ensure that farmers receive fair compensation for their produce. 7. Liberalization of agricultural markets. The dismantling of restrictions on the movement of agricultural commodities is encouraged, fostering a more open market that allows farmers to access broader markets and improve their income generation. 8. Public investment in agriculture. The NAP calls for increased public investment in crucial agricultural infrastructure such as rural electrification, irrigation projects, and watershed development. Such investments are essential for enhancing agricultural productivity and supporting rural development. 9. Off-farm employment opportunities. To bolster rural livelihoods, the policy suggests the creation of off-farm employment opportunities through the promotion of agro-processing units. This not only generates employment but also adds value to agricultural products. 10. Land reforms. A decisive thrust is placed on land reforms aimed at improving land distribution, consolidation, and the redistribution of surplus land to landless farmers. These measures are essential for promoting equity and increasing agricultural output. 11. Crop insurance schemes. The role of the National Agriculture Insurance Corporation is underscored, advocating for comprehensive insurance coverage for farmers against crop failures due to factors like droughts, pests, and adverse weather conditions. Such protective measures are fundamental for mitigating risks in agriculture. 12. Private sector participation. The policy also encourages private sector involvement through mechanisms such as contract farming, enabling farmers to collaborate with private enterprises for better market access and assured prices. It is important to note that the new agricultural policy serves as a framework and is indicative in nature. Agriculture is a state subject in India, therefore, the implementation of these policies falls under the jurisdiction of respective state governments. Their active participation will determine the success of the policy initiatives in fostering agricultural growth. Many experts, including former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, have expressed the need for a green revolution too in India's agricultural sector. Such a revolution would require renewed focus on technological advancements, sustainable practices, and a collaborative approach between government, farmers, and the private sector to ensure the long-term viability and productivity of Indian agriculture. By addressing these critical areas, the new agricultural policy of 2000 aims to create a more resilient, equitable, and prosperous agricultural framework for India. Agricultural Export Policy of India 2018. To spur agricultural exports, the Government of India has introduced a comprehensive initiative known as the Agriculture Export Policy. This policy is designed to double agricultural exports and facilitate the integration of Indian farmers and local agricultural products into global value chains. The Agriculture Export Policy aims to unlock the vast export potential of Indian agriculture, positioning India as a formidable player in the global agricultural arena while simultaneously enhancing farmers' income across the country. Policy Objectives. 1. Doubling agricultural exports. The primary target is to increase agricultural exports from over $30 billion to approximately $60 billion by 2022, with plans to further escalate this figure to $100 billion in subsequent years. This ambitious growth is reliant on establishing a stable and conducive trade policy environment. 2. Diversification of export basket. The policy seeks to broaden India's export portfolio by promoting value-added agricultural exports. This initiative will not only expand the types of products available for export, but it will also enhance the income potential for farmers engaged in diversified agricultural practices. 3. Promotion of indigenous and organic products. A significant focus of the policy is to champion the export of indigenous, organic, traditional, and non-traditional agricultural products. By highlighting the unique qualities of Indian agricultural products, the policy aims to meet the growing global demand for sustainable and organic produce, thereby positioning India favorably in international markets. 4. Institutional mechanisms for market access. The government recognizes the necessity of establishing robust institutional mechanisms dedicated to market access. These include addressing existing trade barriers, ensuring compliance with sanitary and phytosanitary standards, and streamlining processes to ease the entry of Indian agricultural products into global markets. 5. Increasing global market share. Another essential objective is to double India's share in world agricultural exports. This goal will be achieved by effectively integrating Indian agriculture into the global value chain, which includes enhancing supply chain efficiencies and fostering collaboration between producers and international buyers. 6. Empowering farmers. The policy is designed not only to benefit the agricultural sector as a whole but also to empower individual farmers by enabling them to take full advantage of export opportunities available in the global market. By equipping them with the necessary resources and knowledge, the policy aims to enhance their competitiveness on an international scale. In conclusion, the agriculture export policy represents a strategic effort by the Indian government to solidify the country's reputation as a global agricultural powerhouse while improving the livelihood of farmers. By focusing on sustainable growth, diversification, and market access, the policy aims to create a vibrant agricultural export ecosystem that benefits all stakeholders involved. Spectrum Revolution. The Green Revolution, which primarily focused on increasing the production of wheat, laid the groundwork for subsequent agricultural advancements in India. However, it is now essential to broaden this initiative into a more comprehensive agricultural transformation known as the Rainbow Revolution. This revolution aims to encompass the entire agriculture sector and signifies important shifts and advancements in the following areas. 1. Commercialization of agriculture. Farming should evolve from mere subsistence and livelihood activities towards a commercial venture that prioritizes productivity and profitability. This approach encourages farmers to treat agriculture as a business, exploring new markets, and optimizing their yields for better income. 2. Crop diversification and value addition. There is a crucial need for crop diversification to mitigate risks associated with monoculture and to enhance food security. With a focus on commercialization, farmers should also aim to move along the value addition chain by processing agricultural products to increase their market value. 3. Research and development. The intensification of agricultural research is necessary, coupled with the effective dissemination of findings and techniques among farmers. This requires innovative research that focuses on current challenges and sustainable practices tailored for different farming contexts. 4. Strengthening agricultural extension services. The agricultural extension services, which facilitate the transfer of appropriate agricultural technologies from research labs to the farmers' fields, have encountered a significant decline in effectiveness. Currently, less than 1% of farmers utilize these services from Krishi Vigyan Kendras. The block-level extension services need to be restructured and adequately supplied with modern advancements in agricultural technology to bridge the existing knowledge gap among farmers. 5. Integration of modern practices. It is vital to integrate modern scientific methods, biotechnology, and organic farming practices within the agricultural framework to enhance productivity while ensuring environmental sustainability. This integration fosters innovation while addressing the challenges of farm sustainability. 6. Shift towards multiple cropping. Farmers should adopt shorter duration crops that allow for multiple cropping cycles within a year. By moving away from a traditional two-crop cycle, farmers can maximize land productivity and ensure a continuous supply of diverse agricultural products. 7. Completion of irrigation projects. There must be a concerted effort to complete pending irrigation projects to ensure that more land comes under irrigated cultivation. Irrigation is often a critical factor in improving crop yields, and its expansion could contribute significantly to food security. 8. Enhancing employment opportunities. increasing both on-farm and off-farm employment is essential to revitalizing rural economies. This encompasses creating alternative livelihood opportunities that are not solely reliant on agriculture. 9. Improving rural transportation. An efficient rural transportation network is pivotal for facilitating the movement of agricultural products to markets. It also supports farmers in accessing necessary resources and services, thereby promoting agrarian productivity. 10. Empowering farmers. Farmers should be at the heart of this transformation. Elevating their standard of living is not only integral to their prosperity but is also essential for the overall health of the agriculture sector and the broader Indian economy. Renowned agricultural economist Dr. M. S. Swaminathan advocates for what he terms an evergreen revolution aimed at long-term sustainability. He argues that this transformation cannot occur instantaneously but rather requires ongoing efforts to enhance production and productivity. A suitable balance between traditional agricultural practices and modern innovations, along with a focus on locally renewable energy sources, organic farming, and providing accessible inputs and credit to farmers, should take precedence. Since India gained independence, the agricultural sector has consistently received attention, with increased investments allocated in successive 5-year plans. However, despite these efforts, persistent issues, including widespread rural poverty, remain unresolved and have, in some cases, been exacerbated over time. Addressing these challenges head-on is essential for unlocking the full potential of India's agriculture and ensuring food security for years to come. Minimum support price. The Government of India plays a crucial role in supporting its agricultural sector by announcing a minimum support price, MSP, for a diverse range of 24 crops, including staples such as rice, wheat, pulses, and sugarcane. This announcement is made prior to the harvest, ensuring that farmers can sell their crops at no less than the predetermined MSP. The MSP serves as a safety net for farmers, essentially guaranteeing them a minimum price for their produce, which is particularly important for food grains. As outlined in earlier chapters, the government, through the Food Corporation of India, FCI, actively procures wheat and rice to maintain buffer stock levels and supply food grains to economically disadvantaged populations via various government-sponsored schemes. However, for crops outside of wheat and rice, the government strives to ensure that market prices exceed the MSP, providing additional financial security for farmers engaged in the production of other important crops. In the case of fruits and vegetables, these commodities are typically sold to agricultural produce marketing cooperatives, APMC, established by state governments. The APMC's function is to regulate prices, taking into account production costs and market conditions, thereby ensuring that farmers receive a fair price for their produce. Despite these mechanisms, the agricultural delivery system is fraught with challenges. Numerous middlemen often act as bottlenecks within this supply chain, leading to inflated prices for end consumers while restricting farmers' access to the full benefits of price increases. This inefficiency can result in significant economic losses for farmers who struggle to navigate the complexities of market dynamics. The MSP system affords farmers a level of price assurance, particularly for food grains, but critics highlight that the advantages tend to disproportionately favor larger agricultural producers rather than small or marginal farmers. This imbalance raises concerns regarding the overall impact of the MSP on agricultural diversification and innovation. Some skeptics argue for the discontinuation of the MSP, citing its restriction on diversifying crop production and promoting alternative farming practices. While it is recognized that small and marginal farmers do benefit from MSP, the majority of the financial advantages are often amassed by more affluent farmers, creating disparities within the agricultural community. Additionally, transitioning towards a freely fluctuating market pricing system for food grains in India may be premature given the current economic landscape. Thus, a careful examination of the MSP's efficacy and its long-term implications for the agricultural sector remains critical for fostering a more equitable and sustainable agricultural economy in India. Innovative perspectives on Indian agriculture. The agriculture sector in India desperately requires innovative and unconventional thinking, given its critical importance to the overall economy and the livelihoods of millions. To begin with, scientific advancements in modern, genetically engineered farming are paramount for the sustainable future of agriculture in India. Adopting new technologies not only helps increase crop yields but also allows for the development of resilient crops that can withstand erratic climate conditions. Furthermore, farmers are currently facing distorted markets that prevent them from receiving fair prices for their produce. There is an imperative need to establish direct connections between farmers and consumers, formulated in the concept of farmer, F, firm, F, fork, F. This approach advocates for farmers to bypass intermediaries, enabling them to engage directly with markets. Presently, the sale of agricultural commodities is regulated by Agricultural Produce Market Committees, APMCs, set up by state governments. However, with the advancement of technology and the Internet, farmers can now access both domestic and global markets. Training and educating farmers on these market opportunities can lead to better pricing for their products. Eliminating inefficient middlemen, who contribute little and often exacerbate market distortions and hoarding practices, would further empower farmers. A major opportunity lies in contract farming, which facilitates direct relationships between farmers and buyers. Under this arrangement, farmers retain ownership of their land while entering into agreements with buyers who provide essential inputs and are responsible for harvesting the crops. However, for this model to flourish, the government must implement two crucial measures. First, amend the existing APMC regulations across various states, and second, enact legislation that guarantees the protection of farmers' interests. Next, corporate farming must be considered a viable alternative. Allowing private sector engagement in agriculture does not necessarily equate to the marginalization or exploitation of small and marginal farmers. Instead, it can yield substantial benefits, including enhanced productivity, commercial viability, diversification, increased value addition, and optimal land use. A robust corporate presence can also help create efficient supply chains that reduce wastage. Currently, almost 40% of food products are lost due to inadequate supply chain infrastructure. Large corporations have the potential to rectify this by efficiently distributing food products, ultimately leading to reduced prices for consumers. Additionally, there is a pressing need to undertake comprehensive soil mapping across the country. This should include integrating historical climate data, rainfall patterns, and crop suitability analyses to determine optimal cropping patterns. Today, technological advancements allow for soil and climate-based cropping decisions rather than reliance solely on traditional, historical methods. With the growing demands for industrialization, there is an inevitable encroachment on agricultural land for the establishment of special economic zones, power plants, and infrastructural development. This trend foreshadows a gradual reduction in arable land, underscoring the critical importance of enhancing agricultural productivity. According to the National Bureau of Soil Survey and Land, non-agricultural land usage has significantly increased from just 3% in 1950 to 51% to over 11% today, thus reinforcing the urgent necessity to maximize productivity, a fundamental imperative for the future of food security. Moreover, there is a rising sentiment among farmers that agriculture is an unviable and unprofitable endeavor, exacerbated by escalating production costs that compel them to sell their lands for industrial activities. The government's recent declarations of extensive land as non-agricultural to promote industrial growth present a dual challenge, balancing both agricultural viability and industrial development. Ultimately, the goal should be to reposition agriculture as a lucrative and rewarding commercial venture. Land reforms, which have been an essential objective since India gained independence, still remain inadequately addressed. It is essential to breathe new life into land reform initiatives, prioritize them by state governments, and facilitate the digitization of land records, akin to projects like Karnataka's Bhumi project and Assam's Dharitri project. Additionally, India possesses significant wasteland that could be allocated to landless individuals for integrated farming and forestry projects without any cost, leading to efficient land utilization and offering new livelihoods for these communities. Investment in the agricultural sector is critically low, accounting for a mere 0.3% of the nation's GDP. There is an urgent need for a significant increase in public investment across sectors such as irrigation, roads, energy infrastructure, and public health to support agricultural growth. Finally, the strategy for revitalizing agriculture must be decentralized, focusing on the individual village or, at best, district level. The unique challenges faced at each district must be prioritized, and specific efforts must be devoted to their resolution. What the agricultural sector in India desperately needs is not just another green or rainbow or evergreen revolution, but rather a comprehensive renaissance aimed at rebuilding and revitalizing its core. Through innovative policies, technological integration, and sustainable practices, the agricultural sector can transform, ensuring food security and enhancing the livelihoods of farmers across the country. The next green revolution. The current landscape of agriculture in India can be traced back to the transformative Green Revolution that occurred in the late 1960s. This pivotal movement fundamentally altered the agricultural framework of the country, introducing advanced farming techniques, high-yield crop varieties, and increased reliance on chemical fertilizers and pesticides. As a result, India achieved unprecedented food security during a time when shortages threatened the nation's stability and welfare. While the benefits of the first Green Revolution were significant, ushering in an era of sufficiency in food production, it also came at a considerable cost. The widespread use of synthetic fertilizers and chemicals led to substantial environmental degradation, including soil depletion, water pollution, and loss of biodiversity. Additionally, the emphasis on monoculture practices produced economic challenges, particularly for small-scale farmers who faced fluctuating market prices and rising inputs costs. These issues raised serious concerns about the long-term sustainability of the agricultural sector. In recognition of these challenges, the Government of India has launched a new agricultural policy that seeks to address the shortcomings of the original Green Revolution. This initiative is often referred to as the Second Green Revolution or the Evergreen Revolution. The primary objective of this new approach is to promote sustainable agricultural practices that enhance productivity while preserving the environment and ensuring economic viability for farmers. The Second Green Revolution aims to integrate modern technology with traditional knowledge. It encourages diversified cropping systems, organic farming, and the use of renewable resources. Furthermore, it stresses the importance of research and development to create resilient crop varieties that can withstand climate change and pests without relying heavily on chemicals. Initiatives such as better irrigation techniques, efficient fertilizer application, and the use of biotechnology play a pivotal role in this strategy. By fostering a more sustainable agricultural model, India seeks not only to secure its food future but also to improve the livelihoods of its farmers, ensure ecological balance, and contribute to global efforts against climate change. As the nation continues to navigate the complexities of contemporary agriculture, the vision underlying the Second Green Revolution holds the promise of a more sustainable and prosperous future for India's agricultural sector. National Initiative for Sustainable Agricultural Enterprise. The National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture, NMSA, serves as a vital initiative under the National Action Plan on Climate Change, NAPCC, aimed at addressing the multifaceted challenges faced by the agricultural sector in the wake of climate change. This mission recognizes the pressing issues related to agricultural productivity, food security, and the economic well-being of farmers, especially in a country heavily dependent on agriculture for its livelihood and sustenance. Central to the mission are various strategies designed to ensure food security and equitable access to food resources. Since agricultural stability is intertwined with the well-being of the population, the NMSA prioritizes enhancing livelihood opportunities for farmers and rural communities. By fostering the development of sustainable agricultural practices, the mission not only seeks to secure food for the present but also aims to create a resilient agricultural framework that can withstand future climate-related adversities. The thrust of the mission is to transform Indian agriculture into a climate-resilient production system, focusing on both crop cultivation and animal husbandry. By integrating modern agricultural technologies and best practices, the NMSA encourages farmers to adopt sustainable methods that enhance productivity while minimizing environmental impacts. This includes the promotion of water-saving technologies, organic farming, and precision agriculture techniques that optimize resource use. Additionally, the mission emphasizes the importance of creating robust physical and financial infrastructure to support agricultural activities. This encompasses improving irrigation systems, developing rural roads for better market access, and facilitating access to credit and insurance products tailored for farmers. Furthermore, the NMSA recognizes that information is a crucial resource for farmers and aims to enhance their access to relevant agricultural knowledge. This will be achieved through various initiatives, including digital platforms and advisory services. Capacity building is another cornerstone of the national mission for sustainable agriculture. By investing in training and skill development programs, the mission seeks to empower farmers with the knowledge and competencies required to adopt sustainable practices. This holistic approach aligns with the broader national goal of achieving economic stability and fostering an environment where agriculture can thrive sustainably for generations to come. In conclusion, the National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture stands as a critical response to the challenges posed by climate change in the agricultural sector. By promoting sustainability and resilience, this mission is not only a pathway to ensuring food security but also a means of enhancing livelihood opportunities and bolstering the economy of India as a whole. Through collaborative efforts, innovative practices, and strong support systems, the NMSA aims to create a future where Indian agriculture can flourish sustainably in harmony with the environment. The food processing sector in India. India's agrarian strength. India stands as a powerhouse in agricultural production, generating approximately 200 million tons of food grains annually, which positions it among the world's leading producers of staple crops such as wheat and rice. Additionally, India ranks as the second-largest producer of groundnuts, fruits, and vegetables, contributing around 10% to global fruit production. The nation is particularly renowned for its production of mangoes and bananas, both of which thrive in its diverse climate. One of India's most significant agricultural achievements is its status as the world's largest producer of milk. This is largely attributable to the robust cooperative movements that have been established throughout the country, promoting sustainable dairy farming practices and enhancing the livelihoods of local farmers. The poultry and meat sectors have also seen significant growth due to integrated production systems that combine breeding, feed milling, contract farming, and marketing. The affordability and nutritional value of meat, fish, and poultry have made them accessible to a large portion of the rural population, reinforcing their status as essential sources of dietary protein. Recent years have witnessed a notable shift in agricultural practices, moving from traditional grain cultivation toward a focus on horticulture. This transition encompasses the cultivation of fruits, vegetables, ornamental crops, medicinal and aromatic plants, as well as spices and plantation crops like coconut, cashew nuts, and cocoa. These horticultural activities are not only diversifying the agricultural landscape but also improving the income levels of farmers. Nascent food processing industry. Despite India's strong agricultural base, the food processing sector remains largely underdeveloped, presenting a vast potential for growth. With a rich variety of raw materials available and a consumer market exceeding 1 billion people, the opportunities for investment and market expansion in this industry are significant. Unfortunately, the overall productivity of India's agricultural sector remains low, primarily functioning as a means of livelihood rather than a robust economic driver. Alarmingly, food wastage levels, particularly in fruits and vegetables, are estimated to exceed 35%. Current statistics reveal a stark gap in food processing capabilities. Only 2% of fruits and vegetables are processed, while milk processing sits at about 35%. In contrast, 70% of meat and 6% of poultry products undergo processing. These figures pale in comparison to global benchmarks, where processing rates reach approximately 40% in China, 30% in Thailand, 70% in Brazil, 78% in the Philippines, and 80% in Malaysia. Value addition in agricultural produce in India is a meager 20%. The overwhelming dominance of the unorganized sector is another critical issue, with over 90% of fruits and vegetables processed through informal channels. The food processing industry in India accounts for a modest 1.5% of the country's total GDP and roughly 9% of the manufacturing sector. India's contribution to global trade in processed foods is merely around 1.6%. Potential of the food processing industry. The Indian food industry is on the brink of substantial growth, poised to increase its share in global food trade each year. The sector has emerged as a high-growth and high-profit landscape, particularly within the food processing domain. Currently valued at approximately $39.71 billion, the food industry is projected to expand at a compound annual growth rate, CAGR, of 11% to reach $65.4 billion by 2018. Food and grocery sales constitute about 31% of India's overall consumption basket. The Government of India plays a pivotal role in fostering the growth of the food processing industry. Through the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, MOFPI, the government has been proactive in encouraging investments by endorsing joint ventures, foreign collaborations, industrial licenses, and 100% export-oriented units. Ranking as the sixth-largest food and grocery market globally, India's retail sector sees food sales contributing significantly, with estimates valuing the sector at $490 billion as of 2013. Projections indicate that the Indian food retail market could surge to 61 rupees lakh crore, $894.98 billion, by 2020. Furthermore, the Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, estimates that the food processing sector has the potential to attract $33 billion in investments over the next decade, creating approximately 9 million person-days of employment. Ministry for Food Processing Industries. To harness the potential of the food processing industry, the Indian government established a dedicated Ministry for Food Processing Industries in 1998. The ministry's mandate includes a broad range of activities. Fruit and vegetable processing, including freezing and dehydration. Grain processing. Fish processing, both canning and freezing. Processing and refrigeration of various agricultural products including dairy, poultry, and meats. Industries related to baked goods, oil seeds, breakfast foods, confectionery, and more. The government's Vision 2015 for the food processing sector includes goals such as enhancing and stabilizing farmers' incomes, expanding consumer choices, ensuring food safety and quality, and promoting competitiveness in both domestic and international markets. Specific targets set for 2015 include increasing perishable processing from 6% to 20%, raising value addition from 20% to 35%, and doubling India's share in global food trade from 1.5% to 3%. Government initiatives. To bolster the food processing sector, the Indian government has initiated several strategic programs and funding measures aimed at improving infrastructure, supporting research and development, and enhancing market access. Allocation of 1,500 rupees crore, $225.7 million, under the Merchandise Exports from India Scheme, MICE, focusing on aquaculture and fisheries. Proposal for 100% FDI in the marketing of domestically produced food products. Digitization of ration cards to improve efficiency and transparency in food distribution. Proposed facilitation of dairy exports to Russia for Indian companies. Establishment of mega food parks to promote infrastructure for food processing and create employment. The Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, FSSAI, has also implemented new regulations to streamline food product standards and improve safety protocols in the industry. These efforts aim to not only assist farmers and processors but also to enhance exports of agro and processed foods. Mega Food Park Scheme. The government has prioritized the development of food processing infrastructure through initiatives such as the Mega Food Park Scheme. This initiative aims to create modern facilities offering cold storage, food testing labs, packaging centers, and integrated supply chain management. With about 22 food parks already operational, the primary goal is to establish a robust infrastructure that meets the demands of both farmers and consumers. The Mega Food Park Scheme emphasizes a cluster-based approach to food processing, promoting environmental, safety, and social standards. By fostering direct linkages between producers and processors, this scheme aims to minimize wastage, bolster farmers' incomes, and stimulate local economies. Conclusion. Given the rising demand for processed food amid changing consumer preferences towards healthier and convenient options, India's food processing industry holds exceptional promise. However, this potential can only be realized through targeted government initiatives, investments in infrastructure, and significant improvements in the agricultural supply chain. As the sector evolves, addressing the various structural issues will be critical for India to fully capitalize on its diverse agricultural base and meet both domestic and global food demands. The transition from a predominantly informal agricultural economy to a robust and formalized food processing sector is essential not just for economic growth but also for ensuring food security and sustainability in the years to come. Agricultural Policy of India, Vision 2020. Over the past 3 decades, India has made remarkable progress in agriculture, a transformation that can be largely attributed to the millions of small farming families who constitute the backbone of the nation's agricultural framework and economic stability. This growth has been bolstered by a combination of policy support, innovative production strategies, public investment in infrastructure, and significant research and extension efforts in crops, livestock, and fisheries. Together, these initiatives have played a crucial role in enhancing food production and improving its availability across the country. However, despite these commendable advancements, India continues to grapple with the stark reality of poverty. The nation is home to the largest population of impoverished individuals globally, which places immense pressure on land and other natural resources to meet the increasing food and developmental needs of its burgeoning population. This excessive demand has put a strain on essential resources such as water and biodiversity, which are now under significant threat due to overexploitation. With the rise in population and income levels, the demand for additional food grains has surged. There has also been a notable increase in the need for livestock, fish, and horticultural products. Future growth in the production of both cereal and non-cereal agricultural commodities will largely depend on enhancing productivity, as opportunities to expand land area and livestock numbers are limited. To satisfy the escalating demand projected for 2020 and beyond, it is essential for India to double its per hectare yield for various crops. Emerging trends in agriculture. In recent years, the agriculture sector has experienced satisfactory growth thanks to advancements in technology, irrigation practices, improved inputs, and favorable pricing policies. Particularly, the production of livestock, poultry, fisheries, and horticultural products has seen a notable uplift. However, it is essential to recognize that while the industrial and service sectors have expanded more rapidly than agriculture, leading to the latter's declining share in national accounts, agriculture remains a vital sector. It continues to provide employment and livelihood opportunities for over 70% of the Indian population. The contributions of small farmers to both national food security and household sustenance have progressively increased. Unfortunately, water availability for agricultural purposes has reached a critical threshold that necessitates urgent policy intervention. India's natural resource base, encompassing land, water, and biodiversity, is faced with relentless pressure due to the demands of a growing population. The challenges related to food demand are daunting, compounded by significant gaps in yield potential and technology transfer. Consequently, the national average yields of most agricultural commodities remain depressingly low. Historically, the focus has largely been on increasing production levels of staple crops like rice and wheat, which were prioritized for their ability to rapidly enhance overall food output. This narrow concentration has resulted in the depletion of vital natural resources, while rain-fed arid regions populated predominantly by resource-poor farmers have been largely neglected. Such oversight has exacerbated existing inequalities and regional imbalances, resulting in high levels of malnutrition, particularly in low-productivity areas. At the same time, there has been a concerning decline in soil health, loss of agrobiodiversity, and depletion of indigenous land races and livestock breeds. Comprehensive agricultural policy needs. Given these challenges, it is imperative that agricultural policy not only promotes all-round development but also ensures the economic viability of agriculture in a holistic manner. Farmers need to receive the necessary support, encouragement, and incentives to thrive. There must be a dual focus on increasing incomes while also creating greater on-farm and off-farm employment opportunities and livelihoods. Major issues regarding agricultural development. Key issues that must be addressed to ensure sustainable agricultural development and poverty alleviation encompass: population pressure and demographic transitions, degradation of the resource base and escalating water scarcity, the impact of agricultural investment on impoverished communities, the implications of globalization on the poor, the role of science and technology in research support, rapid urbanization and its effects on rural communities, the phenomenon of urban poverty, deceleration in rural poverty reduction efforts. Addressing the above challenges necessitates recognition of the following opportunities within a comprehensive agricultural policy framework: conservation of natural resources and environmental protection, untapped soil and water resource potential and diverse farming systems, technological revolutions, particularly in molecular biology, biotechnology, space technology, and ecological management. Advancements in information and communication technologies that can link farmers, extension workers, and scientists to national and international data networks. Vision for agricultural development. The policy initiatives directed towards the agricultural sector should communicate a clear and coherent vision that emphasizes several fundamental areas: agricultural organization and structure, sustainability and management of natural resources, institutional reforms, prioritization of investments, provision of incentives, comprehensive risk management strategies. Challenges facing the agricultural sector. Several critical challenges must be tackled to foster the growth and sustainability of India's agricultural sector, including 1. Enhancing yields of major crops. 2. Implementing integrated nutrient management programs. 3. Preventing a decline in total factor productivity. 4. Bridging existing yield gaps. 5. Ensuring water security for sustainable food production. 6. Promoting rain-fed ecosystems. 7. Diversifying agricultural outputs and enhancing value addition. 8. Improving post-harvest management efficiency and cost-effectiveness. 9. Increasing investment in agriculture and associated infrastructure. 10. Addressing poverty and hunger concerns. 11. Empowering small farmers for greater participation in the economy. 12. Effective disaster management measures. 13. Meeting the challenges posed by globalization. 14. Harnessing the full potential of information technology for agricultural advancement. Through a concerted effort to address these issues and leverage the identified opportunities, India can advance towards a more sustainable, inclusive, and prosperous agricultural future. Land reforms. Another perspective. Land reforms in India. Contemporary land reforms in India have sought to address several critical areas, including the abolition of the zamindari system, the introduction of land ceiling acts, reforms in tenancy rights, redistribution of surplus land, and land consolidation. Since the dawn of independence, these reforms have been a focal point within the purview of state governments, reflecting the necessity to alleviate historical inequities in land ownership. The persistence of a significant number of small and marginal farmers, alongside a considerable population of landless farmers, underscores the urgency and importance of land reform initiatives in India. The objective of this chapter is to present a new perspective that is increasingly relevant in the current socio-economic landscape. This perspective calls for a simultaneous focus on land reforms alongside the evolving requirements of the economy, which is essential for achieving sustainable growth. Agriculture currently occupies approximately 60% of India's total land area. However, numerous reports have highlighted a concerning trend, a decline in the area dedicated to agricultural purposes. In tandem with this, India's forest cover constitutes around 20%, with about 5% remaining unaccounted for, and the remaining 13% is comprised of mountains, rivers, and land designated for non-agricultural uses, including industrial, service sector, and infrastructural development. As a result, only 11% of India's land area is available for industrial, service, and infrastructure activities, which is troubling given the demands of a rapidly developing economy. When analyzing land use in relation to the gross domestic product, GDP, a striking contrast emerges. While agriculture utilizes up to 60% of the land area, it contributes a mere 17% to the GDP. Conversely, the industrial and service sectors together account for over 80% of the GDP but occupy only 11% of the land. This disparity highlights the pressing need for a significant expansion of non-agricultural land use to accommodate the growth of industries, service sector activities, and the construction of vital infrastructure. It is important to emphasize that acknowledging the limitations of the agricultural sector does not downplay its significance in India's economy. The focus should be on enhancing agricultural productivity rather than merely maintaining the area under cultivation. The agricultural sector remains crucial for ensuring food security and fulfilling the needs of a burgeoning population. However, it is increasingly clear that agriculture alone cannot serve as the principal driver of economic growth. Future economic expansion must be anchored in a broader and more diversified manufacturing and industrial framework, which necessitates the reallocation of agricultural land. For meaningful progress to occur, there must be a political consensus regarding the necessity of land reform and the transition from agricultural to industrial and service-oriented land use. Acknowledging this reality is vital for fostering sustainable economic development while simultaneously respecting the historical context of land ownership in India. The interplay between land reforms and economic growth will require robust policies that balance agricultural productivity with the imperatives of industrial expansion and infrastructure development, ultimately paving the way for a more equitable and prosperous future for all citizens. The Land Acquisition Act. The Right to Fair Compensation and Transparency in Land Acquisition, Rehabilitation and Resettlement Act, 2013, commonly referred to as the Land Acquisition Act, 2013, is a landmark legislation enacted by the Indian Parliament that fundamentally regulates the process of land acquisition in the country. This act meticulously outlines the procedures and regulations directed at ensuring fair compensation, rehabilitation, and resettlement for individuals and communities adversely affected by land acquisition in India. A significant feature of this legislation is its commitment to providing just compensation to landowners whose properties are forcibly acquired. It aims to create a transparent framework for the acquisition of land intended for various developmental projects, including setting up of factories, infrastructure development, and urbanization. By doing so, the Act strives to balance the interests of economic development with the rights and dignity of landowners and affected populations, consolidating rehabilitation measures to support those who lose their land. This act emerged as a response to the inadequacies and controversies surrounding the Land Acquisition Act of 1894, a colonial-era law introduced during British rule that lacked essential safeguards for the affected parties. The 2013 Act was introduced against the backdrop of India's aggressive industrialization drive, significantly influenced by public-private partnerships. It replaces the previous law, recognizing the need for a more humane and equitable approach toward land acquisition. The Land Acquisition, Rehabilitation and Resettlement Bill, 2011 was first introduced in the Lok Sabha on September 7, 2011. Following extensive discussions and amendments, it garnered approval from the Lok Sabha on August 29, 2013, and was subsequently passed by the Rajya Sabha on September 4, 2013. The bill received the President's assent from Pranab Mukherjee on September 27, 2013, and officially came into effect on January 1, 2014. The aims and objectives of the Act are clearly enumerated and include the following. 1. Humane and transparent process. The Act emphasizes that land acquisition must occur in consultation with local self-governing bodies and Gram Sabhas as enshrined in the Constitution of India. The goal is to establish a transparent, participative, and informed process that minimizes disruption to landowners and their families while also considering their voices in the decision-making process. 2. Fair compensation. There is a strong emphasis on providing just and equitable compensation to the families whose land has been acquired or is under threat of acquisition. The Act seeks to ensure that compensation is not only reflective of market value but also considers the socio-economic impact on the affected individuals. 3. Rehabilitation and resettlement. The Act mandates the provision of appropriate rehabilitation and resettlement measures for those displaced by land acquisition. This provision aims to ensure that affected individuals can regain their livelihoods and maintain their standard of living, thereby fostering a smoother transition during the resettlement process. 4. Enhancing socio-economic status. Furthermore, the cumulative goal of compulsory land acquisition under this Act is to facilitate a scenario where affected individuals can become active participants in the developmental process. The intent is to enhance their social and economic conditions post-acquisition, ensuring that they benefit from the very projects that necessitated land acquisition. By enshrining the principles of fairness, transparency, and accountability, the Land Acquisition Act of 2013 marks a progressive step towards responsible land governance in India, striving to protect the rights and interests of those affected while simultaneously supporting the national agenda of development. Land Policy of India. Land is an essential yet limited resource in our country, necessitating our utmost effort to optimize land efficiency across all sectors, particularly in agriculture and various other economic activities. To achieve this goal, it is crucial for the central government to establish a comprehensive national land use policy. This overarching framework would allow for state governments to develop their own tailored land use policies that align with national priorities while taking into account regional specificities. Implementing such policies would facilitate more effective and sustainable utilization of land, allowing for a careful balance between competing land uses based on efficiency and productivity. Given the diverse requirements of different states, these localized policies could address unique agricultural needs, urban development challenges, environmental conservation efforts, and industrial expansion. Moreover, the significance of a well-defined national land use policy extends beyond mere land management. It should fundamentally influence land acquisition strategies. It is vital that the framework for land acquisition is derived from a solid understanding of the intended land use, rather than the reverse paradigm of acquiring land first and then determining its use. This proactive approach can help avert conflicts arising from land disputes and ensure that land is utilized in a manner that aligns with sustainable development goals. In conclusion, establishing a cohesive national land use policy, along with corresponding state policies, would not only enhance land efficiency but also promote equity, sustainability, and harmonious development across various sectors of the economy. This proactive and strategic approach is essential in addressing the challenges posed by land scarcity while fostering economic growth and social well-being. Lease agreements for agricultural land. Currently, the leasing of agricultural land is restricted under existing laws, which allow non-agricultural land to be leased but prohibit the rental of agricultural land. Under these regulations, farmers can only either cultivate the land themselves or sell it outright. This limitation affects farmers who either cannot farm their entire landholdings or are not interested in doing so, leaving them with no option but to let their land remain uncultivated. Allowing farmers to rent out their land to interested parties or landless individuals could significantly enhance both agricultural production and productivity. Furthermore, transforming agriculture into a commercial venture could promote economic growth, as it is largely viewed today as merely a means of livelihood. The extensive prohibition on land leasing creates barriers to healthy rural-urban migration. Villagers unable to lease their land often face the dilemma of leaving it untended or relying on family members to manage it, which can hinder their personal and professional growth. By lifting these restrictions, landless individuals can acquire land from those who choose to migrate, while simultaneously enabling landowners with the necessary education and skills to transition into industrial or service sectors. Introducing compulsory registration of leaseholders and land titles would provide both tenants and landowners with a sense of security and legal protection. For the agricultural leasing market to thrive, landowners need assurance that engaging in long-term leases will not result in the loss of their ownership rights. A vibrant leasing market, supported by clear title documentation, could foster confidence among landowners and tenants alike. Additionally, the leasehold mechanism can be utilized for large-scale projects and infrastructure development. This approach would eliminate the need for traditional land acquisition processes, thereby circumventing various challenges related to costs, compensation, and resettlement. By streamlining land availability for significant projects, it can keep capital expenditures down and expedite project timelines. In summary, revising land leasing laws and implementing a structured leasing market could create immense opportunities for agricultural growth, facilitate rural-urban migration, and enable swift progress on large infrastructure initiatives. This progressive shift could ultimately redefine the landscape of Indian agriculture, transforming it into a vital element of the economy rather than just a subsistence activity. Shifting from presumptive to conclusive title. The Economic Survey for the fiscal year 2012 to 2013 highlights the significance of the National Land Records Modernization Program, NLRMP, which was initiated in 2008 with the objective of modernizing and digitizing land records throughout India by the conclusion of the 12th Five-Year Plan. This ambitious initiative aims to transition from a system of presumptive title, where the mere registration of a title does not guarantee the legal validity of the owner's claim, to a system of conclusive title, under which the title is legally recognized and valid. The digitization of land records is expected to not only streamline the processes surrounding land transactions but also significantly reduce associated costs. By establishing conclusive title, the NLRMP seeks to mitigate legal uncertainties that often plague land ownership and eliminate the need for government intervention as an intermediary in real estate transactions. This transition is particularly crucial as it aims to cleanse the title, ensuring that land ownership is clear, secure, and dispute-free. Implementing this program is a complex, time-intensive endeavor that necessitates active collaboration among state governments, leveraging the latest technological advancements and best practices in land administration. The success of the NLRMP hinges on timely execution, which will require dedicated efforts and coordination among various stakeholders involved in land administration. Upon successful completion of the digitization and modernization of land records, significant benefits are expected to materialize. One of the foremost advantages will be enhanced transparency in land dealings, which is critical for fostering trust among buyers and sellers. Additionally, the program will pave the way for equitable pricing in land transactions, reducing instances of fraud and speculation that can lead to inflated land prices. Furthermore, the establishment of conclusive title will facilitate the development of a well-organized land market, thereby encouraging investment and economic growth. In conclusion, the NLRMP represents a notable step towards revolutionizing land administration in India by addressing long-standing issues related to land ownership and transactions. It embodies a forward-thinking approach that, if executed properly, could serve as a model for land reform efforts not only within India but also in other countries facing similar challenges in land governance. Digitalization of land records. The challenges faced by individuals in asserting control over land primarily stem from the intricate and often confusing land record systems, which are heavily influenced by lower-level bureaucracies. To empower the rural population, it is crucial to enhance the accessibility and comprehensibility of land records, making them user-friendly for villagers. It is disheartening to note that, despite its long-standing historical significance, the system of land administration and management in India has largely been overlooked, especially in recent decades when the government's focus shifted towards developmental agendas. The regular surveys and settlement operations initiated post-independence were gradually phased out due to a misconception that they merely represented periodic revisions of land revenue assessments. This perspective failed to recognize that such activities play a vital role in a functioning democratic society, especially given the existence of alternative revenue sources. Furthermore, it is essential to understand that properly maintained and scientifically updated land records are not only pivotal for agricultural advancement but also serve as the foundation for broader developmental initiatives. Prior to implementing computerization, manual updating and physical verification of these records are indispensable. To achieve an efficient and effective land records management system, it is imperative to establish a National Authority for Computerization of Land Records (NACLR) at the central government level. Currently, in many states, the responsibility for this task falls to the Directorate of Land Records and Surveys. However, this agency often struggles to fulfill its obligations due to its multiple priorities, resulting in the computerization process being deprioritized. To address this gap, states should develop dedicated institutions, akin to the proposed National Authority, termed the State Authority for Computerization of Land Records (SACLR). This entity would focus exclusively on the computerization of land records, ensuring that this critical task receives the attention it deserves. Both the NACLR and SACLR should collaborate to complete this digital transformation with urgency and specificity. The establishment of comprehensive digital land records will significantly enhance the creation of a national land records portal, fostering more effective land reform processes, initiatives that have been in discussion since the time of India's independence. Such a portal would not only streamline access to land information but would also facilitate transparency and accountability in land administration, ultimately supporting sustainable development and equitable land usage across the country. Beyond land and tenure rights. Today, few issues in India are as contentious and multifaceted as those associated with land and land rights. It is crucial to recognize that land cannot be examined in isolation. Instead, a comprehensive continuum of rights must be established with regard to land. This should cover various critical areas, including access and reform, legal frameworks and enforcement, land use planning and management, effectively coordinated administration, information sharing, and other intersecting issues that affect the broader landscape of land rights. Current and emerging initiatives concerning land must be underpinned by fundamental values that prioritize the needs of the marginalized. These include a commitment to pro-poor strategies, effective conflict resolution mechanisms, democratic governance, equity, justice, and a keen awareness of gender sensitivity. Despite ongoing developments in land policy, there remains a glaring absence of a human rights framework that comprehensively addresses land issues. Land is not merely an economic resource, it is intricately linked to various human rights, including the rights to work, education, and food, all of which can be significantly impacted by individuals' access to land. Thus, the legal ramifications of land rights extend far beyond the realm of property ownership. They encompass a wide spectrum of human rights that are foundational to personal and communal well-being. It is important to note that the responsibility for resolving land issues and enacting land reforms primarily resides with state governments. Consequently, the progress seen in addressing these sensitive matters has not been consistent across different regions of the country. The lack of uniform attention can often be traced back to entrenched vested interests and a troubling nexus that exists between powerful land mafias and political entities. These challenges create a significant barrier to equitable land reform that benefits all citizens, particularly those who are landless or living in poverty. To truly address these pressing issues, it is essential to transcend these obstacles and foster a strong commitment to implementing comprehensive land reforms. Such reforms must serve the national interest and aim to uplift a wide cross-section of society, particularly the disenfranchised and economically disadvantaged. By making significant strides in land reform, India can take a monumental step towards achieving social justice and equity for all its citizens, ensuring that every individual has the opportunity to access land as a means to secure their rights and improve their livelihoods. Challenges in implementing land reforms in India. The progress of land reform initiatives in India has been notably sluggish and fraught with various challenges. Several key factors contribute to the ongoing stagnation in these reforms, hindering their efficacy and reach. Absence of reliable records. A significant impediment to the advancement of land reforms is the lack of reliable and updated land records. This issue represents the most considerable hurdle faced by reform efforts. The existing reporting system is both weak and irregular, lacking systematic program reviews that could facilitate timely updates. Consequently, identifying obstacles to the effective implementation of land reforms proves nearly impossible without accurate data. Inadequate financial support. The insufficiency of financial backing further complicates the landscape of land reforms. There is a chronic absence of adequate budget allocations designated for reform purposes. This financial shortfall deeply undermines the potential success and efficacy of land reform measures and initiatives, stalling any significant progress that could be made. Absence of integrated approach. Land reform programs often suffer from a narrow focus, being viewed in isolation from the broader economic development framework within the country. The lack of an integrated approach, encompassing the abolition of intermediary tenures, tenancy reforms, and the establishment of ceiling limits on land holdings, leads to disjointed efforts. This fragmentation lacks the proper coordination essential for the success of land reforms, contributing to a dismal failure rate. Improper implementation. The responsibility for executing land reforms primarily falls under the purview of revenue administration at the state level. However, due to the high priority placed on maintaining public order, collecting land revenue, and performing various regulatory functions, land reform initiatives often receive scant attention. This oversight further exacerbates the slow deployment of reforms. Legal challenges. Legal issues also pose substantial barriers to the implementation of land reforms across the nation. The existence of loopholes within the laws, coupled with prolonged litigation processes, significantly undermine reform efforts. Consequently, the legal framework governing land reforms is often seen as defective, further complicating the situation and hampering progress. Lack of awareness and pressure from below. A historical observation made by a task force of the Planning Commission emphasized that, aside from a few localized pockets, the majority of poor peasants and agricultural workers across the country remain passive, unorganized, and uncooperative. The beneficiaries of land reforms do not form a cohesive social or economic group, which results in a lack of grassroots pressure advocating for effective implementation. Therefore, the reform process lacks the necessary momentum at the community level. Lack of political will. There exists a palpable deficiency of political will when it comes to enacting progressive measures and ensuring their efficient implementation. Effective land reform demands robust political decisions along with strong support, direction, and control from political leaders. However, such resolve is often compromised by the complex nature of the democratic political structure in India, which tends to dilute the urgency to address land reform issues. Indifferent attitude of the administration. the execution of land reform initiatives ultimately rests on the shoulders of the Revenue Department within the states. Unfortunately, the administrative staff's attitude towards these reforms is often indifferent. Their engagement is characterized by a lack of enthusiasm or urgency. Furthermore, local village functionaries frequently operate under the influence of landlords, which complicates and undermines the effective implementation of land reform policies. In summary, the slow pace of land reforms in India can be attributed to a confluence of factors, including inadequate records, insufficient financial commitment, a fragmented approach, poor implementation strategies, legal hurdles, lack of grassroots pressure, political inertia, and administrative apathy. Addressing these issues comprehensively is essential for transforming land reform efforts into meaningful and effective action. Salient feature of New India. New India and its features. In recent years, the Indian economy has undergone a significant transformation, leading to the emergence of new features that redefine its status on the global stage. This shift has altered long-standing perceptions and outlooks, giving rise to a perspective termed New India. The characteristics of this New India can be summarized as follows. 1. Transition from developing to emerging economy. For an extended period, India was classified as a third-world developing country. One of the most notable changes is its newfound recognition as an emerging economy. This label signifies an economy with immense potential for accelerated growth and investment opportunities. Instead of perceiving its large population as a burden, it is now viewed as a substantial source of demand, establishing India as the second-largest potential market in the world, trailing only behind China. 2. Recognition of BRICS economies. Several international reports indicate that the coming decades will be dominated by BRICS economies: Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. In addition, countries such as Indonesia, South Korea, Vietnam, and Taiwan have recently been acknowledged in this emerging group, suggesting a gradual shift in the dynamics of the global economy. 3. Emerging global influence. The elevation of India's status from a third-world economy to a potential economy holds profound implications, challenging the dominance of developed nations. This shift allows India to have a more prominent voice in global affairs, facilitating participation on international platforms and gaining global recognition as New India. 4. A knowledge economy. India is increasingly being perceived as a knowledge economy, with its multitude of knowledge hubs contributing to this status. The establishment of the Knowledge Commission of India illustrates the government's commitment to developing strategies that attract and nurture global knowledge within the nation. 5. Young demographic advantage. With over 50% of its population under the age of 25 and approximately 70% under 35, India is being branded as a young economy. This demographic characteristic distinguishes India from many nations facing an aging workforce and an increasing proportion of non-working individuals. By focusing on extensive education and skill development, India stands poised to capitalize on this demographic dividend. 6. Shift toward a market economy. India is increasingly recognized as a market economy, where economic decisions regarding production and pricing are primarily dictated by market forces of demand and supply rather than government intervention. Although certain sectors, such as food grains and some utilities, still experience price regulation, the overall market is moving towards efficiency through market-determined pricing. Despite these promising traits that define the New India, two critical aspects warrant consideration. First, the changing global perceptions of India offer new insights into its potential. Second, while these features present advantages, they must be effectively harnessed through education and skill development. Without proper investment in these areas, India's strengths could be overshadowed by other emerging economies. However, amidst this enthusiasm for New India, it is crucial not to overlook the reality of what can be termed real India. This aspect encompasses challenges that continue to affect a significant portion of the population, which is worth revisiting. A large segment of the population resides in approximately 600,000 villages, often unaware of the opportunities presented by New India, living in absolute poverty, facing malnutrition, and enduring deplorable living conditions. The agriculture sector remains traditional, subsistence-oriented, and stagnant, making it difficult for farmers to prosper. Unemployment is pervasive, with a lack of viable employment opportunities in the formal economy, leading to large-scale joblessness. More than 90% of the workforce is engaged in the informal sector, relying on casual work for survival, which offers little security or stability. While the sectoral composition of gross domestic product, GDP, has shifted toward services, the economy still heavily relies on agriculture. Recent economic growth and the benefits of reforms have largely bypassed these individuals, resulting in growth that is exclusive rather than inclusive. Additionally, many in real India remain entirely disconnected from the international narrative surrounding New India. The most striking feature of real India is the substantial number of individuals living below the poverty line, making India home to the largest population of poor people globally. While it is encouraging to acknowledge the progress of New India, we must not forget the existence of real India, which encapsulates the true essence of the country. The greatest challenge ahead lies in the seamless integration of real India with New India, ensuring that the benefits of economic growth reach every citizen and contribute to a more equitable society. Emerging economic ideologies. Since 2014, the Indian economy has experienced a transformative shift, significantly bolstered by the introduction of strategic reforms initiated by the government. This robust policy framework has led to several groundbreaking programs that embody the vision of New India, characterized by transparent governance and a determined pursuit of economic growth. The key initiatives introduced during this period include 1. Skill India. 2. Smart Cities Mission. 3. Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation, AMRUT. Skill India. Launched by the Honorable Prime Minister of India on July 15, 2015, Skill India aims to empower the youth of the nation by providing skill development training to over 400 million people by 2022. The initiative seeks to foster a culture of entrepreneurship and self-reliance by offering vocational training programs across various sectors, including information technology, industry training institutes, ITI, and more. The overarching goal is to equip individuals with the skills necessary for employment or self-employment. Among the various initiatives undertaken under Skill India are National Skill Development Mission, an overarching framework that aims to promote skill development efforts across the country. National Policy for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, 2015, formulates significant strategic directions for skill development and seeks to enhance employability. Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, PMKVY provides financial incentives to encourage skill training. Rural India Skill Initiative, targeted programs designed to uplift rural youth by providing skills relevant to local economies. Skill Loan Scheme, accessible financing options for individuals to pursue vocational training. As of recent statistics, the initiative has established 249 training partners, 3,222 training centers, trained over 5.57 million people, with 2.39 million successfully placed in jobs. Startup India. The Startup India campaign, announced by Prime Minister Narendra Modi on August 15, 2015 during his address from the Red Fort, is designed to stimulate entrepreneurship by enhancing access to bank financing for startup ventures. This initiative not only aims to boost innovation but also seeks to generate employment opportunities for the youth, reinforcing India's position as a hub for entrepreneurial growth. Stand Up India. This scheme promotes entrepreneurship among women and marginalized communities such as scheduled castes, SC, and scheduled tribes, ST. Managed by the Ministry of Finance, Stand Up India facilitates bank loans ranging from 10 Indian rupees lakh to 2 Indian rupees crore to at least one SC/ST borrower and one woman borrower per bank branch, fostering the establishment of greenfield enterprises and promoting economic inclusivity. Digital India. The Digital India Initiative, launched on July 1, 2015, aims to transform India into a digitally empowered society and knowledge economy. This initiative focuses on ensuring that government services are accessible electronically to citizens, enhancing online infrastructure, and increasing internet connectivity across the nation. The Digital India program encompasses 9 core components which lay the foundation for digital transformation. Broadband connectivity for all. Governance and service improvement through technology. Electronic delivery of services. Digital literacy for citizens. Data management and cloud services. Cybersecurity initiatives. Innovation and startup support. Promotion of e-commerce. Early harvesting programs for jobs. Focus on sustainable development. In addressing the needs of vulnerable populations, particular emphasis has been placed on the mother and child, focusing on maternal health and critical early life interventions. With increased devolution of resources, it is essential for states to expand their capacities to enhance service delivery efficiency, shifting the focus from mere financial allocations to achieving meaningful outcomes through constant monitoring, innovation, and adaptation. As the country adapts to the changes necessitated by the 14th Finance Commission, the evolution of roles between the central and state governments is crucial. The center must concentrate on improving policy frameworks, bolstering regulatory institutions, and promoting cooperative and competitive federalism. States are tasked with implementing programs effectively to ensure better service delivery outcomes. While sectors like services and manufacturing often dominate public discourse, it is vital not to overlook agriculture. Approximately 42% of Indian households primarily depend on farming for their livelihoods. Despite prevailing challenges, there remains strong optimism, particularly given that states demonstrating robust performance are increasingly viewed as models for growth and change, attracting resources, talent, and technology from less progressive regions. In conclusion, recent decades have reinstated the belief that sound economic governance is intrinsically linked to successful politics, and, for now, India stands at a pivotal juncture of opportunity ready to harness its full potential. The journey toward progress may be ongoing, but the foundation laid through these reforms and initiatives heralds a promising future for the Indian economy. 8 fascinating facts about India. Amid a backdrop of solid macroeconomic stability, the Indian economy experienced significant transformations marked by 2 crucial domestic policy developments: the passage of a landmark constitutional amendment that set the stage for the implementation of the groundbreaking Goods and Services Tax, GST, and the strategic move to demonetize the 2 highest denomination currency notes. The introduction of the GST aims to unify the Indian market, enhance tax compliance, and improve governance, fostering an environment conducive to increased investment and economic growth. It represents a bold new experiment in the governance structures of India's cooperative federalism, emphasizing collaboration between various levels of government. On the other hand, while demonetization incurred short-term costs, it also harbors the potential for long-term benefits that could fundamentally reshape the economy. To mitigate the immediate pains and capitalize on the eventual gains, follow-up measures are essential. These include expedited, demand-driven remonetization, enacting further tax reforms, such as integrating land and real estate into the GST framework, reducing tax rates, and lowering stamp duties, and addressing public concerns regarding overly stringent tax administration. Looking ahead, it is crucial for societal perspectives and narratives to evolve to address 3 persistent overarching challenges: ineffective redistribution of resources, skepticism concerning the role of the private sector and the protection of property rights, and ongoing weaknesses in state capacity. The aftermath of demonetization, occurring during a time of increasing apprehension about the implications of globalization, necessitates articulating and embracing these conceptual shifts to ensure that India's economic advantages are sustainable rather than fleeting. In this complex and dynamic context, as India seeks to regain momentum through the GST, demonetization, and other transformative financial reforms following an extended period of policy stagnation, it also confronts a series of intriguing facts about its economy. Below are 8 compelling insights that reflect an economy poised in transition. 1. Indians on the move. Recent estimates derived from railway passenger traffic data indicate that approximately 9 million people migrate annually for work-related purposes, nearly double the figure reported in the 2011 census. This significant movement underscores the changing labor dynamics and the evolving economic landscape in India. 2. Biases in perception. In December 2010, China's credit rating was upgraded from A+ to AA-, while India's rating has remained stagnant at BBB-. Between 2009 and 2015, China's credit-to-GDP ratio surged from approximately 142% to 205%, yet its economic growth slowed down. Conversely, during the same timeframe, India's credit-to-GDP increased from about 70% to 75%, with India maintaining superior growth rates compared to China. Such stark contrasts illustrate a disparity in perception despite contrasting economic realities. 3. New evidence on weak targeting of social programs. Welfare spending in India suffers from significant misallocation as resources are disproportionately directed away from the districts that host the highest levels of poverty. Alarmingly, districts accountable for the poorest 40% of the population garner only 29% of the total funding designated for social programs, highlighting a critical feedback loop of inefficiency in addressing the needs of the most vulnerable sections of society. 4. Political versus fiscal democracy. India showcases a notable disparity in the political and fiscal landscape, with only 7 taxpayers for every 100 voters, positioning the nation 13th out of 18 among its G20 democratic peers. This reflects the challenges faced in achieving a balanced fiscal framework that adequately involves citizens in the financial obligations of the state. 5. India's distinctive demographic dividend. The demographic dynamics in India suggest that the ratio of the working-age population to the non-working-age population will peak later and at a comparatively lower level than in other countries, yet this state will persist longer. The demographic dividend, which is expected to offer a growth boost, is rapidly approaching its zenith, with states in the peninsular region likely reaching their peak sooner than those in the hinterlands. 6. India trades more than China and a lot within itself. As of 2011, India's trade openness, which is measured by the ratio of trade in goods and services to GDP, has surpassed that of China, a nation renowned for leveraging trade as a catalyst for growth. Furthermore, India's internal trade relative to GDP is comparable to that of other significant economies, challenging the stereotypical portrayal of an economy fraught with trade barriers. 7. Divergence within India, big time. Over the last decade, 2004 to 2014, income disparity across regions in India has continued to rise, diverging from trends observed in the rest of the world and even in China. Despite possessing more flexible internal borders compared to international boundaries, the mechanisms required for economic convergence remain elusive, raising questions about regional equity and development. 8. Property tax potential unexploited. Recent studies utilizing satellite data reveal that cities like Bengaluru and Jaipur collect only between 5% to 20% of their potential property taxes. This stark reality indicates a considerable untapped revenue stream, emphasizing the need for systematic reforms in property tax collection to bolster the financial capacity of local governance. Through these insights, it is evident that the Indian economy is navigating a myriad of challenges and opportunities, highlighting the complexity and dynamism of its current phase of transition. Together, these facts paint a more comprehensive picture of India's economic landscape as it strives to harness its inherent potential and propel itself toward sustainable growth. Industrial sector and liberalization in India. The contribution of industry to the emerging Indian economy. In our previous discussions, we have thoroughly examined the agricultural sector and its pivotal role in shaping the economy. However, it is essential to emphasize that the industrial sector holds an equally significant position in this regard. It acts as a catalyst for economic growth, fosters self-reliance, generates employment opportunities, stimulates demand for agricultural products, and inspires a ripple effect, akin to dropping a pebble into a pond, where the resulting waves extend outward. The presence of industries can lead to the creation of entire townships around them, thus generating indirect employment. Notable examples include cities like Jamshedpur, Rourkela, and Bhilai, which have flourished due to industrial activities. Industrialization centers on empowering industries to meet the diverse needs of the economy. This approach not only strengthens the linkages between the industrial and agricultural sectors but also enhances the overall employment landscape within the economy. Achieving this vision of growth necessitates a robust expansion of the industrial sector that can drive momentum for sustainable economic development in the long term. However, despite various policy initiatives and government efforts, a significant gap exists in India's manufacturing and industrial sector. This sector has not fulfilled its potential in establishing vital connections with the agricultural domain or generating the expected employment opportunities. In fact, the services sector has begun to emerge as a major contributor to the nation's output, overshadowing traditional manufacturing sectors. While a shift towards a service-oriented economy can be beneficial, it typically occurs after the industrial sector has matured, become globally competitive, and the service sector has started to support higher economic growth, a progression that has yet to fully materialize in India. To gain a deeper understanding of the industrial sector, we must recognize that it encompasses the transformation of raw materials into finished goods, which are crucial for the economy. Industries can be classified based on several characteristics. 1. Type of products. Basic industries, such as steel and cement. Capital goods industries, focused on manufacturing machinery and equipment. Intermediate goods industries, involved in producing items such as dyes and tools. Consumer goods industries, encompasses the manufacture of daily use items like automobiles, refrigerators, and televisions, colloquially referred to as white goods industry. 2. Ownership structure. Public sector, government-owned enterprises. Private sector, includes both domestic private entities and foreign investments. Joint sector, a collaboration between public and private sectors. 3. Scale of investment. Large industries, requires an investment of over 10 Indian rupees crores. Medium industries, typically, an investment ranging between 1 to 10 Indian rupees crores. Small-scale industries, where investment ranges from 10 Indian rupees lakh to 1 Indian rupee crore. Village and cottage industries, generally involves investments of less than 10 Indian rupees lakh. 4. Capital and labor intensity. Capital-intensive industries, these industries require a higher capital investment relative to the amount of labor employed. Labor-intensive industries, these industries rely more on labor, involving lower capital inputs relative to labor. For a nation aiming to enhance its economic growth rates, the transition towards industrial goods production is crucial. This shift necessitates a strong emphasis on developing basic and capital goods industries, signifying the initiation of the industrialization process. India's journey into industrialization began during the Second Five-Year Plan, 1955-56, 1960-61. This phase introduced what is known as the Mahalanobis model, named after the Indian economist Prasanta Chandra Mahalanobis. The model emphasized the establishment of basic and capital goods industries through direct government intervention, drawing significant influence from the Russian model of state-run industries. This initial phase laid the foundation for India's industrial landscape, aiming for a balanced economic development that integrates agricultural growth with industrial advancements. The success of this approach remains crucial for the future economic resilience and prosperity of the nation. The public sector in India. Many wonder why the public sector was specifically chosen as the cornerstone for industrialization in India. Following independence in 1947, the socio-economic landscape of the nation was markedly influenced by the Soviet Union's model, which emphasized state-run industries as integral to a socialist framework. In this context, the government played a substantial role in the production of goods and services. Consequently, capitalism at that time was often viewed as associated with exploitative tendencies that favored vested interests over the collective welfare. In the immediate aftermath of independence, the private sector in India was almost non-existent. It lacked the necessary maturity, resources, and technological expertise to undertake the ambitious task of industrialization. The government recognized its limitation and took upon itself the responsibility to drive industrial development across the nation, which was facilitated by technological support from other countries. Without the government's intervention and direction, the progress that was needed may not have been possible. If one hypothetically assumes that the industrialization process had been entrusted to the private sector of that era, it would have posed tremendous challenges. The industrialization drive required substantial investment, state-of-the-art technology, and a skilled workforce, resources which were not readily available in the nascent private sector. Furthermore, industries focused on producing basic and capital goods typically face long gestation periods, the duration between the initial investment and the commencement of commercial production, alongside high break-even points, which is the period required before realizing substantial profits. These challenges offered considerable disincentives for the private sector during that formative period. The establishment of the public sector was thus a conscious and well-thought-out decision, considering the enormity of responsibility associated with industrializing India. The role of the public sector was defined with several clear objectives, which included 1. Creating significant production capacities in basic and capital goods. 2. Achieving self-reliance in key sectors while facilitating import substitution. 3. Attaining commanding heights of the economy, thus acting as a catalyst for industrial growth. 4. Implementing pro-labor technologies to generate ample employment opportunities. 5. Establishing industries in backward and tribal regions to integrate them with the broader economy and stimulate regional development. 6. Supporting the growth of the private sector. 7. Introducing self-contained townships equipped with residential facilities, schools, hospitals, and transport systems. 8. Ensuring regulated pricing for essential goods, preventing uncontrolled inflation in the economy. As we reflect on the 6 decades since the inception of the public sector in India, one might inquire whether its objectives have been met. On many counts, the public sector has successfully created significant industrial capacities and achieved relative self-reliance in various core industries. Today, it is safe to assert that India does not rely on foreign countries for its industrial goods, a claim greatly attributable to the contributions of the public sector. In addition, the public sector has played a crucial role in providing gainful employment and has been instrumental in nurturing the private sector. This support has been pivotal in elevating the levels of industrialization and advancing the nation's industrial maturity. By contributing to the industrial sector's dynamic growth, the public sector has indeed emerged as a vital driver of overall economic progress. Nevertheless, the public sector has not been free from challenges. It faces ongoing issues related to capacity utilization, technological inefficiencies, time and cost overruns, and significantly, a considerable number of public sector enterprises operate at a loss. Of the approximately 220 public sector undertakings, PSUs, about one-third are loss-making, resulting in substantial accumulated losses. This raises the question, can we justifiably hold the public sector accountable for its financial shortcomings? It is crucial to remember that the public sector was set up with socio-economic welfare in mind, with objectives like industrialization, self-reliance, job creation, and regional development. At its core, the nature of government ownership inherently complicates the concept of profit-making. Public sector enterprises cannot function purely as businesses aimed solely at maximizing profits. Moreover, it would be inappropriate to comment on the efficiency levels of public sector enterprises without context. Efficiency can only be assessed when there are comparables. For instance, one might evaluate the operational efficiency of private corporations like Pepsi and Coca-Cola. However, public sector enterprises such as ONGC, BHEL, or SAIL operate as monopolies, further complicating any comparison. It is misleading to label public sector operations as efficient or inefficient using the framework of private enterprises. The public sector's efficiency can't be gauged against private sector benchmarks since the latter prioritizes commercial interests and profit motives, while public sector entities are driven by broader social and economic goals. Ultimately, the evaluation of the public sector should extend beyond mere financial metrics or comparisons of efficiency. Instead, it must be contextualized within the objectives assigned to these enterprises upon their establishment. As we progress through this discourse, we will revisit the functions and contributions of the public sector alongside a discussion of the industrial policies that have shaped its trajectory and the overall path of industrialization in India. Industrial strategies. The interplay of public and private sectors plays a crucial role in steering the trajectory of industrial growth and overall industrialization in India. This direction has been shaped by a series of industrial policies instituted by the government, beginning from 1948 and evolving in response to changing national priorities and socio-economic conditions over the decades. Among these policies, two landmark initiatives stand out: the Industrial Policy of 1956 and the Industrial Policy of 1991. The former laid the foundation for the public sector's character in the Indian economy, while the latter is recognized as the catalyst for significant economic reforms, steering India towards liberalization and globalization. Although it is not necessary to delve into every industrial policy enacted since 1948, examining the salient features of the pre-1991 policies can provide valuable insights into the context and evolution leading to the Industrial Policy of 1991. The industrial policies prior to 1991 encompass several pivotal aspects. 1. Regulatory environment. The industrial sector was heavily regulated, characterized by bureaucratic oversight and a stringent licensing system. Every industrial activity required a license, alongside mandatory registration before the commencement of business operations. This framework ensured that the government maintained control over industrial activity. 2. Public sector reservation. The Industrial Policy of 1956 notably reserved 18 areas exclusively for the public sector's operation. While private sector participation was permitted in certain sectors, it was often contingent upon obtaining government licenses and fulfilling registration requirements. In instances where deemed necessary, the government retained the authority to establish public sector enterprises in these areas. 3. Dominance of critical sectors. Key industries such as oil, power, heavy machinery, and telecommunications remained firmly within the public sector's domain. This concentration sought to ensure that essential services and strategic industries were managed with national interests in mind. 4. Regulation of large private enterprises. Large private companies were subject to extensive regulation via the Monopolies and Restrictive Trade Practices (MRTP) Act, which categorized these enterprises as MRTP companies. Similarly, foreign investments faced regulation under the Foreign Exchange Regulation Act (FERA), categorizing these enterprises as FERA companies. This regulatory framework was predicated on the belief that as companies grew, they might exhibit monopolistic tendencies, leading to exploitative practices. 5. Approval requirements. Even after obtaining the requisite licenses and commencing operations, private sector firms were required to seek governmental approval for key business decisions such as capacity expansion and diversification. This oversight aimed to curb monopolistic practices and protect competitive markets. 6. Nationalization movements. The pre-1991 policies also facilitated a series of nationalizations aimed at giving the public sector a commanding role in essential industries. Notable sectors such as coal mining, banking, insurance, and textile manufacturing were nationalized, particularly focusing on industries that had fallen under distress, often referred to as sick industries, to safeguard employment and stabilize the economy. 7. Price controls. The period leading up to 1991 was marked by significant price regulation for industrial goods, with strategic commodities like steel and cement being closely monitored and controlled by the government to prevent inflationary pressures. 8. Mixed economy character. While each policy articulated the goal of fostering a mixed economy where both public and private sectors could coexist, the reality often reflected a pronounced bias toward the public sector. The prevailing regulations created a framework that favored public enterprises, limiting the operational space and freedom of private companies. In summary, the industrial policies preceding 1991 were characterized by rigorous regulation and a pronounced emphasis on public sector dominance. The bureaucratic oversight stifled the growth potential of private enterprises, entrapping them in a restrictive environment. This institutional framework set the stage for the transformative changes brought about by the industrial policy of 1991, which sought to liberalize the economy, reduce government control, and spur private sector growth, aiming for a more dynamic and competitive industrial landscape in India. India's new economic policy of 1991. The new economic policy, NEP, of 1991 is widely recognized as a watershed moment in India's economic history, heralding the beginning of comprehensive economic reforms in the country. Although earlier initiatives had aimed to bring about economic changes, these were generally perceived as piecemeal adjustments rather than systematic reforms. The NEP, often termed the New Industrial Policy, the New Economic Policy, or simply the Policy of Liberalization, marked a decisive shift away from the license/permit Raj, effectively curtailing bureaucratic control over the operations of the industrial sector, particularly the private sector. The primary objective of this policy was to provide businesses with increased freedom from government oversight, thereby enhancing the role of the private sector in the economy. The NEP aimed to scale back the public sector's dominance by de-reserving various sectors, dismantling the Monopolies and Restrictive Trade Practices (MRTP) and Foreign Exchange Regulation Act (FERA), and releasing companies previously restricted by these acts from bureaucratic confines. By establishing a paradigm where most industrial goods prices were determined by market forces, the policy encouraged competition and created a level playing field for all economic players in India. The NEP embraced liberal foreign investment policies designed to lure international capital into the Indian market, setting the stage for profound economic integration with the global economy. Broadly categorized, the new economic policy encompasses three key components. 1. Liberalization. 2. Public sector reforms. 3. Foreign investment facilitation. Liberalization. Central to the NEP, liberalization eliminated the restrictive licensing and registration processes that previously hampered private sector initiative. The most notable aspect of this liberalization process was the delicensing of industries, empowering the private sector to establish ventures without the necessity of official approval. However, two critical areas, atomic energy and railways, remained off-limits to private players. While the licensing requirement for most industries was abolished, certain sectors, including firearms, explosives, drugs, pharmaceuticals, coal mining, defense equipment, wines, cigarettes, spirits, and hazardous chemicals, continued to require permits for private participation. Furthermore, industries classified as environmentally hazardous now required only administrative clearances from relevant governmental authorities, streamlining the approval process significantly. With no restrictions on capacity expansion or diversification, the policy allowed the private sector to operate autonomously, closely aligned with market demand and emerging opportunities. This transformative shift was predicated on the understanding that, even prior to these reforms, the private sector had demonstrated resilience and adaptability despite stringent regulations. The prevailing economic landscape necessitated a shift towards efficiency, productivity, and profitability, legitimizing the private sector as a crucial player capable of taking on larger responsibilities in the economy. The NEP also reflected a significant evolution in governmental thinking, distinguishing between production and governance roles and acknowledging the necessity for both public and private sector contributions to overall economic health. This transition allowed the government to concentrate on essential social issues while encouraging private sector investment and growth, effectively embracing the mixed economy model. It was not meant to detract from the public sector's importance but rather to recognize and enhance the credibility and capabilities of the private sector. Public sector reforms. Contrary to some perceptions, the NEP did not seek to undermine the public sector but rather recalibrated its mandate in the wake of opening various sectors to private participation. The number of industries reserved for public sector operation was reduced dramatically, from 18 down to just 5. Over subsequent years, numerous further sectors were similarly opened up, sparking increased private sector involvement while maintaining atomic energy and railways as government-controlled industries. Under the NEP, the establishment of new public sector enterprises was halted, with existing entities relying solely on internal resources for investments. Financial allocations for public sector organizations were limited, allowing new funding only for those facing significant operational distress. This shift emphasized the need for enhanced professionalism within the public sector, mandating that any appointments to the board of directors be filled by qualified professionals. Bureaucratic accountability increased, with chief executives held responsible for their performance, and well-performing public sector entities gaining greater autonomy through performance-based memoranda of understanding and elevation to Maharatna, Navratna, or Miniratna status, granting them varying degrees of operational autonomy. In a revolutionary change from previous policies, the NEP explicitly stated that nationalization of private enterprises would only occur under exceptional circumstances, signaling a shift towards privatization and disinvestment of public sector companies, a topic that garnered significant interest in subsequent years. Disinvestment and privatization. Disinvestment and privatization denote two fundamental approaches to restructuring public sector ownership and governance. Disinvestment involves the government selling shares in public enterprises to the public without ceding control, thus raising much-needed capital. This can occur when share prices are at a premium, reflecting market demand. On the other hand, privatization entails the transfer of management control, typically achieved by selling at least 51% of a company's shares to private entities. The rationale for prioritizing privatization within the NEP is supported by several key arguments. 1. Stability and capacity. The public sector has historically contributed to building vital industrial capabilities, fostering self-reliance, and facilitating economic growth, but the time has come to enhance its capacity through partnerships with the private sector. 2. Increased competition. With the gates open for private sector investment, the emphasis shifts to public enterprises operating as efficient commercial entities. A robust competitive environment necessitates that public sectors adopt practices akin to those found in private business. 3. Government role evolution. The government's role as an industrial producer is fundamentally transitional. It may be essential in sectors directly impacting public welfare, yet long-term production should ideally rest with private entities. 4. Focus on governance. Rather than running enterprises, the government should concentrate on ensuring good governance, creating an environment conducive to business growth, and addressing citizens' welfare. 5. Future-proofing enterprises. Privatizing even profitable public sector enterprises seeks to ensure they remain viable and competitive amidst changing market dynamics. 6. Agility in decision-making. Businesses thrive on the ability to adapt quickly to market changes. Privatization allows for streamlined decision-making, free from bureaucratic red tape that often characterizes public sector operations. 7. Visionary leadership. By transferring ownership to those who understand market dynamics, companies have a better chance to thrive and grow competitively on a global stage. Despite the merits of privatization, resistance from various sectors arose, citing concerns over job losses, the potential for private monopolies, and the perception that disinvestment proceeds would be used for government budgetary cover rather than social investment. In response, the government established the National Investment Fund, NIF, to ensure that funds from disinvestment would facilitate social development projects. Conclusion. In summation, the NEP of 1991 initiated sweeping reforms across India's economic landscape, emphasizing liberalization, restructuring of the public sector, and embracing foreign investment. While the pause on further privatization has raised concerns regarding the momentum of reform, it should be recognized that privatization is not the sole remedy to economic challenges. The reforms should encompass a broader array of structural improvements that facilitate a more favorable business environment. Despite progress made, significant bureaucratic hurdles remain. India's ranked 134 out of 183 nations in regulatory ease further underlines the need for continuous improvements. As articulated, India's future economic strategy may require a series of smaller, targeted reforms rather than waiting for large-scale changes to be deemed necessary. Future role of the public sector in the Indian economy. The new Economic Policy, NEP, of 1991 has unfortunately led to some misconceptions concerning the public sector, often expressed through phrases like clipping of their wings or diluting the status of the public sector. It is essential to clarify that the intent behind this policy is not to constrain the public sector but rather to re-emphasize a more significant role for the private sector. The status of the public sector remains robust, evidenced by the considerable investments and extensive asset bases it holds in the country. Hence, the evolving policy should not be construed as a diminishment of the public sector's significance, rather, it marks a transition in its role, which can be outlined as follows. 1. Shifting orientation. The public sector will transition from a primarily welfare-oriented framework to operating as a commercial entity. This means that while public service and societal benefits remain essential, the objective of profitability will gain prominence, allowing for a balanced approach to their operations. 2. Focus on productivity. The focus will shift from merely being production-oriented to becoming productivity-oriented. This means that public enterprises will emphasize improving their operational efficiency and maximizing output, ultimately contributing to broader economic goals. 3. Professional management. Public sector undertakings are expected to operate with enhanced professionalism. Well-managed public enterprises will enjoy greater operational and functional autonomy as a step towards improving their competitiveness and effectiveness. 4. Enhanced status and autonomy. Numerous public sector units are anticipated to achieve mini Navratna, and Maharatna statuses, which will grant them increased autonomy concerning investment decisions. These units will be able to make significant decisions without the need for explicit government approvals, thus enhancing their ability to respond to market dynamics. 5. Consolidation and mergers. There is a strong likelihood of consolidation and mergers among public sector companies, especially within sectors like oil and nationalized banks. Such moves are aimed at achieving greater economies of scale, enabling these entities to compete more effectively against global players. 6. Global expansion initiatives. Many public sector entities may explore avenues for overseas acquisitions. This step could position these companies as global players, allowing them to establish a foothold in international markets and diversify their portfolios. 7. Joint ventures and collaborations. The public sector is likely to engage in joint ventures with private entities, fostering greater collaboration in critical sectors. Such partnerships can bring in private expertise and investment, thereby enhancing efficiency and innovation. 8. Merit-based leadership. The process of appointing chief executive officers, CEOs, in the public sector will increasingly hinge on merit and competence, with considerations extending beyond traditional government circles. This shift aims to attract skilled leaders who can drive performance and innovation. 9. Level playing field. With these transitions, a level playing field will emerge between the public sector and private enterprises, promoting healthy competition. Such competition is critical for driving efficiency, innovation, and customer satisfaction. 10. Dilution of monopoly status. The gradual dilution of monopoly status is expected as both private and foreign companies enter the market. The public sector will not occupy the commanding heights of the economy alone but will coexist alongside private and foreign companies, emphasizing collaboration and competition. 11. Revitalization efforts. For loss-making public sector enterprises, efforts will focus on exploring various avenues for revival. This could include capital infusion, restructuring, and waiving off accumulated losses, allowing these firms to reboot operations. However, any revival strategies might come with a stipulation that future privatization could follow, promoting a more sustainable business model. 12. Challenges ahead. The most significant challenge for profitable public sector units lies in their ability to maintain competitiveness, productivity, and efficiency while continuing to deliver profitability in an increasingly dynamic and globalized economic landscape. In conclusion, while the NEP 1991 has shifted the dynamics between the public and private sectors, it is vital to recognize that the public sector remains a cornerstone of the Indian economy. The evolving role of the public sector calls for adaptive strategies and innovative management practices capable of enhancing its contributions to national development and economic growth. National Manufacturing Policy of 2011. To facilitate a transformative shift in the manufacturing sector, it is crucial to adopt a long-term perspective, with objectives spanning a duration of approximately 15 years. The National Manufacturing Policy, NMP, initiated in 2011, outlines several key objectives aimed at revitalizing and strengthening the manufacturing landscape of India. These objectives are summarized as follows. 1. Enhanced growth rate. The NMP aims to propel the manufacturing sector's growth to a staggering 12 to 14% in the medium term. This growth trajectory is expected to position the manufacturing sector as a vital engine for overall economic expansion. By achieving a growth rate that exceeds the overall economy by 2 to 4%, manufacturing should contribute a minimum of 25% to the national GDP by the year 2025. 2. Job creation goals. The policy sets an ambitious target of generating an additional 100 million jobs within the manufacturing sector by 2025. A significant emphasis is placed on equipping rural migrants and the urban poor with the requisite skills to ensure that the economic growth is inclusive and beneficial to all demographics. 3. Value addition in manufacturing. A critical focus is to enhance the depth of manufacturing by increasing domestic value addition. This is essential to meet national strategic requirements and reduce dependency on imports in specific sectors. 4. Global competitiveness. The policy aims to bolster the international competitiveness of Indian manufacturing through targeted policy frameworks and support measures that align with global standards. 5. Sustainability of growth. Environmental considerations are paramount, with a commitment to ensuring sustainable growth patterns, particularly through eco-friendly practices and technologies. The national manufacturing policy is predicated on a collaborative framework that involves both the central and state governments. The central government is tasked with developing an enabling policy environment and incentivizing infrastructure development on a public-private partnership (PPP) basis. On the other hand, state governments are responsible for identifying suitable land and becoming equity partners in the establishment of national investment and manufacturing zones, NIMZs. Key policy instruments. 1. Establishment of NIMZs. These greenfield integrated industrial townships are designed to feature cutting-edge infrastructure that adheres to zoning regulations and incorporates clean, energy-efficient technologies. Each NMZ is proposed to encompass a minimum land area of 5,000 hectares. 2. Autonomy of industrial townships. Proposed as self-governing and autonomous entities under Article 243, QC, of the Indian Constitution, these townships will empower local governance while allowing for efficient management. 3. Infrastructure development. The trunk infrastructure required for these zones will be financed by the central government through viability gap funding, while a special purpose vehicle, SPV, will be established to develop the requisite infrastructure in a PPP model. Focus sectors of the National Manufacturing Policy. The policy strategically identifies key sectors for growth, including employment-intensive industries, such as textiles and garments, leather and footwear, gems and jewelry, and food processing. Capital goods industries, including machine tools, heavy electrical equipment, transport machinery, and mining equipment. Strategically important industries, like aerospace, shipping, IT hardware, electronics, telecommunications, defense, and solar energy. Competitive advantage sectors, including automobiles, pharmaceuticals, and medical equipment. Promotion of small and medium enterprises, SMEs, recognizing the critical role that SMEs play in economic growth. National Investment and Manufacturing Zones, NIMZ. The NIMZs are envisioned as extensive industrial park complexes to subsequently nurture top-tier manufacturing operations. Each zone will be a minimum of 5,000 hectares with a processing area constituting at least 30%. The central government will cover costs associated with master planning, infrastructure development, and the establishment of facilities aimed at enhancing productivity and investment. State governments will oversee the identification of land and ensure necessary infrastructure such as water supply, power connectivity, and essential utility linkages, while also managing the environmental impact of these developments. Simplification of regulatory frameworks. In a bid to streamline operations, the policy proposes defined timelines for the issuance of necessary clearances. Exemptions from bureaucratic regulations around labor and environmental norms under specific conditions. Development of web-enabled clearance processes for both central and state authorities. Establishment of a unified application form to minimize bureaucratic red tape. Technology acquisition and development. The NMP advocates harnessing existing governmental incentives while introducing new mechanisms to facilitate the adoption of green technologies. The proposed establishment of a Technology Acquisition and Development Fund will aid Indian industries in sourcing appropriate technologies, forming a comprehensive patent pool, and fostering domestic manufacturing of pollution control equipment. Incentives under the National Manufacturing Policy. Incentives include 1. Asset transfers, facilitating the transfer of assets if a unit becomes non-viable, with tax relief provisions for reinvestment in manufacturing. 2. Green technology adoption, subsidies for SMEs involved in pollution control and sustainable practices, alongside financial support for achieving a green rating from recognized environmental organizations. 3. Support for SMEs. Special benefits aim to ease access to finance through liberalized norms for venture capital funds, priority sector lending for manufacturing SMEs, and establishment of dedicated stock exchanges for SMEs. 4. Government procurement strategy. The policy intends to incorporate local value addition stipulations within public procurement processes in strategic technological sectors. 5. Skill development initiatives. Focused vocational training and the establishment of Industrial Training Institute, ITI, facilities in collaboration with the private sector to upscale workforce skills. 6. Exit mechanism, an alternative exit mechanism, including provisions for job loss policies and sinking funds, will be instituted to provide support in the event of economic downturns. In summary, the incentives detailed in the National Manufacturing Policy are poised to deliver substantial benefits to large-scale manufacturers while significantly contributing to the overall economic growth of India. By aligning strategic objectives with coordinated efforts between various levels of government and the private sector, the policy aims to position India as a formidable player in the global manufacturing landscape. Emerging significance of the private sector in the Indian economy. The industrial policy of 1991 stands out as a milestone in India's economic history, primarily marked by the recognition of the private sector's maturity and its capacity to handle greater responsibilities. This pivotal policy crystallized the emerging role of the private sector, promoting it as a dynamic player in the economy. Over the past 2 decades, driven by a series of reforms initiated in 1991, India has witnessed a notable increase in the number of companies. Existing firms have expanded and diversified their operations, penetrating key economic sectors that were once dominated by state enterprises. This surge has been instrumental in accelerating industrial growth and contributing significantly to India's overall economic progress. Looking ahead, several trends are expected to shape the future landscape of the Indian economy. 1. Increased investment responsibility. The private sector is poised to play a more substantial role in boosting investment, fostering diversification, and driving further industrialization. The emphasis will be on innovation and sustainable practices that address the evolving market needs. 2. Competition in core sectors. Private sector firms are anticipated to establish a strong presence in critical areas previously reserved for public enterprises, such as oil and power. This competitive spirit is expected to undermine the monopolistic status of such public entities, compelling them to enhance efficiency and service quality. 3. Enhanced government recognition. The corporate sector will likely gain increased respect and influence from the government concerning policy decisions related to industrial affairs. This marks a shift in perception, with the private sector being acknowledged not just as a profit-making entity, but as a vital contributor to national development. 4. Professionalism over tradition. The transition from family-run businesses to more professional management structures will gain momentum. A paradigm shift towards separating ownership from management will foster greater operational efficiency, as seen in the practices of holding companies like Tata Sons, which encompass various independent entities operating under professional management. 5. Global acquisitions. Many Indian private firms are already pursuing significant global acquisitions, a trend that is expected to continue. This will enable them to enhance their competitive edge and promote the emergence of Indian corporations on the global stage. 6. Public-private partnerships. Recognizing the efficiency of the private sector in executing projects, the government is turning to public-private partnerships, PPP, for infrastructure development. This strategic collaboration promises to optimize resource utilization and enhance project outcomes. 7. Corporate governance trends. An increasing focus on corporate governance is anticipated, characterized by transparency, accountability, and a commitment to stakeholder engagement. Independent board members will become the norm, aligning with regulatory frameworks established by the Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI, which mandates that listed companies comprise at least one-third independent directors. 8. Corporate social responsibility, CSR. The private sector is expected to embrace greater social responsibility, recognizing the interconnectedness between corporate growth and societal welfare. Companies will actively fulfill societal obligations beyond profit generation, engaging in philanthropic endeavors and community development initiatives. The Companies Act of 2013 mandated CSR spending for certain firms, ensuring that large corporations allocate at least 2% of their average net profits to social initiatives. Self-awareness within firms regarding societal responsibilities will lead to voluntary contributions to social causes without governmental coercion. An evolving perception will align business growth with moral obligations, shifting away from a purely profit-centric viewpoint. An environment fostering ethical corporate conduct will help mitigate instances like the Satyam computer scandal, with hopes that such unethical practices remain exceptions. 9. Philanthropic initiatives. Business entities may evolve into philanthropic ventures, demonstrating their commitment to social good through charitable trusts and social initiatives. This would reinforce the role of the private sector as a partner in national welfare and development. 10. Entrenchment of mixed economy results. The future will likely see a deepening of the mixed economy framework, wherein both the public and private sectors coalesce to stimulate growth across various sectors. This cohabitation of public and private entities has long been a stated aim of the government since the introduction of the 1948 industrial policy, and with liberalization efforts, it appears to be on the verge of actualization. In this landscape, it is essential for the private sector to live up to the expectations placed upon it by both the government and society. A significant transformation in the government's role from direct provision of goods and services to creating an enabling environment is vital. A focus on permit rather than prevent policies will empower the private sector to thrive and innovate. However, challenges remain, particularly the need for an effective exit policy. The absence of a structured exit policy impedes the liberalization process, as it complicates the necessary adjustments businesses must make in response to shifting economic conditions. The current framework makes company closures onerous, entailing lengthy bureaucratic processes. Recognizing this, the government established the National Company Law Tribunal, NCLT, to streamline processes for sick companies seeking revival or closure within a defined timeframe. Yet, the NCLT's operationalization remains contingent upon legal amendments and procedural compliance. Labor-related issues also stand at the forefront of the discourse surrounding an exit policy. Current labor laws, predominantly formulated in the early 20th century, often hinder necessary workforce adjustments. This misalignment results in inefficiencies and a disconnection between wages and productivity, especially as companies seek to adapt to competitive pressures. The rigidity of existing laws often leads to an over-reliance on automation, exacerbating the mismatch in a labor surplus nation. Recognizing that the well-being of labor is intrinsically linked to the success of their employers is crucial. Thus, labor reforms must prioritize productivity and the mutual interests of both labor and management. Although labor reform is a contentious issue politically, initiating dialogue between the government, political parties, and labor unions can lead to a consensus on necessary changes. By streamlining existing laws for clarity and improving labor market conditions, India can harness its demographic potential and maximize the benefits of industrial growth. In conclusion, the evolving landscape of the Indian economy necessitates a collaborative effort involving both the private sector and the government. The potential for comprehensive reforms exists, but it requires a shared vision and commitment to building a responsive, responsible, and resilient economic framework. The future hinges on the ability of all stakeholders to adapt to the realities of a dynamic global marketplace while honoring the social responsibilities that underpin sustainable development. Without addressing the structural deficits in labor policies and a commitment to ethical governance, the aspirations of a vibrant mixed economy may remain elusive. Improving business operations in India. The Government of India has undertaken a comprehensive series of initiatives aimed at improving the ease of doing business across the nation. These efforts focus on simplifying existing regulations and leveraging information technology to enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of governance. One of the notable advancements is the transition of the application process for industrial licenses, IL, and industrial entrepreneur memorandums, IEM, to an online platform. This service, available on the eBiz website, operates around the clock, enabling entrepreneurs to access essential licensing services 24/7. In addition to this, a significant step has been the integration of 20 key services with the eBiz portal, effectively creating a single window system for obtaining various clearances from multiple government agencies. This consolidation minimizes bureaucratic hurdles and accelerates the process for businesses. The Directorate General of Foreign Trade, DGFT, has also contributed to this streamlining by issuing a notification that limits the documentation required for export and import activities to just 3 essential documents. This reduction in paperwork not only simplifies trade processes but also aligns with global best practices. Furthermore, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs has introduced an integrated process for company incorporation. Applicants can now simultaneously apply for a Director's Identification Number, DIN, and verify company name availability while submitting their incorporation application, via Form Inc. 29. This change significantly reduces the time and effort required to establish a new business entity. The Companies Amendment Act of 2015 represents another landmark reform by abolishing the requirement for a minimum paid-up capital and the necessity for a common seal for companies. These measures reflect an effort to foster a more business-friendly environment. To further ease the licensing process, application forms for industrial licenses, IL, and industrial entrepreneur memorandums, IEM, have been simplified, thereby reducing the complexity and time required for prospective businesses to obtain the necessary permissions. In terms of defense-related industries, a revised list of products subject to industrial licensing has been published. This revision has excluded a considerable number of components, parts, and castings from licensing requirements, which encourages innovation and reduces regulatory burden. Additionally, items classified as dual-use, those with both military and civilian applications, will not require an industrial license unless specifically categorized as a defense item. The Ministry of Home Affairs has assured that security clearances on industrial license applications will be granted within a stipulated timeframe of 12 weeks, thereby improving predictability for businesses in sensitive sectors. To support investors, an investor facilitation cell has been established under Invest India. This dedicated cell provides guidance, assistance, and support to investors throughout the entire life cycle of their business ventures, enhancing the overall investment climate in the country. Moreover, the application process for environmental and forest clearances has also transitioned online, facilitated through the Ministry of Environment and Forests and Climate Change. This modernization aims to expedite approvals while maintaining ecological standards. Empowering organizations, the registration process with the Employees Provident Fund Organization, EPFO, and the Employees State Insurance Corporation, ESIC, has been fully automated, with ESIC registration numbers being allocated on a real-time basis, thus simplifying compliance for businesses. Additionally, the Ministry of Labor and Employment has launched a unified portal for the registration of units seeking a labor identification number, (ALIN). This portal allows for efficient reporting of inspections, submission of returns, and grievance redressal, contributing to a more structured and responsive labor environment. An important evaluation tool, titled Assessment of State Implementation of Business Reforms, was released on September 14, 2015. This report details the findings of an assessment of reforms implemented by various states, conducted by the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, DIPP, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, with support from the World Bank Group and KPMG. The evaluation covered the period from January 1 to June 30, 2015, utilizing a comprehensive 98-point action plan for business reforms agreed upon between the DIPP and the states/union territories, UTs, thereby ranking them based on their business-friendly reforms. Through these numerous initiatives, the Government of India strives to create a more conducive business environment, promoting entrepreneurship and investment while driving economic growth and development in the country. Vision for a New India. The Indian government has developed a comprehensive action-oriented strategy aimed at transforming the nation into a $5 trillion economy by the year 2025. This ambitious vision highlights targeted interventions across various sectors, with a particular focus on significantly enhancing the contributions of the services sector to $3 trillion, while manufacturing and agriculture are intended to reach $1 trillion each. This strategic framework is not only about economic growth but also underscores the importance of sustainable development, technological advancement, and global integration. Identifying champion sectors. In pursuit of this vision, the government has prioritized 12 champion services sectors, each pivotal in promoting development and unlocking their full potential. These sectors encompass: 1. Information technology and information technology-enabled services, IT and ITS. This sector is crucial for driving digital transformation and innovation. 2. Tourism and hospitality services, vital for promoting cultural exchange and economic stimulation. Improving infrastructure and services in this sector can lead to increased tourist inflow. 3. Medical value travel. This growing sector aims to position India as a hub for affordable and quality healthcare, attracting international patients seeking medical treatments. 4. Transport and logistics services. Enhancing this sector is vital, as it facilitates the smooth movement of goods and contributes significantly to India's export capabilities. 5. Accounting and finance services. strengthening financial services supports businesses and improves economic efficiency. 6. Audiovisual services, growing content creation in movies, television, and other media under this sector can boost cultural exports. 7. Legal services, a significant area that can benefit from modernization and technology integration. 8. Communication services, improved communication infrastructure is essential for overall connectivity and service delivery. 9. Construction and related engineering services, vital for infrastructural development and urban planning. 10. Environmental services, addressing environmental sustainability is increasingly important for ensuring a sustainable economy. 11. Financial services, strengthening this sector can improve financial inclusion and economic participation. 12. Education services, enhancing educational infrastructure and services directly contributes to skill development and human capital. Agriculture Export Policy, 2018. The government has implemented India's first-ever agricultural export policy, showcasing a dedicated approach to augmenting agricultural exports to $60 billion by 2022. This initiative aims to assist the Agriculture Ministry in achieving its broader export target of $100 billion. The vision of this policy is to tap into the vast export potential inherent in Indian agriculture through effective policy instruments, empowering farmers and enhancing their income while establishing India as a global agricultural powerhouse. Promotion of trade. To bolster trade relationships, the government has earmarked 15 strategic international locations for the establishment of trade promotion organizations, TPOs. These planned locations include cities like Astana, Kazakhstan, Beijing, China, Cape Town, South Africa, Dubai, UAE, Frankfurt, Germany, and others across the globe. The purpose of these TPOs is to facilitate trade and investment opportunities, promote Indian goods and services, and improve international market access. Diversification of exports and trade initiatives. The government is also diligently working to diversify India's export portfolio by exploring new markets and products, driven by strategic free trade agreements, FTAs, that aim to address and rectify the imbalance in India's international trade. Initiatives like the Trade Infrastructure for Export Scheme, TIES, provide crucial support for infrastructure development linked to the export ecosystem, such as border HOTS, customs stations, testing labs, and cold chains. Enhancing ease of doing business for exporters. Recognizing the importance of a business-friendly environment, the Director General of Foreign Trade, DGFT, has taken substantial steps to facilitate ease of doing business for exporters. A comprehensive upgrade of the existing IT infrastructure has been implemented. An online grievance redressal service has been launched to serve as a single point of contact for all trade-related issues. The EDI system now enables exporters and importers to apply online for various schemes and authorizations. An online platform allows exporters to self-generate the Importer-Exporter Code, IEC. New initiatives have been introduced for streamlined approvals, including the auto-approval of MICE benefits. State-level reforms and assessments. The Ministry of Commerce and Industry, in partnership with the World Bank, conducts an annual evaluation through the Business Reform Action Plan, BRAP. This assessment aims to improve the regulatory processes across states and union territories, UTs, to enhance operational efficiency, transparency, and the ease of doing business. The reforms encompass multiple sectors, including labor regulations, environmental clearances, and property registration, with the aim of creating a responsive regulatory environment. District-level development initiatives. In addition to state-level reforms, the Department of Industrial Policy has devised a district-level reform plan that invites regional governments to implement and evaluate based on user feedback. This initiative recognizes the importance of localized governance in fostering economic growth. Make in India and Startup India initiatives. The Make in India initiative, launched in 2014, aims to establish India as a global manufacturing hub while integrating it into global supply chains. It focuses on four foundational pillars: new processes, new infrastructure, new sectors, and new mindset. Simultaneously, Startup India seeks to cultivate a robust ecosystem for startups, facilitating innovation and enterprise growth, thus contributing to sustainable economic advancement and job creation. Support for MSMEs and multimodal logistics parks policy. To further empower the micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs, the government has initiated outreach programs focused on enhancing credit access, market opportunities, technology upgrades, and employee security. Additionally, the multimodal logistics parks, MMLPs, aim to substantially improve India's logistics sector by minimizing freight costs, lightening vehicular congestion, and enhancing warehouse efficiency. Special Economic Zones, SEZ, policy and industrial corridors. The new SEZ policy emphasizes compliance with WTO regulations while optimizing the use of vacant land and integrating with broader government initiatives. Meanwhile, the Industrial Corridors Initiative aims to develop world-class infrastructure in initiative zones, facilitating the growth of manufacturing hubs and generating extensive employment opportunities across regions. Programs for sectoral development. Noteworthy sectoral initiatives include the Indian Footwear, Leather and Accessories Development Program, IFLAD, with a significant investment aimed at employment generation, as well as targeted policies for the Northeast and Himalayan states to promote regional industrialization through subsidies and incentives. Empowering Geographical Indications, GI. Furthermore, the government has introduced measures to recognize and promote geographical indications, GIs, enhancing the visibility and marketability of uniquely Indian products like Bangla Rasgulla and Alfonso mangoes. The GI logo and accompanying tagline serve as powerful tools for brand recognition that reflect the craftsmanship and heritage of Indian goods. In summary, the collective efforts encapsulated in these initiatives represent India's determination to scale its economy, foster sustainable development, and integrate more deeply into the global marketplace, ultimately aiming to elevate the standard of living for its citizens while promoting a competitive and inclusive economic environment. Infrastructure development for New India. Global context of infrastructure. Infrastructure plays a crucial role in the development and functionality of any economy. It encompasses a wide range of essential sectors, including crude oil exploration and refining, electricity generation, coal extraction, steel and cement production, as well as the communication and transportation networks, comprising railways, roads, ports, and airports. Infrastructure can be categorized into two primary segments: rural infrastructure and urban infrastructure. Rural infrastructure includes vital elements such as irrigation systems, road networks, electricity supply, and the establishment of social assets in villages. In contrast, urban infrastructure focuses on public transportation systems, upgrading roads, and enhancing civic amenities in urban areas. In recent discussions, the term soft infrastructure has gained prominence, referring to critical sectors such as education, skill development, and overall human capital enhancement. While all these components of infrastructure are significant, it is essential to recognize that robust overall infrastructure is particularly critical for sustaining economic growth. As the economy expands, there must be an investment in infrastructure that exceeds the rate of economic growth to support and enhance that growth. In India, the assessment of infrastructure indicates that it is only adequate in terms of communication services, while other areas are found to be vastly deficient. Globally, infrastructure exhibits several distinctive characteristics that are essential for understanding its ongoing evolution. 1. Dynamic nature. Infrastructure is inherently a dynamic concept, necessitating continual investments. It is not something that can be deemed complete or adequate at any point. Instead, it demands ongoing enhancement. 2. Preceding economic growth. For sustainable economic advancement, infrastructure growth must occur prior to or in tandem with economic activities. For example, roadways must be improved before the manufacturing of vehicles can increase, and factories can only be established where a reliable electricity supply exists. 3. Proactive maintenance. Infrastructure must be maintained proactively throughout the year, ensuring its availability 24/7. This means preventive measures will minimize the need for reactive maintenance that addresses issues only after they arise. 4. Future visioning. Development planning for infrastructure must consider future needs rather than just current demands. Given the often lengthy periods required for infrastructure projects to be completed, forward-looking strategies are essential to avoid obsolescence upon project completion. 5. Global perspective. Evaluating infrastructure should always occur within a global context rather than being limited to past local achievements. For instance, the government of India can take pride in the construction of 8,000 kilometers of highways over the past 10 years, a noteworthy accomplishment. However, in the same timeframe, China has managed to build an astonishing 25,000 kilometers of highways, illustrating the need for comparative analysis on a global scale. 6. Effectiveness. Infrastructure must not only exist but be effective. Taking Hyderabad's International Airport as an example, it has been developed to world-class standards, significantly reducing time at check-in and accommodating a larger passenger volume. However, this airport's location far from the city highlights a key issue: the time saved at the airport may be offset by extended travel times to reach it. Thus, an effective infrastructure strategy must involve not only the construction of facilities but also ensure that supporting infrastructure, such as road networks, are developed simultaneously to facilitate efficient access and egress. In conclusion, the importance of infrastructure in the global context cannot be overstated. As economies strive for growth, the continuous development of both hard and soft infrastructure is paramount. Policymakers must embrace a holistic, forward-thinking approach to infrastructure development that anticipates future demands and fosters sustainable economic progress. Challenges in Indian infrastructure. Issues in Indian infrastructure development. 1. Need for long-term resources. The Planning Commission of India has projected that a staggering investment of approximately $1,000 billion is required to bolster the country's overall infrastructure over the next decade. To break this down, this translates to an investment of around $500 billion in the next 5 years, equating to an annual investment of $100 billion. Such investment is crucial for not only sustaining the current growth trajectory but also for achieving higher levels of economic expansion. In this context, the share of infrastructure investment in India's gross domestic product, GDP, which currently stands at about 5.5%, would need to more than double to around 12.5% in order to meet these demands effectively. One of the inherent challenges of these infrastructure projects is their long gestation period. Raising long-term funds on a consistent basis poses a significant issue for sustained development. Typically, these long-term resources are drawn from insurance and pension funds, both of which remain relatively nascent in the Indian market. Currently, insurance penetration is alarmingly low, as is the coverage of pension funds, highlighting a serious gap in available capital for infrastructure investment. Moreover, commercial banks often find themselves in a precarious position as they are unable to extend long-term loans without risking a mismatch between their assets and liabilities, thereby potentially jeopardizing their financial stability. The challenge lies in creating a robust financial ecosystem that can support the necessary influx of long-term funds tailored for infrastructure development. 2. Pricing of infrastructure. Another significant issue impacting infrastructure development in India is the underpricing of infrastructure services. Underpricing occurs when the charges imposed for infrastructure utilization fall below their commercial viability as determined by market conditions. This approach raises concerns regarding the sustainability of infrastructure projects over the long term, as it may deter private investment and hinder ongoing maintenance and development efforts. Implementing a pricing strategy that accurately reflects the true costs of infrastructure services is essential for attracting investment and ensuring longevity. 3. Absence of visioning. A critical aspect of effective infrastructure development is the lack of strategic vision, particularly looking towards the future, such as planning for infrastructure in India 2050. Unfortunately, there has been little to no serious consideration given to the infrastructure needs of the country over the next 30 to 40 years. A long-term vision is essential for identifying future requirements, optimizing resource allocation, and ensuring that the nation remains competitive and resilient in an evolving global landscape. 4. Infrastructure as a national issue. Infrastructure development in India is often influenced by the political agenda of the ruling government, with each administration prioritizing projects based on its own strategic interests. One government might choose to focus on building an extensive highway network, while another might prioritize the development of rural roads. Such a piecemeal approach hampers the overall progress of infrastructure development. It is imperative that infrastructure be recognized as a national issue that transcends political lines. A collaborative, apolitical approach to infrastructure planning and investment is necessary for fostering long-term growth and enhancing national connectivity and productivity. In conclusion, addressing these critical issues, the necessity for long-term resources, appropriate pricing strategies, a forward-looking vision, and a unified approach to infrastructure development, is essential for realizing India's economic potential and ensuring sustainable growth in the years to come. Recent measures implemented by the Government of India. Infrastructural development for New India, recent government measures. The Government of India has recognized the crucial role that infrastructure plays in the nation's development and economic growth. In response, it has implemented a series of initiatives aimed at bolstering the infrastructural sector. Here, we delineate some of the most significant measures taken. 1. Establishment of the India Infrastructure Finance Company Limited, IFCL. The government has established IFCL specifically to enhance investment in infrastructure projects. This organization is expected to mobilize investments exceeding 50,000 Indian rupees crores over time. IFCL plays a pivotal role in structuring and facilitating financing for various infrastructure ventures across the country. 2. Collaboration for infrastructure funding. In a landmark move, IFCL has partnered with the Infrastructure Development Finance Company, IDFC, Citigroup, and the Blackstone Group to launch a $5 billion fund dedicated to financing infrastructure projects throughout India. This financial consortium represents a strategic approach to pooling resources from both domestic and international investors, thereby amplifying the funding landscape for infrastructure development. 3. Overseas financial initiatives. As part of its global outreach strategy, IFCL has established a subsidiary in London with a fund of $5 billion. This subsidiary is tasked with funding Indian enterprises that import capital goods and machinery specifically designated for infrastructure projects within India. This innovative approach aims to bolster domestic infrastructure while fostering international collaboration. 4. Multi-Infrastructure Debt Fund Proposal. The Planning Commission of India has introduced a plan for a multi-infrastructure debt fund worth $11 billion, further expanding options for financing infrastructure projects. This fund is expected to provide long-term financing arrangements to enhance project viability and attract further investments. 5. Public-Private Partnership, PPP, Model. The government has recently introduced a novel PPP model tailored for infrastructure development. This model leverages governmental strengths, such as interministerial clearances and land acquisition processes. The private sector is tasked with undertaking the construction of the projects as per government specifications using their resources within a defined timeframe, with incentives awarded for early project completion. Additionally, the PPP model allows the private sector to impose pre-agreed tolls for road projects or user charges for airport access under the Build-Operate-Transfer (BOT) framework. A variant of this model, the Design-Build-Finance-Operate (DBFO) approach, empowers the private sector with responsibilities for project design, promoting innovation and efficiency. Recently, the government has also initiated the concept of negative grants for highly profitable road projects, where private companies must provide upfront capital based on anticipated future earnings when bidding on projects. Urban infrastructure developments. To address the pressing needs of urban infrastructure, the Government of India has launched several key initiatives. 1. Smart Cities Mission. One of the flagship urban development programs, the Smart Cities Mission, aims to enhance the quality of life in urban areas through sustainable and inclusive development practices. The mission focuses on creating urban spaces characterized by reliable water and electricity supply, efficient sanitation and solid waste management, sustainable urban mobility, affordable housing, especially for economically weaker sections of society, robust IT connectivity and digitization, enhanced governance and citizen engagement. This mission targets the betterment of 100 cities, which will be selected based on equitable criteria, monitored and reassessed after 2 years of implementation. 2. Swachh Bharat Mission, SBM, initiated to eradicate open defecation and ensure effective municipal solid waste management. The SBM has set ambitious targets including the construction of over 1 crore individual household latrines, IHL, and numerous community toilet facilities by October 2019. As of December 2015, the initiative has made significant progress, with nearly 6 lakh IHLs and thousands of community and public toilets completed. 3. National Heritage City Development and Augmentation Yojana, HRDAI. This scheme aims to preserve and revitalize the unique characteristics of heritage cities in India. With an initial budget of 500 Indian rupees crores, cities including Ajmer, Amritsar, and Varanasi have been earmarked for development, focusing on maintaining historical integrity while fostering urban renewal. 4. Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation, AMRUT. Implemented as a centrally sponsored scheme, AMRUT aims to provide basic services in cities, particularly those with a population of over 1 million. The initiative ensures that cities receive substantial central assistance for transformative projects focusing on water supply, sewerage, and urban transport solutions. 5. Northeastern Region Urban Development Program, NARED. This program is directed towards urban development in the northeastern states, covered under a multi-loan agreement with the Asian Development Bank. Prioritized urban services include water supply, sanitation, and solid waste management, with a total allocation of approximately 1,371 Indian rupees crores aimed at establishing sustainable urban infrastructure. 6. Setu Bharatm Program, aimed at enhancing road safety. This program seeks to construct bridges and eliminate level crossings on national highways, with a budget of 20,800 Indian rupees crores allotted for the construction of 208 railway over bridges, ROBs, and railway under bridges, RUBs. 7. Bharatmala Pariyojana. This comprehensive highway development project focuses on increasing the efficiency of freight and passenger movement across the nation through the development of critical infrastructure, including economic corridors and international connectivity roads. With an estimated outlay of Indian rupee 535,000 crores for Phase 1 alone, the initiative is set to enhance road connectivity and overall infrastructure. 8. Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, Urban. This housing scheme aims to provide suitable housing to all urban populations, particularly the economically weaker sections, by 2022. Central assistance is extended to states and UTs to facilitate the construction of necessary housing, thereby addressing urban slums and affordability issues. Through these initiatives, the Government of India demonstrates its commitment to not only expanding infrastructure but also fostering economic growth while enhancing the quality of life for its citizens. Infrastructure and its key challenges. Despite the government's concerted efforts to enhance infrastructural development in India, several persistent challenges continue to impede progress in this crucial sector. Below, we delve into the key obstacles confronting infrastructure growth. 1. Global Infrastructure Ranking. According to the World Economic Forum, India ranks 89th out of 139 countries in terms of infrastructure quality. In stark contrast, nations like China and Brazil hold ranks of 50 and 62, respectively. This substantial disparity underscores the perception that India's infrastructure is significantly inadequate when measured against global standards. 2. Resource mobilization. to secure long-term funding for infrastructure projects, comprehensive reforms in banking, insurance, and pension funds are necessary. These sectors are pivotal sources of long-term financial resources, yet they remain underutilized in the context of infrastructure financing. 3. Attraction of foreign investment. Drawing on the experiences of countries such as China, it is evident that foreign investment plays a critical role in financing infrastructure. Thus, the Indian government must further liberalize its policies and create a more conducive environment for foreign investors to engage in infrastructure initiatives. 4. Public-private partnership, PPP, limitations. While the PPP model is commendable and has potential, it cannot fully replace government spending due to the immense resources required for infrastructure development. In fact, PPPs should be viewed as supplementary mechanisms that support, rather than supplant, government-led initiatives. 5. Metro system challenges. India's major metropolitan areas, specifically Delhi, Mumbai, and Chennai, are grappling with severe degradation of metro infrastructure. Despite proactive efforts by state governments, extensive infrastructural deficits persist in these urban centers, even amidst the backdrop of initiatives like the Jawaharlal Nehru National Urban Renewal Mission, JNURM. 6. Government accountability. It is crucial to emphasize that the government cannot absolve itself of responsibility for infrastructure development. The state must take an active role in addressing these challenges rather than shifting the burden to private entities. Addressing twin challenges, two pressing questions arise in this context. Resource mobilization amid budget constraints. The provisions of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act, FRBMA, impose limitations on government spending, complicating efforts to raise necessary funds for infrastructure projects. The legacy of inefficiency, highlighted by over 300 government projects facing delays of more than 8 years and reporting a cumulative cost overrun of approximately £49,000 crores, stresses the urgent need for reform. Enhancing government efficiency. Improving government efficiency as a spender requires tackling a myriad of challenges, including cumbersome land acquisition processes, a lack of interministerial coordination, and overarching bureaucratic delays commonly associated with governmental operations. Learning from global experiences, India can derive valuable insights from the infrastructure development strategies employed by China. The Chinese have exhibited an ability to innovate beyond conventional boundaries, which is evident in their extraordinary accomplishments. For instance, they have successfully constructed numerous bridges that span over a river and remain maintenance-free for up to a century. Such feats defy global expectations, especially regarding high-speed trains, which were once believed to be limited to speeds under 450 km per hour. Yet, China has demonstrated that such achievements are indeed feasible, breaking barriers that were previously thought insurmountable. Furthermore, China's capital boasts an airport larger than London's Heathrow, demonstrating strategic foresight in meeting expected passenger and cargo demands for the next quarter century. Their ambitious rail link connecting mainland China to Tibet, over 2,000 kilometers long and soaring at elevations exceeding 15,000 feet, exemplifies groundbreaking engineering. In contrast, India remains ensnared in a pattern of rehashing existing ideas and technologies, stifling the potential for groundbreaking infrastructure. What India truly requires is a paradigm shift towards innovative infrastructure, the kind that transcends conventional limitations and adopts visionary approaches. This endeavor calls for an apolitical framework that encompasses cross-party collaboration, ultimately focused on establishing a world-class infrastructure that not only supports sustainable economic growth but also pushes the frontiers of what infrastructure can achieve. In conclusion, addressing India's infrastructural challenges will necessitate a holistic approach that combines effective resource allocation, fostering international investment, learning from successful global examples, and embracing innovative practices. Only by redefining its infrastructural vision can India hope to realize its growth ambitions and meet the expectations of its citizens. Sustainability challenges and infrastructure development. One of the pressing issues currently emerging in India is the complex interplay between infrastructure development and environmental sustainability. The adverse effects of infrastructure projects, such as the erosion of forest cover, pollution, and disruption of local ecosystems, are becoming increasingly evident. Recent developments in states like Orissa serve as a critical case study. Projects that can significantly alter not only the economic landscape of the state but also the nation as a whole demand a more nuanced and thoughtful examination. For instance, the environmental controversies surrounding major corporations like POSCO and the Vedanta Group in Orissa pose a significant risk to potential investments exceeding 60,000 Indian rupees crores. These investments hold the promise of elevating Orissa from its current status as a relatively backward state to one that is progressive and economically vibrant. However, the hesitation to proceed with these projects, mainly due to environmental concerns, may ultimately hinder the broader developmental goals of the state and the nation. Similarly, the government's decision to stall the Lavasa project in Maharashtra epitomizes a short-sighted approach to urban development. This project has the potential to set a new benchmark for environmentally friendly urban planning in India. By prioritizing environmental challenges such as water scarcity and waste management, Lavasa could emerge as a model urban settlement that aligns with the principles of sustainable development, rather than an adversary to it. The Prime Minister has emphasized the importance of striking a balance between development and environmental preservation. It is essential to recognize that development is intrinsically linked to the livelihoods and welfare of the populace. As such, rather than abandoning projects due to environmental concerns, it is crucial to discover innovative ways to address these challenges while still pursuing economic development. However, this raises the question, are these the only environmental issues we should be concerned about? There are myriad challenges, including slum development, waste management, the ban on single-use plastics, rural-urban habitation disparities, polluted rivers, and, of course, the ongoing erosion of forest cover. These issues present significant hurdles that need urgent attention as they affect millions of lives across the country. India grapples with numerous systemic problems, including high unemployment rates, widespread poverty, a pervasive development deficit, and significant investment disparities among states. If private and foreign players can offer credible solutions to these divides, their projects should be encouraged rather than stifled by bureaucracy and a narrow focus on environmental issues. The current approach by the government appears myopic, as it often masks itself in environmentalism while simultaneously overlooking the tangible socio-economic benefits that such projects can bring to states and the country as a whole. The infrastructural challenges India faces today are likely to escalate in intensity, especially as population growth exerts increasing pressure on existing infrastructure systems. Furthermore, the government might find merit in allocating a separate budget specifically for infrastructure development. Integrating this with the railway budget could facilitate greater synergy among various sectors of infrastructure, thereby enhancing overall efficiency and effectiveness. Ultimately, a comprehensive dialogue regarding the imperatives of infrastructure development is urgently needed. Without this, India's potential for growth could become severely hampered, limiting its ability to meet the aspirations of its burgeoning population. Addressing the dual challenges of infrastructure and environmental sustainability is not just a necessity, it is a vital imperative for securing a prosperous and sustainable future for New India. Indian ports. Ports in India, catalysts for economic growth. Globally, ports serve as vital gateways for the trade of goods and merchandise, facilitating the entry and exit of products from countries. They play an instrumental role in accelerating economic development and overall regional growth. For open economies like India, neglecting port infrastructure could jeopardize the progress of their economies, paving the way for inefficiencies and trade barriers. India's port infrastructure consists of 12 major ports, 2 of which have recently been approved, one in West Bengal and the other in Andhra Pradesh, as well as over 200 minor ports. Collectively, these ports manage a staggering 95% of cargo movement by volume and around 70% by value. Currently, India's port capacity is estimated to be around 1,000 million tons, mt, a figure that accentuates the pressing need for further development. The importation of critical resources such as crude oil, iron ore, and coal predominantly occurs through sea routes, underscoring the necessity to bolster India's port capabilities to manage increasing volumes and enhance cargo movement efficiency. In recognition of this need, the Government of India has authorized 100% participation from the private sector in foreign direct investment, FDI, in this domain. Additionally, the Maritime Agenda 2010-2020 has outlined ambitious goals including 1. Boosting India's share in global shipbuilding from 1% to 5%. 2. Increasing Indian seafarers' participation in the global shipping workforce from 6 to 7% to a minimum of 9% by 2015. 3. Expanding port capacity to approximately 3,200 metric tons, in order to accommodate an anticipated traffic of around 2,500 metric tons by 2020. 4. Advancing ports to be on par with the world's best in terms of performance and operational capacity. 5. Augmenting the tonnage of Indian-flagged vessels and increasing their participation in India's export-import trade. 6. Promoting coastal shipping to ease road congestion and enhance environmental sustainability. 7. Facilitating private and foreign investment by allowing 100% FDI through automatic routes for several initiatives, including the development of port-related facilities and assets. In an effort to stimulate investment, the government has also extended a 100% tax exemption to companies investing in port infrastructure and has introduced a 10-year tax holiday for enterprises involved in the development, maintenance, and operation of ports and inland waterways. Recent government initiatives and developments. Recent contracts and agreements reflect a robust push towards enhancing India's port capabilities. For instance, a significant contract worth around 600 crores, approximately $100.2 million, was awarded for the development of the Jawaharlal Nehru Port Trust's container terminal at Navi Mumbai to a Dubai-based firm. Furthermore, GAIL India and the Shipping Corporation of India, SCI, have struck a Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, to collaborate on transporting liquefied natural gas sourced from the United States. Significant upgrades are also underway at the Visakhapatnam Port Trust, VPT, with an approved project for upgrading existing facilities and creating new ones specifically for iron ore handling. This initiative, estimated at an investment of 845.41 crores, around $153.95 million, will be executed in phases on a design, build, finance, operate, and transfer (DBFOT) basis. Moreover, the VPT is spearheading three major projects worth around 1,800 crores, $330.08 million. The Union Shipping Ministry has initiated plans for the corporatization of major port trusts, starting with Mumbai's JNPT, aimed at enhancing efficiency and operational capacity. India also boasts a network of 14,500 kilometers of navigable and potentially innavigable inland waterways. 5 of these waterways have been declared as national waterways, thus elevating their significance in the maritime landscape, with projects like the development of multi-purpose berths at Haldia Dock 2 significantly contributing to capacity enhancements at the Kolkata Port Trust. Addressing key challenges in India's port sector. Despite these commendable efforts, critical challenges remain in the Indian port sector. The development of port infrastructure is often cited as lagging when compared to global benchmarks. Trade operations face serious hurdles due to inefficient port services, long waiting times, and inadequate infrastructure. Many shipping lines are increasingly hesitant to dock at Indian ports, causing a bottleneck effect that exacerbates capacity issues, particularly in high-traffic ports such as Mumbai and JNPT. A comprehensive strategy must be implemented, looking at port development in an integrated manner that builds synergies between ports, railways, and roadways. Additionally, Indian ports currently lack the capacity to handle large containers effectively, forcing larger vessels to reroute to international hubs like Colombo, which poses economic and political risks. Furthermore, the absence of 24/7 customs clearance facilities and the burden of excessive paperwork inflate transaction costs unnecessarily. The average turnaround time for vessels is about 3.5 days, substantially higher than international standards, which detracts from productivity and increases the uncertainty of consignments. The inefficiencies in truck movements, exacerbated by frequent labor unrest, further prolong loading and unloading processes, adding to operational delays. It is imperative that India not only develops ports in response to current demands but anticipates future growth, positioning the nation as a pivotal hub for global cargo movement. The Sagarmala Program, a vision for future growth. One of the most significant initiatives aimed at transforming the maritime landscape is the Sagarmala Program, a comprehensive strategy designed to optimize India's coastline and inland waterways to fuel industrial growth. Launched in 2003, this project promises to enhance port infrastructure and connectivity through rail corridors, transport-friendly expressways, and utilization of inland waterways. Moreover, it seeks to develop coastal economic zones and improve the skills of coastal communities. Predictions indicate that the Sagarmala project could lead to a whopping $110 billion boost in India's merchandise exports by 2025, while also creating an estimated 10 million new jobs. E-governance initiatives for streamlining operations. To further enhance operational efficiency, the government is increasingly adopting e-governance initiatives. Key services that have transitioned online include ship registration, continuous discharge certificates, CDCs, and various certifications related to competencies for seafarers. This digital transformation seeks to simplify procedures and ease the overall functioning of the maritime sector. While the outlook for the shipping sector may appear subdued in the short term, ongoing government initiatives like the Sagarmala Project and Jal Marg Vikas Project, combined with recent incentives for domestic shipbuilding, signal a future ripe with potential. Nevertheless, the performance of container and dry bulk vessels remains susceptible to weak global trade growth and ongoing overcapacity issues. In contrast, the tankers segment, constituting the majority of the Indian fleet, demonstrated robust performance in recent years, owing to an improved demand-supply dynamic. In conclusion, while the Indian port sector has witnessed significant strides toward capacity enhancement and infrastructure development, continued efforts are necessary to address prevailing challenges and harness the vast potential that lies ahead. As India navigates its course towards becoming an international logistics hub, the focus must remain on integrating national resources, optimizing operational efficiencies, and fostering a sustainable maritime ecosystem. Indian Railways, the growth carrier of India. Indian Railways, the lifeline of India and its future prospects. Indian Railways, IR, is widely recognized as the lifeline of the nation, boasting an extensive network of approximately 64,000 kilometers, making it the fourth largest in the world, following the United States, Russia, and China. This colossal railway system operates around 12,000 passenger trains and 7,000 freight trains daily. Recently, it achieved a significant milestone by surpassing 1 billion tons in freight movement. The Indian Railways serves dual functions. It operates commercially through freight operations and fulfills a social responsibility by facilitating passenger movement across the country. A substantial portion of railway profits is derived from freight operations. Back in 1951–52, the distribution of freight transportation between railways and roadways was heavily skewed in favor of railways, at a ratio of 79–21. Railways then enjoyed near-total dominance over bulk cargo and retail parcel transport on medium and long-haul routes. However, in the past 6 decades, this ratio has undergone a dramatic reversal. Today, road freight commands a market share exceeding 80%, while railways capture only approximately 35%. In the retail parcel segment, roadways have an even more commanding 95% share. Comparatively, in countries like China, road freight accounts for merely 22%, while in the US, it stands at 37%. This stark contrast indicates that, in India, road freight is cheaper than rail freight, a situation that defies international standards, where rail transport is generally more cost-effective than road transport. The road transport sector carries inherent disadvantages, including susceptibility to adverse weather conditions, risks of theft and accidents, and complications arising from interstate transport through checkpoints, which can cause delays if necessary documentation is not in order. Challenges in rail freight operations. The challenges faced by Indian railways, particularly in freight operations, can primarily be attributed to two key factors. First, the high cost of rail movement stems from the policy of cross-subsidization adopted by passenger fares, particularly for sleeper class accommodation, are often underpriced, and this shortfall is compensated for through increased freight charges. Passenger rail fares in India are politically sensitive, however, this subsidization approach directly impacts freight charges. If low passenger fares are deemed essential, efforts must be made to reduce operational costs. Any deficit arising from low passenger charges should ideally be covered through government funding rather than being offset by raising freight rates. World Bank data reveals that the freight rates imposed by Indian railways are exorbitantly high when compared to other major freight rail networks, such as the U.S. railroads, Chinese railways, and Russian railways. Interestingly, rates charged by U.S. railroads are reportedly just a quarter of those implemented by Germany stands as an exception with even higher rates, though it is not considered a major player in global railway freight. This pricing strategy reflects in the reduced fare freight ratio over the past 5 years, dropping from 0.32 to 0.26 for Indian railways. In stark contrast, China's fare freight ratio remains at a competitive 1.2, while South Korea's stands at 1.4. This disparity indicates that even nations with state-controlled rail systems, like China, maintain a more efficient and profitable fare structure, charging fares 4 times higher than those of India. The second critical challenge is that over 60% of freight movement in India relies on electric traction, which entails high initial capital investments and ongoing operational costs, thereby increasing freight movement expenses. The ongoing debate over the merits of diesel versus electric traction is significant, however, no concrete evidence has shown a clear advantage of electric over diesel. Electric traction incurs substantially higher upfront costs, complicating matters in India, where there is already an ongoing power deficit. Electric rail operations are prioritized over other sectors, although it offers price stability compared to diesel. Both electric and diesel traction should not be viewed as competing alternatives but as complementary modes. A balanced mix can enhance overall efficiency and sustainability. Strategies for improvement in freight operations. To address current challenges, Indian railways must take several remedial measures. Foremost among them is the need for an adjustment in passenger fares to adequately reflect operational costs, particularly for sleeper classes. Higher classes should be considered from a profitability angle rather than a social obligation. If any cross-subsidization is warranted, it should be based on interclass assistance between sleeper and premium classes. Moreover, Indian Railways must focus on streamlining its freight operations with the goal of boosting freight movement's market share from the current 35% to approximately 50%. This can be achieved through public-private partnerships, PPP, and privatization efforts, a path already initiated by the government. Private sector involvement. Indian Railways has embarked on creating opportunities for private sector involvement in freight movements. Through the Private Freight Terminal, PFT, and Special Freight Train Operator, SFTO, schemes, private companies are now allowed to utilize IR's infrastructure for transporting commodities and developing freight terminals. The license fees range between 15 Indian rupees to 25 Indian rupees crores, depending on the type of goods moved. Under the SFTO scheme, participants can benefit from a freight rebate of 12% for a duration of 20 years until they recover their investment. This initiative aims to support operators while tackling issues such as empty return loads, which will be exempt from freight charges. The SFTO will facilitate the movement of essential goods, including fertilizers, cement, chemicals, petrochemicals, and steel. The PFT policy allows private operators to manage nearly all traffic types, barring specific commodities like outward coal, coke, and iron ore. A revenue-sharing model for newly constructed terminals is anticipated to start 5 years post-commissioning, with subsequent annual adjustments based on overall price indices, WPI. A notable initiative was the Own Your Wagon program launched in 2005, designed to assure clients a steady supply of rakes based on the number procured. Despite the initial promise, the scheme did not meet expectations due to congestion issues. Dedicated Freight Corridor, DFC, a game changer. The most ambitious endeavor currently in progress is the Dedicated Freight Corridor, DFC, project. The Prime Minister has emphasized its urgent necessity, with a proposed budget of approximately 1 Indian rupee lakh crores. This project is expected to provide a vital framework for economic transport, spanning over 3,300 kilometers across India. The western corridors will connect Dadri in Uttar Pradesh to JNPT near Mumbai, covering 1,499 kilometers and linking Haryana, Rajasthan, Gujarat, and Maharashtra via high-speed railway. Meanwhile, the eastern DFC will stretch from Ludhiana in Punjab to Dankuni in West Bengal, measuring 1,839 kilometers and uniting Punjab, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, and West Bengal. A significant portion of the Western Corridor will benefit from Japanese financial assistance, while the World Bank will contribute to a substantial part of the Eastern Corridor. As India moves into the elite League of Nations achieving over 1 billion tons in freight movement, attention is inevitably drawn to the highly anticipated DFC. The project aims to dramatically augment railways' freight carrying capacity, alleviate congestion on existing lines, and ultimately improve operational efficiency. Both the Western and Eastern DFCs are expected to significantly boost freight capacity, with current project costs estimated at 95,836 Indian rupees crores. Infrastructure development will include high-capacity rakes, scaled from a previous load of 300 tons to an astonishing 12,000 tons, and the overall length of freight trains will increase significantly. Geopolitically, the DFC will target major regions like Rajasthan and Gujarat, which together cover a staggering 77% of the total intended freight corridor length. This transformative project anticipates creating a high-speed transport network for high-axle load wagons and double-stacked container trains, thereby enhancing connectivity with crucial power facilities and ports along the way. Approximately 180 million people, representing 14% of India's population, are expected to derive benefits from the corridor. Conclusion and future directions. The DFC initiative joins together mega industrial zones, ports, airports, an expressway, and a large-scale power plant, with the overarching goal of attracting foreign investments. This integrated approach aims to develop a globally competitive infrastructure alongside fostering economic growth in the regions it serves. To achieve these ambitious goals, Indian Railways must also harmonize its operations as part of a comprehensive national logistics policy that encompasses all modes of transport, ensuring cooperative linkages between rail, road, and sea. Exploration of further links, especially in the northeastern states and with neighboring countries, will foster regional development and connectivity. Additionally, a re-evaluation of the long-standing practice of maintaining a separate budget for Indian Railways, which dates back to British colonial times, may be beneficial. Robust investment in rail infrastructure, alongside appropriate budget allocations akin to the defense sector, is vital for the sustainable development of this critical transportation network. Ultimately, a concerted effort to integrate rail, port, and road logistics, coupled with the emphasis on technological advancements and collaborative frameworks, will be paramount in enhancing the overall efficiency, reducing transportation costs, and positioning Indian Railways as a backbone of the nation's economic prosperity. Enhancing regional connectivity through UDAN. UDAN, Udesh Ka Aam Nagrik, an integral component of the National Civil Aviation Policy established in 2016, stands as a transformative initiative aimed at enhancing regional connectivity in India's aviation sector. This innovative Regional Connectivity Scheme, RCS, seeks to stimulate air traffic growth in regional aviation by adopting a market-based approach. One of the hallmark features of the UDAN scheme is its commitment to making air travel more accessible to the general public. It achieves this by offering a limited number of seats on flights at a highly affordable fare of 2,500 rupees for journeys lasting up to 1 hour. Since its inception, UDAN has successfully facilitated connections between 70 airports and 128 routes. The initiative has ambitious plans for expansion, with an aim to link over 100 additional unserved and underserved airports in upcoming rounds of route bidding. This strategic expansion is designed to ensure that air travel becomes a more viable option for individuals in regional areas, thereby bridging the urban-rural divide in air transport accessibility. To support this initiative, the Government of India provides crucial financial assistance through Viability Gap Funding, VGF. This funding seeks to address the financial viability concerns associated with operating in less commercially attractive regions. Furthermore, the scheme promotes infrastructural development at underutilized airports, enhancing their operational capabilities and efficiency. To ensure the sustainability of airline operations on UDAN routes, the government implements several cost-reducing measures. These measures include the elimination of airport charges for airlines operating under the UDAN scheme, subsidizing aviation turbine fuel, ATF, providing a market-based subsidy for 50% of the seats on each flight, and granting airlines a 3-year exclusivity period on designated routes. Such incentives are critical in making regional air travel economically feasible and attractive for airlines. As of the first round of the UDAN initiative, a diverse array of airports has been included. 13 regional connectivity scheme airports have been established in the eastern and northeastern regions, while the northern and western regions each have 12 airports connected. Additionally, 8 airports have been added in the southern region, laying a robust foundation for future growth and connectivity. In conclusion, UDAN represents a significant shift towards democratizing air travel in India, ensuring that even remote and underserved regions are connected to the wider national air transport network. By providing financial incentives, improving infrastructure, and maintaining fair affordability, the UDAN scheme is set to revolutionize regional air connectivity and contribute to the broader goals of economic development and social integration across the country. Railway Station Scheme. The Railway Station Scheme is an ambitious initiative aimed at the comprehensive modernization and upgradation of railway stations across the country. The primary objective of this scheme is to enhance the overall passenger experience, ensuring that railway stations are equipped with modern facilities, improved infrastructure, and superior amenities. Currently, the upgradation of stations is primarily executed under the Adarsh Station Scheme, which focuses on transforming key railway stations into model stations. This involves not only aesthetic improvements but also the integration of essential amenities that cater to the needs of passengers, such as waiting areas, ticketing facilities, clean sanitation, and food courts. The financial aspect of the development under the Railway Station Scheme is typically funded through the plan head designated for passenger amenities. This allocation ensures that there are sufficient resources to enhance the facilities that passengers encounter daily. Moreover, the scheme emphasizes sustainability and environmental considerations, promoting the use of green technologies and practices in station design and operations. This modernization effort is crucial in keeping pace with the rapid growth of passenger traffic and the increasing expectations of travelers. By upgrading railway stations to meet contemporary standards, the Indian Railways aims to create a more efficient, user-friendly, and modern travel environment. Furthermore, the scheme supports broader economic growth by improving connectivity and facilitating easier movement of goods and personnel, thus contributing significantly to the development of India's infrastructure. The Railway Station Scheme is part of a larger vision for a new India, where infrastructure plays a vital role in building a robust economy and improving the quality of life for citizens. Investment models. Conventional investment approaches in India. In examining the interplay of the public sector, reforms, and infrastructure, this chapter seeks to synthesize various investment models previously discussed, while also exploring potential frameworks for enhancing investment in an economy like India's. The contemporary macroeconomic paradigm is fundamentally tied to growth models, wherein economic growth is seen as a function of both savings and investments. However, historically, the overall levels of savings have been a key determinant, particularly in the context of India's earlier status as a closed economy. In the years immediately following independence, India faced a persistent challenge: low levels of savings translated into equally low levels of investment, which stunted economic growth. This predicament became emblematic of what was termed the Hindu rate of growth, a term used to describe the stagnation in growth rates despite the efforts made toward industrialization. Refer to the chapter on inclusive growth. Investment during that period was largely dictated by the overall savings within the economy, with public sector initiatives dominating the landscape. Such scenarios often led to budgetary deficits, as governments tended to exceed their savings through excess spending. To better understand this dynamic, savings in an economy can be defined as the difference between total income and consumption. This can be broken down into two categories: financial savings, such as money deposited in banks, government securities, stocks, bonds, insurance policies, and pension funds, and physical savings, which encompass tangible assets like real estate, gold, and commodities. India's savings landscape is diverse, encompassing the household sector, the corporate sector, and even state-owned enterprises such as the Department of Posts. Notably, over 70% of savings originate from the household sector, illustrating that India is fundamentally a household sector savings-driven economy. The increase in savings observed post-economic reforms has been hailed as a macroeconomic fundamental strength of India, indicating a shift toward more robust saving patterns. Investment, within the macroeconomic context, refers to the enhancement of capital stock, mainly machinery, known as gross capital formation. After considering depreciation, the remaining value is termed net capital formation. The relationship between investment and growth is pivotal. Without significant capital formation, growth becomes elusive. For instance, if a corporation like Maruti Suzuki decides to establish a new manufacturing plant, this move will not only escalate car production, but also foster growth in GDP, generate employment opportunities, and ultimately raise income levels across the populace. Historically, India has adhered to two prominent investment models: the top-down investment approach and the bottom-up investment approach. The top-down model emphasizes investing in foundational and core industries such as crude oil, steel, cement, and power generation. Success in these sectors is expected to catalyze investment in secondary industries, which eventually leads to the production of consumer goods, thereby creating a ripple effect of further investment. Conversely, the bottom-up model prioritizes small-scale and village industries, creating pathways for them to evolve into larger, capital-intensive enterprises over time. Post-independence, India predominantly adopted the top-down investment model as a cornerstone of its second five-year plan, investing primarily through the public sector. Refer to the chapter on planning in India. Before the era of economic reforms, investments were largely confined to the public sector, focusing on critical areas through designated budget allocations. The objectives were clear: enhance capacity in vital sectors, achieve self-reliance, stimulate industrialization, and drive economic growth overall. Refer to the chapter on industrial sector. This form of investment is often categorized as basic capital expenditure, or core investment. Nevertheless, the public sector-led investment approach exhibited several limitations. 1. Low savings and investment. India historically faced a scenario of low savings, which invariably led to correspondingly low investment levels and stunted economic growth. 2. Resource constraints. the government consistently encountered binding resource constraints stemming from the need to allocate increased funding toward social sector initiatives, such as subsidies for food grains and fertilizers. Consequently, the government struggled to enhance tax revenues, leading to an escalating fiscal deficit. Refer to the chapter on government finances. 3. Inefficiency in spending. The government's spending patterns were often inefficient, particularly in capital formation. Prolonged timelines for project completion frequently resulted in cost overruns and higher overall project expenses. This phenomenon contributed to capital deepening, increasing capital intensity without achieving the desired levels of capital efficiency. 4. Focus on capacity creation. Earlier investments were overly focused on building capacities across various sectors using available technologies domestically or from countries with similar investment models, such as the former USSR. 5. Limited technological innovation. While the existing model facilitated some degree of capital formation, it fell short in fostering investment driven by technology and knowledge, which are critical in a rapidly evolving global economy. 6. Social responsibilities and resource allocation. In light of the social responsibilities imposed on public sector entities, there was a lack of focus on profitability, limiting the capacity to augment investments within the economy. 7. Lack of alternatives. Operating as a regulated and closed economy, there were few, if any, alternatives to traditional savings and public sector investments, stifling innovation and diversification in investment strategies. In summary, the journey of India's investment landscape has been shaped by a multitude of factors, including the intrinsic characteristics of household savings, the nature of public sector involvement, and outdated investment models. As the economy continues to evolve, exploring new models of investment that are more inclusive, efficient, and growth-driven will be key in addressing the limitations of the past and ensuring a prosperous future for India. New investment paradigms. Neo-investment models in the Indian economy, a comprehensive overview. The emergence of diverse investment models in India is a phenomenon that became increasingly evident after the economic reforms and liberalization that began in the early 1990s. With the transformation of India from a closed economy to an open one, there is a pressing need to shift the focus of investment from merely quantitative numbers to qualitative outcomes. This shift emphasizes moving from traditional sectors towards technology and knowledge-intensive industries, as well as transitioning from capacity-building strategies to efficient, capital-based investments that optimize resource usage. Private sector investment. The liberalization of the Indian economy has paved the way for private sector investment to flourish. Previously, investment activities were largely confined to public sector enterprises. However, the post-reform scenario has profoundly altered this landscape, enabling the private sector to thrive in a newly competitive environment. The relaxation of regulations allowed private players access to a multitude of untapped opportunities, which in turn facilitated the reinvestment of profits and increased capital flow into various sectors of the economy. This transition has led to innovations such as supplementary core investment and a diversified capital investment model that explores new business domains. Unlike the public sector approach, which focused predominantly on capacity building, the private sector emphasizes efficient capital investment strategies. Such a differentiated approach not only enhances the Indian industrial base but also significantly elevates the overall growth trajectory of the economy. Leveraged investment. An innovative model that is gaining traction in India is the public-private partnership, PPP, particularly utilized for infrastructure projects. Sometimes referred to as leveraged investment, this model aims to harness the strengths of both governmental and private sectors for the execution of infrastructure initiatives. Within this collaboration, private entities often take on operational roles for a defined duration, ensuring effective project management. Despite its potential, the PPP model has faced scrutiny and raised concerns regarding transparency and clarity in the agreements established between private companies and the government, known as Model Concessionaire Agreements, MCA. To protect the integrity of this model, there must be effective dispute resolution mechanisms for conflicts arising from the partnerships. A poignant case highlighting these challenges is the discontinuance of the Delhi Metro Airport Express line. Such troubled instances can hinder the successful deployment of PPP initiatives throughout India. However, if roles and responsibilities are clearly delineated within the MCA, the model can thrive. Furthermore, the implementation of tolls on roads and highways has come under scrutiny as well. For example, displaying detailed information about tolls, such as project specifics, toll rates, and durations, can foster greater transparency. A common issue with toll collection is the lack of rounded toll rates, which can complicate transactions for users. Altering tolls to round figures, say changing 22 Indian rupees to 20 Indian rupees, could alleviate operational inefficiencies at toll booths and minimize wait times for commuters. An alternative solution could be the introduction of smart cards, which would automate toll payments via installed sensors. An additional challenge arises from the independence of toll gates, which require payment at multiple points during a single journey. A proposal suggests allowing travelers to pay the total toll at the first gate, thereby streamlining the payment process and enhancing the user experience. Enabling a technology-driven toll-sharing mechanism among concessionaires would optimize infrastructure use and reduce delay. Lastly, an expansion of the PPP model into a People PPP variant aims to involve community stakeholders from the inception of projects through to their execution and maintenance. This model is particularly relevant in social sector investments, such as primary healthcare initiatives led by accredited social health activists, ASHA, rural electrification programs, and development of rural roads. Foreign direct investment. The liberalization of the Indian economy has also opened the doors for substantial foreign capital influx, specifically in the form of foreign direct investment, FDI, and foreign portfolio investment, FPI. FDI is characterized as a direct investment by foreign entities having significant control, over 51% of shares, in production activities or service provision. Furthermore, it can also involve indirect investments where foreign parties hold at least 26% of shares, affording them a certain level of management control. FDI extends beyond just supplementing domestic savings. It serves as an avenue for achieving scalability that far exceeds national savings capabilities. The successful implementation of this model has been evident in China, where FDI played a crucial role in its ascent to become one of the fastest-growing economies in the world. In India, various forms of FDI are permissible, including 1. Wholly owned subsidiaries, WOS. 2. Wholly owned companies, WOC, registered in India. 3. Joint ventures, JV, with domestic partners, particularly where the foreign entity retains management control through a majority shareholding. 4. Joint ventures that integrate into existing business lines with management oversight. The Indian government regularly revises FDI caps across different sectors, which currently range from 26% to 100%. These changes, managed by the Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion, DIPP, aim to bolster India's attractiveness as an investment destination. FDI contributes significantly to bolstering domestic investment levels and addressing the current account deficit, CAD. Sector-specific investment. Another noteworthy investment approach includes the establishment of special economic zones, SEZs, aimed at boosting export-oriented activities and investment inflows. Inspired by China's successful SEZ framework from the 1970s, India is looking to replicate similar successes to enhance its export capacity. Moreover, the creation of National Manufacturing Investment Zones, MIZZs, serves as an integrated approach to promote manufacturing. These economic clusters are designed to host production units, logistical support, public utilities, and residential facilities, all within a sustainable environment. The overarching goal is to increase manufacturing's contribution to India's GDP by approximately 25% over the coming decade while doubling employment in the sector. Venture capital. Venture capital represents a crucial financing mechanism for nascent and small businesses, enabling investors, often affluent individuals and financial institutions, to provide much-needed capital. Beyond mere funding, venture capital can also facilitate technical and managerial support to foster business growth. Cluster investment. Unlike sector-specific investments, cluster investment targets particular industry groups, such as handlooms, leather, garments, and electronics. These clusters of small-scale industries benefit from local resources, skilled labor, and proximity to relevant markets. The government actively promotes these industry clusters to enhance their growth and sustainability. Conclusion. India's journey toward an open economy has birthed a variety of investment models, each tailored to enhance growth, stimulate innovation, and attract capital. From private sector initiatives to foreign direct investment and collaborations across sectors, these models reflect the dynamic nature of India's economic landscape. By addressing existing challenges and optimizing investment strategies, India can continue to propel itself toward sustained economic growth and development. Public-Private Partnership Framework. Public-Private Partnerships, PPP, represent a collaborative model that harnesses the strengths and resources of both public and private sectors to achieve effective investment in infrastructure and services. These partnerships offer a platform that can capitalize on the efficiency, innovation, and financial capacity of the private sector while maintaining the oversight and regulatory framework provided by the government. Several prominent project finance schemes under the PPP model include BOT, Build Operate Transfer. In this model, a private entity builds, operates, and eventually transfers the project back to the government after a specified period. BOOT, Build Own Operate Transfer. Similar to BOT, but the private entity retains ownership of the facility until it is transferred back to the government. BOO, Build Own Operate. This model allows a private entity to build, own, and operate a project without an obligation to transfer it back to the government. BLT, Build Lease Transfer. Under this model, a project is built and leased to the government, with eventual ownership transfer at a later stage. DBFO, Design Build Finance Operate. This model combines the design, construction, financing, and operating phases in one contract awarded to a private entity. DBOT, Design Build Operate Transfer. In this approach, the private sector is responsible for the design, construction, and operation of a project, with the obligation to transfer it back to the government later. DCMF, Design Construct Manage Finance. This model encompasses the design, construction, management, and financing aspects, creating a comprehensive framework for joint ventures. Hybrid Annuity Model. The hybrid annuity model involves the government providing a certain percentage of the project cost to the developer upfront to stimulate initial investment, while the developer is responsible for financing the remaining portion throughout the project's life cycle. Swiss Challenge Model. The Swiss Challenge Model allows private entities to submit unsolicited proposals for projects. Even if these projects are not part of the government's formal planning, they are deemed significant for addressing gaps in physical or social infrastructure. The government may then choose to negotiate directly with the proposing private entity to explore the feasibility of bringing the project to fruition. Viability Gap Funding, VGF. Viability gap funding represents a financial grant intended to support infrastructure projects that typically span long gestation periods. While these projects are geo-economically justified, they often lack sufficient financial viability to attract investment. By providing this funding, the government enables several initiatives to become bankable, thereby stimulating the mobilization of private investments in essential infrastructure. The right model for India. These diverse investment models have emerged primarily within the context of post-reform India and are influenced by experiences from various emerging market economies, EMEs. It's crucial to understand that these models are not mutually exclusive, rather, they represent various avenues for investment. To effectively revitalize the Indian economy, there is a pressing need for private sector involvement, alongside robust foreign direct investment, FDI. However, this initiative demands a corresponding commitment from the government to create supportive policies that facilitate investment. The formulation of futuristic policies is paramount, particularly with respect to pricing and taxation issues, which are critical to fostering a conducive investment environment. Pricing strategies should not only incentivize investment but also safeguard consumer interests, while being competitive in nature. Concurrently, a framework ensuring tax stability is essential. Tax laws should be clear and predictable, with retroactive effects avoided unless under exceptional circumstances. A partnership approach should focus on enabling progress, rather than imposing constraints. The aim is to streamline procedures while adhering to established guidelines, facilitating expedited approvals through a single window system at both central and state government levels. Creating an enabling environment involves developing the necessary infrastructure to attract investment. There is a critical need to revamp various outdated legal frameworks such as the Mining and Minerals, Development and Regulation Act and various labor laws, many of which have remained unchanged since the 1950s. A comprehensive review of these laws is essential to align them with contemporary economic realities and investment needs. India currently stands out as one of the few nations grappling with an investment shortfall, requiring substantial levels of both resource-intensive and technology-driven investments. To address these challenges, it is imperative for the government to take proactive measures to encourage and facilitate both domestic and foreign investments. This concerted approach aims to stem the downturn in India's economic narrative and set the nation back on a path of robust growth and development. Integrated Energy Policy of India. Importance of this bill. The significance of this integrated energy policy cannot be overstated, as it marks a pioneering step in which the entire energy sector of India is unified under a single policy framework. This holistic approach is not only a structural achievement but also aims to establish a long-term vision for energy sustainability and security in the country. Energy is an indispensable requirement for growth and development. It serves as the backbone of an economy. As investments in various sectors continue to scale up, so too do the energy demands that accompany this growth. In contemporary India, every sector, whether it be agriculture, industrial activities, or the burgeoning service sector, relies on a consistent and robust energy supply. Without adequate energy resources, productivity levels can stall, innovation may suffer, and economic progress can be hindered. This policy outlines a comprehensive framework that assesses the country's current and future energy needs, identifies potential sources, ranging from conventional fossil fuels to renewable energy alternatives, and establishes a clear roadmap for the future. It acts as a guiding document that encapsulates the dynamics of supply and demand in the energy landscape while promoting efficient energy usage and sustainability practices. Furthermore, the policy stands out for its bold acceptance of the realities that India faces in the energy sector, including the challenges posed by fluctuating global energy markets, environmental concerns, and the need for infrastructure development. By acknowledging these issues, the policy positions the government to strategically tackle future challenges, thereby ensuring a resilient energy framework that can adapt to changing circumstances and technologies. In summary, the integrated energy policy of India represents a critical and transformative step towards a more efficient and sustainable energy landscape, laying the necessary groundwork for enduring economic development and environmental stewardship. Through this policy, the nation aims to balance immediate energy needs with long-term sustainability goals, ensuring that all sectors can thrive in an energy-secure environment. Economic strategies. The Integrative Energy Policy of India. An overview. In the wake of escalating energy demands, the Indian energy policy anticipates a staggering requirement of 8,000,000 megawatts (MW) by the fiscal year 2031-32. Currently, India's energy capacity stands at approximately 2,000,000 MW, with actual generation numbers hovering around 150,000 MW. This impending increase necessitates a substantial investment exceeding Indian rupee 250,000 crore exclusively for the power sector. To meet this burgeoning demand, a dramatic enhancement in power generation capacity is critical. Historically, India has taken 66 years to establish its existing capacity, but it now faces the challenge of adding over 600,000 MW within the next 2 decades. This translates to an ambitious target of more than 1.5 lakh MW across the next 4 consecutive 5-year plans, commencing with the 12th 5-year plan. Beyond the monumental financial requirements, the country grapples with structural issues that exacerbate energy inefficiencies. Notably, India has one of the highest aggregate transmission and distribution (AT&D) losses globally, estimated at around 25%. Factors contributing to this alarming statistic include rampant power theft, distribution losses, and a prevailing culture of underpricing, leading state electricity boards (SEBs) to incur significant mounting losses, including the contentious practice of providing free power to certain sectors. The policy outlines a continued reliance on coal-based thermal energy, projecting that coal will remain the primary energy source, accounting for 60% of the energy mix by 2031-32. Of this, thermal power generation alone is anticipated to contribute approximately 47%. While proven reserves of coal currently do not pose a significant concern, the quality of available coal remains questionable, as the existing reserves may not meet the specifications required by power plants. A critical aspect of the coal sector is the government's monopoly over mining operations. Consequently, the policy advocates for comprehensive reforms within this sector, promoting private and foreign participation and instituting a market-determined pricing mechanism to reflect the scarcity value of coal, ultimately optimizing its utilization. Additionally, enhancing coal forecasting capabilities is imperative, given that many experts believe India's coal potential could last over a century. Petroleum also plays a pivotal role in meeting India's energy requirements, projected to account for 25% of the energy mix. However, this presents a challenge, as petroleum is a non-renewable resource. Currently, India relies on imports for approximately 70% of its petroleum needs, a figure poised to rise to 90% by 2030. This dependence could render the Indian economy vulnerable to global price fluctuations and supply instabilities resulting from geopolitical tensions, particularly in West Asia. To address these issues, the policy underscores the necessity of liberalizing retail petroleum pricing in the domestic market so that the true market value of these resources becomes apparent. Public awareness campaigns are essential to educate consumers about the importance of energy conservation, increased energy efficiency, and reducing energy intensity. Furthermore, there is an urgent need to boost research and development efforts targeting sustainable alternatives to fossil fuels. A proposed national energy fund, which could be financed by a 1% cess on the turnover of all energy sector companies, could help facilitate these initiatives. Countries in Europe have already set ambitious targets to phase out dependence on crude petroleum. India too must embrace similar goals. Given the volatility of international crude oil prices, creating strategic petroleum reserves sufficient for at least 90 days has been suggested as a prudent policy measure. Concerning hydroelectric power, the policy advocates a cautious approach to its development due to high generation costs. Any attempt to expand hydro capacity must be accompanied by rigorous impact assessments regarding ecological and community disruptions. Presently, hydroelectric power's maximum potential stands at an estimated 150,000 MW, representing about 20% of the anticipated energy requirement for 2031-32. As for nuclear energy, it is viewed as a potential solution for the future. However, the extensive lead time required for commissioning nuclear plants, the intricacies surrounding the sourcing of nuclear fuel from foreign nations, and the complexities associated with formalizing nuclear agreements suggest that substantial changes in the energy mix are unlikely before 2050. Additionally, stakeholders must remain vigilant regarding the substantial capital expenses and operational risks associated with nuclear energy, including concerns related to radiation leaks, nuclear waste, and their long-term implications. By 2031-32, nuclear power is projected to contribute no more than 5% toward the energy requirements. The focus on renewable energy sources has intensified, with an emphasis on indigenous solutions such as fuel wood plantations, biogas, biomass, and ethanol, which can satisfy local agricultural and domestic energy needs affordably. Although technologies like wind and solar power are capital-intensive and entail high per-unit operational costs, their promotion is crucial not only for enhancing local energy security but also for fostering entrepreneurship, generating employment, and ensuring environmentally friendly practices. However, their large-scale integration into the overall energy framework presents challenges and may not be feasible for the foreseeable future. In conclusion, India's energy policy is at a critical juncture, with an urgent need to diversify energy sources, reform existing infrastructures, and promote sustainable practices. Addressing these multifaceted challenges will require coordinated efforts from various stakeholders, forefront innovation in energy technologies, and a commitment to achieving a balanced and sustainable energy future. Government of India's initiatives. The Planning Commission has recognized the urgent need for enhancing power generation capacity in India and has initiated a decisive thrust towards this goal since the 9th Five-Year Plan. Each subsequent 5-year plan has sought to scale up expenditure to develop power generation capacities significantly. Unfortunately, the ambitious targets set in these plans have often remained unattained. The 9th Five-Year Plan realized only 47% of its targeted power addition, while the 11th Five-Year Plan managed to achieve just about 50% of its goals. In contrast, the 12th Five-Year Plan aims to add an impressive 88,000 megawatts of power generation capacity over the next 5 years, reflecting a more aggressive approach towards addressing the country's energy demands. To expedite progress in the power sector, the Government of India has taken notable steps, including the announcement of ultra-mega power plants, UMPPs, which are predominantly developed by private sector entities. Each UMPP is designed with a capacity of 4,000 megawatts, representing a significant addition to the power generation infrastructure. Understanding the vital role of coal as a primary fuel source for thermal power plants, the government has directed Coal India Limited, CIL, the country's leading coal producer, to enter into fuel supply agreements, FSA, with power plants. This initiative aims to ensure a steady and reliable supply of coal, which is essential for uninterrupted power generation. In addition to coal, the government has expanded its focus to renewable energy sources such as solar power and has begun exploring the potential of shale gas as a future energy source. This diversification is critical in promoting a sustainable energy landscape in India. Recent initiatives. In recent years, the government has rolled out a series of initiatives aimed at enhancing and developing the power sector further. Some of these key initiatives include: 1. State-specific action plans for 24x7 power for all. These plans are tailored to ensure the adequacy of power generation, improvements in transmission capacity, and enhancements to the distribution system, thereby guaranteeing access to electricity round the clock for all consumers. 2. Revised tariff policy. The government has notified a revised tariff policy concentrating on the 4Es, electricity for all, efficiency to maintain affordable tariffs, environment to secure a sustainable future, and ease of doing business to attract investments, ensuring the financial viability of the power sector. 3. Deen Dayal Upadhyaya Gram Jyoti Yojana, DUGJI. This scheme targets rural electrification and consists of several components, including the separation of agricultural and non-agricultural feeders, the reinforcement and expansion of the distribution infrastructure, and the implementation of metering at key points within the distribution network. 4. Integrated Power Development Scheme, IPDS. Focusing on urban areas, this initiative aims to strengthen urban subtransmission and distribution networks, provide for metering at distribution points, and enhance IT capabilities within the distribution sector. 5. Operationalization of the Power System Development Fund, PSDF, established to support projects proposed by distribution utilities. This fund will facilitate the creation of essential transmission systems, improve voltage profiles with the installation of shunt capacitors, and enable the renovation and modernization of existing transmission and distribution infrastructure. 6. Ujjwal Discom Assurance Yojana, UDAY, aimed at achieving operational and financial improvements for distribution companies, DISCOMs. This scheme seeks to enhance the overall efficiency and reliability of electricity supply. 7. Reduction of generation costs for coal-based power projects. A multifaceted strategy has been adopted, including measures to increase domestic coal supply, provide coal usage flexibility, and rationalize coal linkages to optimize resource availability and reduce costs. 8. Development of standard bidding documents, SBDs. These documents have been crafted to facilitate competitive bidding processes for power procurement and transmission services, thereby increasing transparency and efficiency in the sector. 9. Guidelines for short and medium-term power procurement. The government has issued guidelines and model bidding documents for distribution licensees, enabling them to procure power through a tariff-based bidding process and for medium-term requirements from plants established on a finance, own and operate, FOO, basis. 10. Innovative mechanism for stranded gas-based capacity. To optimize the use of stranded gas-based capacity, the government has approved a new model that leverages regasified liquefied natural gas, RLNG, availability, involving various stakeholders and ensuring efficient, transparent interventions. These initiatives collectively represent the government's commitment to achieving energy security, enhancing the reliability of power supply, and promoting sustainable energy practices for India's growing economy. With a comprehensive strategy in place, India is poised to make significant strides towards fulfilling its energy needs while adhering to environmental sustainability. Structural challenges. Thermal power generation in India faces significant structural challenges that need urgent attention. One of the main issues is the dominant role of state governments through their respective state electricity boards, SEBs, which tend to bundle generation, transmission, and distribution into a single entity. This integrated approach has led to inefficiencies and a lack of accountability. To improve the power sector, it is essential to unbundle these activities into separate, distinct, and independent operations. Additionally, there is a pressing need for market-related pricing mechanisms and stringent power discipline to foster a more competitive and efficient energy market. Effectively, the power sector should be kept at a considerable distance from both state and central government influences to promote autonomy and operational effectiveness. Moreover, the coal mining sector should be opened up to private and possibly foreign investors. This step is crucial not only to acquire state-of-the-art technology but also to enhance mining skills and adopt market-determined pricing for coal. Such reforms could lead to increased productivity and efficiency in coal extraction, thus ensuring a more reliable supply of this vital energy resource. The country's growing dependence on imported crude oil is another area of concern. Among major economies such as the United States, China, and others, India stands out as the most vulnerable to supply shocks and price volatility. The impact of global oil price fluctuations is particularly severe in India, translating directly into higher domestic prices for fuel and energy. Reducing this dependence on foreign crude is imperative to bolster energy security and stabilize domestic markets. Another critical issue is the general public's low level of awareness regarding energy conservation and preservation practices. This lack of awareness has contributed to excessive energy consumption, exacerbating the nation's reliance on both fossil fuels and imported energy resources. Promoting education and awareness campaigns focused on energy efficiency can be a vital component in curbing unnecessary energy consumption and fostering sustainable habits among consumers. The energy sector warrants serious attention from the Government of India. As economic growth accelerates, the constraints imposed by inadequate energy supply will become increasingly pronounced. Although current policies may appear pessimistic, they reflect the urgent realities faced by the energy sector. It is essential for the government to perform a thorough introspection and explore potential solutions to avert a likely energy crisis in the future. The primary challenges facing the Indian energy sector encompass mounting power requirements, dependence on coal, especially through thermal power generation, an over-reliance on imported crude oil, a glaring lack of energy security, and an overall scarcity of short-term options for mitigation. Addressing these issues through comprehensive policy reform and strategic planning will be essential in navigating the complexities of the energy landscape and ensuring a stable and sustainable energy future for India. The financial situation of Government of India. India's fiscal policy. The government does not engage in business activities, which means it cannot directly generate revenue in the same manner that private enterprises do. Consequently, the government must raise funds from the broader economy to facilitate spending that aligns with both public needs and national priorities. The primary method through which the government generates revenue is through the collection of taxes, and this revenue is then allocated towards what is termed public expenditure. The overarching framework that influences how the government raises and spends these resources is referred to as fiscal policy. Fiscal policy comprises a range of strategies and actions that aim to manage the economy's expenditures and revenues effectively. The objectives of fiscal policy in any country, including India, include the following. 1. Alignment with national priorities. The government's expenditure should reflect the nation's priorities, with the ultimate goal of fostering economic growth and improving the welfare of its citizens. 2. Price stability. It is crucial that the public spending does not inadvertently lead to rising prices or inflation, which can adversely affect purchasing power and economic stability. 3. Efficiency of resource utilization. Resources raised and spent should be utilized in a manner that maximizes their effectiveness, ensuring that funds are directed toward productive and necessary areas. 4. Reduction of wasteful expenditures. Fiscal policy should emphasize the importance of avoiding unnecessary or wasteful spending within the economy, thereby making the best use of public funds. 5. Minimizing the tax burden. The revenue generated through taxation should be structured in such a way that it does not unfairly burden the average citizen, promoting fairness and economic equity. 6. Equitable taxation. Tax policies should be designed to be just, with the aim of helping to reduce income inequalities within the society, thereby fostering a more equitable economic environment. 7. Welfare improvement. The overall objective of fiscal policy should focus on enhancing the welfare of the economy, aiming for sustainable development and better quality of life for all citizens. In India, while there may not be a formal fiscal policy explicitly articulated as such, the objectives of fiscal policy are effectively implemented through the annual financial statement, commonly known as the budget. This budget is presented in the Parliament and serves not just as a detailed account of government expenditures and tax collections but also as a strategic policy tool aimed at achieving the broader goals outlined above. The budget reflects more than mere numerical data. It serves as a comprehensive framework that encapsulates the government's priorities and the socio-economic issues it seeks to address. It delineates how public resources will be mobilized and allocated, thereby playing a crucial role in steering the economic direction of the country and ensuring that government actions align with national objectives. Thus, the budget becomes an essential instrument in the pursuit of an effective fiscal policy, guiding the government's fiscal activities and promoting the overall prosperity of the nation. Government of India's public expenditure. Public expenditure refers to the financial outlays made by the central government of India. Up until the fiscal year 2016-17, public expenditure has generally been classified into two broad categories: plan expenditure and non-plan expenditure, each serving different purposes and having distinct characteristics. Plan expenditure consists of funds allocated for investment in various sectors of the economy, as delineated in the 5-year plans. This type of expenditure is aimed at fostering economic development and can be further categorized into capital and revenue expenditures. Capital expenditure is focused on the creation of long-term assets, which is beneficial for sustainable economic growth. For instance, investments in constructing power plants, highways, or schools are considered capital expenditures as they result in tangible assets that can contribute to enhancement in productivity and quality of life. On the other hand, revenue expenditure involves recurring costs associated with the day-to-day functioning of the government. This includes expenses related to maintenance, operational costs, and salaries for government employees. Revenue expenditures do not create assets but ensure the smooth functioning of existing infrastructure and services. The second category of public expenditure is non-plan expenditure, which encompasses spending that falls outside the scope of the 5-year plans yet is essential for the functioning of the government. In India, non-plan expenditure constitutes a significant portion, representing around 70% of total public expenditure. In contrast, plan expenditure accounts for only 30%. Within the realm of non-plan expenditure, a large share is attributed to non-plan revenue expenditure, which makes up approximately 63% of the total expenditure. Non-plan revenue expenditure is primarily comprised of several crucial components. The first component is interest payments. These payments account for a substantial portion, over 25%, of the total expenditure incurred by the government. This includes costs related to servicing both internal and external debts. Next are subsidies that the government provides in areas like food, fertilizers, and petroleum products, which aim to support vulnerable populations and stabilize prices. Additionally, non-plan revenue expenditure includes establishment costs related to defense, financial support to state governments and union territories, administrative costs of the central government, and pensions granted to retired personnel from both the defense services and government sectors. Collectively, these components represent more than 90% of non-plan revenue expenditure and are classified as consumption expenditure, as they do not lead to the creation of new assets. In conclusion, public expenditure is a critical aspect of economic management and development in India. With a considerable portion allocated to non-plan revenue expenditure, the government ensures that essential services are provided and existing commitments are met, while also investing in capital projects that facilitate long-term growth and development. Understanding the nuances of these expenditures is vital for policymakers and the public in assessing the effectiveness and fiscal health of the government's financial strategies. Government of India's revenue streams. In any economy, government expenditure is financed through receipts generated from various sources. These receipts can be categorized into two primary types: revenue receipts and capital receipts. Revenue receipts are those that do not create any interest liability for the government, are regularly received, and do not result from borrowing. In contrast, capital receipts may create a liability for the government, have a degree of uncertainty regarding their receipt, or arise from borrowings. Generally, approximately 90% of the total receipts are classified as revenue, while only about 10% are capital receipts. The primary source of government revenue receipts is tax revenue, which accounts for around 84% of total receipts. Taxes can be further divided into two main categories: direct taxes and indirect taxes. So, how can we differentiate between direct and indirect taxes? A direct tax is levied on individuals or entities where the taxpayer is identifiable and responsible for paying the tax. In this case, the tax burden cannot be transferred to another party. Common examples of direct taxes include income tax, corporate tax, and wealth tax. On the other hand, an indirect tax is imposed on goods or services, and the burden of this tax can be shifted from the producer to the consumer. Typical examples of indirect taxes are excise duty, charged on the manufacturing of goods, customs duty, levied on the importation of goods, and service tax, imposed on services rendered by service providers. In India, the distribution of tax revenue indicates that 55% comes from direct taxes, while the remaining 45% originates from indirect taxes. Indirect taxes may be based on two categories: either ad valorem, where the tax is calculated as a percentage of the value of the goods or services, or specific, where the tax is fixed and based on certain attributes, such as the length of cotton staples. Notably, India predominantly adopts an ad valorem tax system for its indirect taxes. Taxation in India is structured such that certain taxes are levied and collected by the central government, including income tax, customs duty, excise duty, and service tax. Additionally, there are taxes imposed by the central government but collected by the state governments, such as the central sales tax on the interstate movement of goods. Furthermore, various taxes are specifically levied and collected by state governments, which include sales tax, octroi tax, municipal tax, road tax, entertainment tax, and agriculture tax. The distribution of tax revenues between the central and state governments is determined by the Finance Commission. For example, the 13th Finance Commission, led by Shri Vijay Kelkar, submitted its report, which has been in effect from 2010 to 2015, outlining the principles for such sharing. In addition to regular taxes, there are two specific types of tax components that are noteworthy: surcharges and cesses. A surcharge is an additional charge imposed on the tax payable. For instance, if there is a 5% surcharge on a tax amount of 100, the total tax liability, including the surcharge, would amount to 105. Conversely, a cess is also an additional charge. However, the revenue generated from a cess is earmarked for specific purposes, such as education. Therefore, if an education cess is collected, that amount is exclusively allocated for funding educational initiatives. Apart from taxes, revenue receipts can include various other components such as dividends received by the government from public sector undertakings and interest payments made by state governments. Similarly, capital receipts consist of the recovery of loans, grants, and other forms of assistance received by the government. In summary, the financial framework of the government is greatly influenced by both revenue and capital receipts, which collectively fund government expenditures and services in the Indian economy. Advances for methods and means. An intriguing aspect of the financial dynamics within an economy is the timing discrepancy between its receipts and expenditures. Generally, government revenues, particularly from direct taxes, materialize over specific intervals. For instance, these taxes are typically collected and realized by the end of each quarter. In contrast, committed expenditures, which include mandatory payments and contractual obligations, must be addressed immediately. This inherent lag in revenue collection can often create a temporary imbalance in the government's financial situation. For example, during a financial year, if there is a temporary mismatch between the government's receipts and its expenditures, the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, steps in to mitigate this discrepancy. The RBI provides a mechanism known as Ways and Means Advances, WMA. This financial instrument allows the government to access temporary overdraft facilities to bridge the gap between its income and spending. The Ways and Means Advances are short-term borrowing solutions designed to ensure the government can meet its immediate financial obligations without delay. These advances are granted for a maximum period of 90 days. During the first half of the fiscal year, from April to September, the government can access an overdraft of up to 20,000 Indian rupees crores. In the subsequent half of the year, from October to March, this limit is reduced, allowing the government to tap into an overdraft of 6,000 Indian rupees crores. This system not only provides the government with the liquidity it needs to manage its cash flows but also ensures that essential services and obligations are met in a timely manner without disrupting the overall financial stability of the economy. It is a vital tool for maintaining a balance between income and expenditure, allowing for effective financial management in a dynamic economic environment. As such, understanding the role of Ways and Means Advances is crucial for comprehending the broader financial landscape in which the government operates. Characteristics of government budget. In our analysis thus far, we have delved into the elements of government expenditure and receipts. The crucial question arises: what occurs when expenditure surpasses receipts? This situation leads to a budget deficit. Conversely, if receipts exceed expenditure, a surplus is realized. In instances where receipts and expenditures align, the budget is deemed balanced. Determining what is beneficial for an economy, a deficit, a surplus, or a balanced budget, requires deeper exploration of several key concepts. It is essential to differentiate between personal budgets and government budgets. Personal budgets adhere closely to income levels, ensuring that spending is aligned with one's financial means. In contrast, government budgets operate on a fundamentally different premise. Expenditures are prioritized, with receipts often following in response to the necessity of spending within the economy. Therefore, it can be stated that government budgets are inherently deficit-oriented. For an economy to register a surplus, receipts must consistently outpace expenditures, or the government may opt to reduce expenditures to align with its receipts. However, curtailing government spending could stifle economic growth, particularly in a country like India, where there is a significant inflexibility in reducing non-plan expenditures. Any cuts in expenditure in this context may lead to decreased capital spending and lesser funds allocated to social sectors, thus undermining developmental initiatives. A balanced budget might be advantageous only if it is interpreted as a comprehensive account statement for the Government of India. A more favorable alternative could be a balanced budget multiplier, where increases in expenditure correspond directly with increments in receipts within a given fiscal year, thereby fostering economic stability. 13.6 Nature of deficits. Understanding the nature of deficits requires an examination of various components of government expenditure and receipts. The following table illustrates this. Receipts, in crores, expenditure, in crores. 1. Revenue receipts, 90,004. Non-plan revenue expenditure, 90,000. A. Interest payments 50,000. 2. Capital receipts, 10,000, of which market borrowings of the government 5. Non-plan capital expenditure, 25,000. 6. Plan capital expenditure, 50,007. Plan revenue expenditure, 10,000. 3. Total receipts, 1,000,008. Total revenue expenditure, 1,000,000. 9. Total capital expenditure, 5 plus 6 75,010. Total expenditure, 8 plus 9 1 75,000. With this data, we can identify various types of deficits. 1. Budgetary deficit. This is derived from total receipts, 3, minus total expenditure, 10, indicating a deficit of 75,000 crores. 2. Fiscal deficit. This excludes government market borrowings and is calculated as total receipts less total expenditure, resulting in a fiscal deficit of 85,000 crores. 3. Revenue deficit. This reflects the difference between revenue receipts, 1, and revenue expenditure, 8, amounting to a revenue deficit of 10,000 crores. 4. Primary deficit. This figure is derived from fiscal deficit less interest payments, equating to 35,000 crores. A negative sign before this value would indicate a surplus. As economies increasingly focus on controlling the fiscal deficit, the conventional use of the budgetary deficit has diminished. Among the three types of deficits, fiscal, revenue, and primary, the most critical is arguably the revenue deficit. This is due to the fact that a revenue deficit signifies borrowing to cover government consumption rather than investing in asset creation. While borrowing itself is not inherently negative, it becomes problematic when it does not fund the generation of economic assets that can, in turn, service that debt. In India, a staggering 70% of the fiscal deficit is driven by the revenue deficit. The primary deficit serves as an indicator of how sensitive interest payments are to fiscal deficits and whether those payments are a main driver of fiscal challenges. A significant primary deficit suggests that the fiscal deficit is influenced by factors beyond interest payments, pointing toward structural issues within the economy. Conversely, a low primary deficit implies that the fiscal deficit stems primarily from interest payments. This scenario is reflected in India's fiscal landscape. Although we previously stated that the government budget is deficit-oriented, considerable deficits can also have adverse effects, such as fostering inflation. Identifying a safe level of fiscal deficit is complex. Generally, it is advocated that fiscal deficit should remain below 3% of GDP, particularly when coupled with a balanced budget multiplier. Complications arise from the numerous obligations the government undertakes, which complicate expenditure control, especially concerning socio-welfare programs and infrastructure development initiatives. Notably, the government has aimed to achieve specific targets for reducing fiscal and revenue deficits, as outlined in the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act, FRBMA. The intention was to gradually diminish the revenue deficit by 0.5% annually with a goal of reaching zero by the period of 2007 to 2008. For fiscal deficits, the aim was a reduction of 0.3% per year, beginning from 2004 to 2005. Unfortunately, these targets have yet to be realized. The global financial crisis commencing in 2007 necessitated a fiscal stimulus package to prevent the Indian economy from entering a recession. Consequently, there was a deliberate decision to relax the FRBMA provisions until conditions improved. Given the inflexibility in expenditure requirements alongside the need to address deficits, the government must focus on enhancing receipts. This avenue has primarily been pursued through tax reforms, recognizing taxation as a critical source of government receipts with substantial potential for growth. The current tax-to-GDP ratio stands around a mere 10%, which is deemed insufficient given the trajectory of economic growth, indicating a clear need for a proportionate increase in tax revenues. 13.7 Tax reforms, indirect taxes. Previously, we noted that indirect taxes contribute approximately 45% of total tax revenue, with excise duty being a principal source, levied based on manufacturing activity value. However, like many indirect taxes, excise duty carries an inherently regressive nature. For instance, consider the excise duty levied on salt, set at 10% of a factory price of 10 Indian rupees. In this framework, the retail price of a packet of salt rises to 11 Indian rupees, resulting in an excise component of 1 Indian rupee. Thus, both a person earning 5,000 Indian rupees per month and someone earning Indian rupee 1,000,000 per month pay the same excise duty, placing a heavier burden on low-income individuals, a characteristic of regressive taxation. Furthermore, the complexity introduced by a multiple excise structure, with varying rates, gives rise to differing interpretations of tax liabilities, leaving room for evasion, litigations, and potential revenue losses for the government. One pressing issue within the context of excise taxation is the cascading effect. For example, Maruti's procurement of tires from MRF incorporates an excise element, subsequently impacting the manufacturing cost of cars, which become subject to their own excise duties, exemplifying how taxes on taxes inflate manufacturing costs. In response, the government has initiated measures to address these challenges. It reduced excise duty slabs and lowered duties on essential items to mitigate the regressive nature of such taxes. To alleviate the cascading effect, implementing a value-added tax, VAT, was proposed, wherein taxation occurs at each stage of production rather than solely at the point of sale for finished products. Given India's federal structure, this would necessitate VAT implementation at both the central and state levels. Initially, a modified value-added tax, MODVAT, scheme was introduced, allowing for a partial adjustment of duties on acquired capital goods. However, this scheme had restrictive elements. Subsequently, the government transitioned from MODVAT to the Central Value-Added Tax, CENVAT, scheme in 2004, which allowed much broader credit for excise duties on inputs such as raw materials and services utilized in production. A significant transformation unfolded at the state level with the substitution of sales tax by state VAT. This reform, credited to then Finance Minister of West Bengal, Shri Asim Das Gupta, is heralded as a landmark achievement in tax reform. Why is this reform considered significant? The hallmark of state VAT is its standardization. It allows for the collection of taxes based on the value addition rather than imposing distinct sales tax rates across states, which often led to confusion and complications. A unified VAT rate demands concurrence among states, and achieving such consensus has been arduous since the dynamics of state revenues vary significantly. The onset of state VAT on April 1, 2005, has been marked by several key features. 1. State VAT is not an additional tax, it represents a methodological shift in tax collection from the final consumption stage toward value-added stages. 2. The system allows for a set-off against duties from taxes owed on the basis of original invoices for inputs purchased. 3. A uniform 4% state VAT applies to 270 mass-consumed goods across all states, with a 12.5% uniform VAT on 280 goods and 1% tax on gold and silver ornaments. 4. Entities with turnover less than 5 Indian rupees lakh are exempt from VAT, while a composite tax system applies to those between 5 Indian rupees to 50 Indian rupees lakh, albeit without set-off allowances. VAT is applied to a turnover exceeding 50 Indian rupees lakh. The introduction of state VAT has successfully fostered a culture of transparency, bolstered tax administration and collection efficiencies, and ultimately increased revenue for state governments. As part of an overarching strategy for tax reform, the government is now advocating for the integration of goods and services taxation into a single unified framework called the Goods and Services Tax, GST. The GST framework envisions simultaneous taxation by both the central and state governments, facilitating concurrent levies known respectively as the Central Goods and Services Tax, CGST, and State Goods and Services Tax, SGST. This shift towards GST aims not only to streamline the indirect taxation system but also to broaden the tax base, thus generating more resources. A lower GST rate would result in reduced prices for goods and services while ensuring that government revenue remains stable. The implementation of the GST regime is contingent upon achieving a broad consensus among states and establishing the necessary technological frameworks. The reforms related to indirect taxes are commendable, and the proposed GST move promises to align India's taxation framework favorably with those of more mature economies. 13.8 Tax Reforms, Direct Taxes. Direct taxes contribute approximately 55% to the overall tax revenue, providing a more equitable system of taxation as it is inherently progressive. This framework operates on the principle of ability to pay, meaning higher income brackets are progressively taxed at elevated rates, thus raising more revenue while minimizing the burden on lower income groups. Progressive taxation, particularly regarding income tax, can become complicated during inflationary periods. Inflation results in increased nominal wages, causing many individuals to ascend into higher tax brackets. Consequently, while government revenue may increase due to heightened taxation, reduced discretionary spending among citizens emerges, resulting in a phenomenon termed fiscal drag. Currently, only about 4% of the Indian population, or approximately 37 million individuals, fall within the taxpayer bracket, an alarmingly low figure, especially given India's burgeoning economy, a rising middle class, and a growing elite demographic. In comparison, the growth of taxpayers has only recorded an 11% increase. What strategies could effectively enhance both taxpayer numbers and overall tax revenue? The following 3 strategies warrant consideration. 1. Increase in direct tax rates. Raising tax rates is generally met with public resistance. However, it is recognized that introducing tax rates at lower levels can foster increased revenue. Yet, beyond a certain threshold, heightening tax rates may have the opposite effect, a scenario illustrated by the Laffer curve. When an economy hits the territory of the Laffer curve, further increases in tax rates may lead to diminished revenue, while conversely, reducing tax rates could have a stimulating effect on revenue collection. It is widely posited that India currently resides on this curve, limiting the possibilities of increasing direct tax rates without encountering significant tax evasion or black market activity. High tax rates encourage non-disclosure of income and clandestine financial practices, ultimately dissuading revenue generation. 2. Increase in tax base. The tax base is defined by the income threshold above which individuals become liable for taxation. Currently, individual taxpayers are exempt if their earnings fall below 2.5 Indian rupees lakh per annum. One possible avenue for expanding the tax base is to lower this exemption threshold, thereby encompassing a broader group under the tax net. However, given the current inflationary context, lowering this exemption could exacerbate hardships faced by the middle class, which is already grappling with increasing living expenses, including education, transportation, and housing costs. This approach might raise taxpayer numbers but may not provide a substantial increase in tax revenue, as many newly taxable individuals may only contribute marginal amounts. Another potential strategy for expanding the tax base would be to bring traditionally untaxed sectors, including agriculture, into the tax net. However, agricultural taxation is largely constrained by the constitutional framework allowing states to levy taxes only, thereby limiting the central government's regulatory capacity in this area. 3. Ensuring tax compliance. Tax compliance assesses whether individuals who have a legal obligation to pay taxes are fulfilling those obligations and whether those who ought to be paying taxes are accountable. The government has made strides in simplifying the income tax return filing process, as evidenced by the introduction of the Saral return form designed to facilitate easier compliance. Nonetheless, substantial issues persist. Tax evasion, leakages in the system, and the prevalence of black money remain formidable challenges. Recent estimates suggest that more than 40% of the GDP is tied up in black money that circulates within the economy without being taxed. Addressing these issues will be crucial if the government wishes to significantly bolster its tax revenue and compliance levels. In conclusion, enhancing the efficiency and effectiveness of India's tax system, both direct and indirect, presents a formidable challenge yet carries significant potential for driving the nation's sustainable economic growth in the years to come. Goods and Services Tax, the progressive tax system in India. Goods and Services Tax, GST, a transformative reform in India's tax structure. India's most significant tax reform since independence, the Goods and Services Tax, GST, came into effect at the stroke of midnight on July 1, 2017, after 17 years of extensive debate. This monumental reform unified more than a dozen central and state levies into a single, cohesive framework. A comprehensive win-win solution. GST promises to be a win-win situation for the entire country, benefiting all stakeholders including industries, government, and consumers. The introduction of GST is poised to lower the cost of goods and services, bolstering the economy while also enhancing the global competitiveness of Indian products and services. Ultimately, GST aspires to create a common market in India, featuring uniform tax rates and procedures that eliminate economic barriers. This initiative sets the stage for a more integrated national economy. By integrating most central and state taxes into a unified tax structure and allowing businesses to set off the taxes paid in prior stages against future tax liabilities along the entire value chain, GST mitigates the adverse effects of tax cascading. This will not only enhance the competitiveness of Indian businesses but also improve their liquidity. Key features of GST. 1. Destination-based tax. GST is a destination-based tax that follows a multi-stage collection mechanism. Tax is collected at each stage of production, with the credit for taxes paid at each previous stage available as a set-off in the subsequent transaction. This mechanism effectively shifts the tax burden closer to the consumer while providing benefits of improved cash flow and working capital management to industries. 2. Technology-driven system. The implementation of GST is largely technology-driven, which minimizes human interface and expedites decision-making processes. 3. Support for Make in India initiative. GST is expected to significantly support the Make in India initiative by making domestically produced goods and services more competitive in both national and international markets. Imported goods will also incur an integrated goods and services tax, IGST, equal to the central GST and state GST, ensuring fair competition with local products. 4. Zero-rated exports. Under the GST framework, exports are zero-rated, eliminating issues related to the fragmented nature of indirect taxes between the center and states. Exporters with a clean track record can receive immediate refunds of 90% of their claims within 7 days, enhancing India's position in global markets and improving the balance of payments. 5. Revenue buoyancy. GST is projected to buoy government revenue through an expanded tax base and better compliance from taxpayers. By streamlining the tax structure, GST aims to improve India's ranking in the Ease of Doing Business Index, leading to an anticipated GDP growth increase of 1.5% to 2%. 6. Enhanced transparency. With a comprehensive taxation mechanism that applies to each stage of the supply chain, GST brings increased transparency to indirect tax laws. This allows for better tracking of tax liabilities, which benefits industries, the government, and consumers alike by clarifying the tax components in pricing. 7. Simplified compliance. Taxpayers are no longer burdened with navigating a plethora of indirect tax laws from both central and state governments, such as central excise, service tax, VAT, and luxury tax. Instead, they only need to comply with the Central Goods and Services Tax Act and State Goods and Services Tax Act for intrastate transactions. The framework for interstate transactions is governed by the Integrated Goods and Services Tax. Core provisions of GST. Dual GST structure. GST adopts a dual structure, wherein both the central and state governments levy taxes on a common base. The central tax for intrastate sales is known as Central Goods and Services Tax, CGST, while state taxes are referred to as State Goods and Services Tax, SGST, or Union Territory Goods and Services Tax, UTGST, as applicable. Exemption criteria. GST does not apply to all goods and services. Specifically, it excludes alcoholic beverages for human consumption and designated petroleum products, including crude oil, petrol, diesel, natural gas, and aviation fuel. Subsumed taxes. In replacing multiple existing tax structures, GST absorbs various taxes previously levied by the center, such as central excise duty, service tax, and others. Similarly, various state taxes, including VAT, luxury tax, and entertainment tax, are also subsumed under GST. Input tax credit. Taxpayers can avail themselves of benefits from the input tax credit system, which allows them to take credit for taxes paid on inputs, provided the inputs are used for business purposes. The comprehensive input tax credit system supports better fiscal management for companies. GST Council. The GST Council serves as a mechanism for harmonization of GST implementation across the center and states, ensuring a coherent national market for goods and services. The Council plays a crucial role in addressing disputes and fostering a unified tax framework. National Anti-Profiteering Authority, NAA. The NAA ensures that consumers benefit from reductions in GST rates. It mandates that price decreases resulting from reduced tax rates be passed down to consumers, thereby maintaining market fairness. Impact on black money and the economy. Black money, defined as income not accounted for in the tax records, poses a significant challenge to India's economy. It is often generated through unreported transactions, particularly when large cash dealings occur. The government's initiatives to curb black money include strict regulations on cash transactions and the mandatory quoting of PAN for substantial transactions. The demonetization policy introduced on November 8, 2016, aimed to combat black money by invalidating 500 Indian rupees and 1,000 Indian rupees notes, thereby rendering 86% of cash in circulation invalid. This strategy was designed not only to curb corruption and terrorist financing but also to shift economic activities into the formal banking system. In conclusion, the implementation of GST, alongside measures to combat black money, represents a transformative shift in India's economic landscape. With its focus on transparency, compliance, and technological integration, GST is set to play a decisive role in India's fiscal framework, promoting economic growth, streamlining taxation, and ultimately paving the way for a more robust and equitable economy. Perspectives on tax compliance. Understanding tax compliance and the financial landscape of India. Has it ever crossed our minds why many individuals are reluctant to pay taxes? In many parts of the world, paying taxes is seen as an act of civic pride, a partnership with the government aimed at enhancing public welfare and improving infrastructure. However, in India, the sentiment often diverges from this ideal. The primary issue stems from a significant distrust among the populace regarding the government's intentions. Many people are skeptical about how effectively the government utilizes their tax contributions to benefit the masses. To foster a culture of tax compliance, the government must adopt austerity measures, cutting down on extravagant expenses and demonstrating a commitment to spending that is sensitive and responsive to the needs of the population. Tax compliance should be championed at the highest levels of government. It is rare to see prominent political figures or bureaucrats personally filing their tax returns at the Income Tax (IT) office. Although personal filing is not a legal requirement, such an act would convey a powerful message about the importance of tax compliance, even amidst their busy schedules. Just as top leaders are seen as the first voters during elections, setting an example for the public, so too should they lead by example in tax compliance. To reinforce this message, it is critical that persons in senior positions, including the President, Prime Minister, Chief Ministers, and other high-ranking officials, personally file their tax returns. Their visibility can help mitigate the stigma associated with tax compliance. Additionally, it is challenging to identify the highest taxpayers in the country, let alone the top 100. Why not honor these contributors in a public ceremony? Celebrating top taxpayers could transmit positive signals and inspire others to comply with their tax obligations. Recognizing these individuals publicly as contributors to the national cause can create a culture of gratitude and accountability. Furthermore, the social stigma surrounding visits to tax offices needs to change drastically. Currently, many perceive an encounter with income tax officials negatively, viewing themselves as potential tax evaders. This perception must shift toward fostering an atmosphere of trust. For instance, the IT offices could implement, "May I help you?" counters to assist taxpayers and guide them in filing their returns effectively. Encouraging a friendly, supportive approach can significantly boost tax compliance. Recognizing regular taxpayers with a simple but heartfelt thank you card after they file their returns can further enhance compliance. With today's technology, generating such acknowledgments is efficient and straightforward. After all, a small token of appreciation can go a long way in incentivizing taxpayers to fulfill their obligations. It must be acknowledged that India's approach to combating tax evasion is often perceived as lenient. Strong measures must be implemented to penalize tax evaders uniformly, regardless of their status, be it political leaders, bureaucrats, or private entities, to set a clear precedent and deter future tax evasion. While improving tax compliance is crucial, other strategies could also help bolster government revenue. For instance, establishing a simplified tax regime with low rates, without exemptions, that can minimize loopholes and ensure enforceability is essential. An efficient tax system is critical. It should allow for revenue generation without placing undue burden on ordinary citizens. Such a system needs to encapsulate the BECN criteria. Buoyancy: the tax revenue should increase with economic growth rather than relying solely on changes in tax rates. Effectiveness: the system should actively promote tax compliance. Cost-effectiveness: the goal should be to lower the costs associated with tax collection while increasing overall revenue. Neutrality to economic decisions. The tax structure should not unduly influence business location or operations. India's current tax structure is continuously evolving, particularly with initiatives like the Goods and Services Tax, GST, for indirect taxes and proposed reforms in direct tax codes. While these efforts to enhance tax compliance are commendable, attention must also be directed toward the ever-increasing cost of tax collection. It is vital to reverse this trend and ensure that the government can collect more at lower operational costs. Moreover, considering the rigid nature of government expenditure, there is a critical need for rationalizing these expenditures. This includes evaluating the necessity of various ministries, merging them for improved focus, abolishing vacant positions, and exercising greater austerity. Implementing small expenditure cuts wherever feasible can collectively yield significant savings. Ultimately, sound economic principles should take precedence over political agendas for the greater good of the economy. The budget process in India. In this context, it's essential to understand the nuances of India's budgeting process. The budget represents a comprehensive overview of public expenditure, taxation, and various types of deficits. A typical budget presentation begins with an assessment of the state of the economy as articulated in the Economic Survey, followed by proposed expenditures and, finally, the highly anticipated tax proposals. All revenues generated in the economy are consolidated into the Consolidated Fund of India, where they can only be accessed after both houses of Parliament approve the budget. Parliament oversees the approval of various expenditures and grants permission for fund withdrawals to address national needs. Certain expenses, known as charged expenditures, such as salaries for constitutional authorities and interest obligations, can be made without Parliament's explicit approval. Additionally, there are two other types of budgets, interim and vote on account. An interim budget covers a period of less than a full year, while a vote on account seeks approval for ongoing expenditures without introducing new proposals. This is typically presented before elections or in short time frames where an interim budget cannot be prepared. If an election date has been announced, the Election Commission can limit the government to presenting a vote on account instead of an interim budget. Historically, budget discussions have been enveloped in secrecy, lacking transparency. For enhanced accountability and inclusivity, there should be broader participation from diverse sectors of society in budget preparation, ensuring that the budgets reflect not only governmental priorities but also the aspirations and needs of the public. Budgets often focus overwhelmingly on outlays, or expenditures allocated for specific purposes, while failing to measure the actual impact or outcomes of such spending. Notably, there is frequently no correlation between outlays and the actual needs of the sectors they intend to benefit. For example, a proposed budget may allocate 100 Indian rupees crores to education, representing a significant increase, yet there might be no consideration of the total funding requirement for this vital sector. In summary, reconsidering tax compliance, government expenditure, and the budgeting process is pivotal for improving India's economic landscape. With a collaborative approach involving government leaders and the public, there exists a plentiful opportunity to foster a culture of accountability in tax contributions while ensuring that the financial resources directed toward public welfare are utilized effectively and transparently. Integration of rail budget with union budget. Changes made in budget and budgetary practices. 1. Merger of rail budget with union budget. 2. Advancement of financial year. One of the significant reforms in the Indian economy has been the merger of the rail budget with the union budget. This historic change aims to enhance fiscal efficiency and streamline government financial management. Additionally, there has been a push to advance the presentation of the budget by 27 days, allowing for its constitutional approval by the Parliament and subsequent assent by the President before the new financial year commences on April 1. Budget presentation date advancement. The underlying objective of advancing the budget presentation date is to ensure that all allocations across various departments and tiers are disseminated to budget holders prior to the commencement of the financial year. This initiative, first proposed by senior bureaucrats as part of the Transforming India initiative in January 2016, seeks to enhance the effectiveness of budgetary allocations. Advantages of early budget presentation. Under the previous system, the Lok Sabha would pass a vote on account for the April-June quarter, where departments were allocated 1/6 of their total annual budget. This process typically would conclude by March, while the finance bill often faced delays, not being passed until late April or even early May. If the budget were approved in January and finalized by February or March, it would eliminate the need for a vote on account, allowing government departments, agencies, and state-owned enterprises to be aware of their allocations right from the start of the financial year. Moreover, this advance in budget presentation would enable the private sector to better anticipate government procurement trends, allowing businesses to strategize and plan effectively. Elimination of plan-non-plan expenditure classification. Beginning with the fiscal year 2017-18, central government expenditure will be categorized solely as capital and revenue spending, moving away from the traditional plan and non-plan classification. This move corresponds with the government's decision to dismantle the Planning Commission, coinciding with the conclusion of the 5-year plan mechanism. Consequently, a new framework for medium to long-term planning will be instituted under the Niti Aayog. In the Union Budget 2016-17, the classification for centrally sponsored schemes has already transitioned to core of the core, core, and optimal. The rationale for this change lies in economists' long-standing arguments that focusing on the quality of government spending, rather than on the classifications of expenditure, would enhance the effectiveness and impact of public funds. Improving spending quality. Historically, plan expenditure has been viewed as a more productive allocation of government resources, often directed towards investments in various programs and schemes, though it only constitutes a small portion of total expenditure. In contrast, non-plan expenditure, which encompasses interest payments, subsidies, wages, and grants to states, accounts for the bulk of government spending. The bifurcation between plan and non-plan expenditures has often resulted in a fragmented perspective on resource allocation, complicating the ability to assess service delivery costs and connect financial outlays to tangible outcomes. This distinction has disproportionately favored plan expenditure at both the central and state levels, often at the expense of essential services, including maintenance of existing assets and critical establishment costs. The merger of these classifications is anticipated to enhance the budgetary framework by focusing on both capital and revenue expenditures, leading to a more structured and holistic approach to financial management. Merger of railway and union budgets. The separation between the railway budget and the union budget, a practice that has persisted for 92 years, is being abolished. This change, announced by Finance Minister Arun Jaitley, means that all proposals related to the railway budget will now be incorporated into the general budget with dedicated discussions on railway expenditures. However, it is essential to note that the functional autonomy of the railways will be preserved. This merger comes at a critical time as the railways grapples with a staggering burden of 4.83 lakh crore related to 458 unfinished and ongoing projects. With the abolishment of the separate rail budget, the railways will also no longer be obligated to pay a special dividend to the government for its gross budgetary support, alleviating its financial constraints significantly. Currently, the railways contributes about 10,000 rupees crore annually as dividend after receiving approximately 40,000 rupees crore. A committee led by Niti Aayog member Bibek Debroy recommended phasing out the British-era tradition of a separate railway budget, advocating for its integration with the general budget to facilitate enhanced capital expenditure aimed at improving national connectivity, thereby boosting economic growth. The railways will continue to maintain its distinct identity and functional autonomy within this new budgetary framework. Proposed changes to parliamentary budget session. A new proposal seeks to shift the timing of the budget session for Parliament, moving the presentation of the Union budget to February 1 instead of the traditional last day of February. This change aligns with the government's desire to shift the focus of the budget from microdetails, such as taxes on everyday products like toothpaste, to broader tax policy issues, thus creating a macro-oriented budgetary environment. Such microdetailing could instead be addressed through detailed annexures to provide a better understanding of overarching fiscal themes. The reforms in the budgetary process are interconnected with the larger trend of governmental reforms in India. Not merely surrounding the government, these changes involve the government's internal structures, aiming to garner more effective public spending practices and better economic governance. In conclusion, the adjustments in budget practices, encompassing the merger of the railway budget with the union budget, the advancing of the financial year, and the elimination of plan and non-plan expenditure classifications mark a transformative phase in Indian economic policy. These changes are intended to foster better financial management, enhance transparency, and ultimately lead to more robust economic growth. Alternative approaches to budgeting. Zero-based budgeting, ZBB. Zero-based budgeting, ZBB, is a comprehensive budgeting method where every single expense must be meticulously justified for each financial year, as opposed to traditional budgeting methods that base allocations on the previous year's figures. This unique budgeting approach begins from a zero base at the start of every fiscal year, effectively treating each new budgeting period as if it were the first. Every function and program within a ministry or department undergoes a thorough analysis to assess its specific needs and associated costs. As a result, budget allocations are determined based on the actual necessities of the upcoming financial year, ensuring that resources are allocated efficiently and reflect current priorities rather than historical spending patterns. This method not only promotes financial discipline but also encourages departments to operate more judiciously, fostering an environment where every expense contributes to achieving strategic goals. Outcome budget. The outcome budget serves as a performance assessment tool, providing a comprehensive overview of what various ministries and departments have accomplished with their budget allocations from the previous fiscal period. Essentially, it acts as a report card, reflecting the effectiveness of government spending and implementation of programs. Outcome-based budgeting practices involve the proposition and enumeration of anticipated results for each program or scheme designed. By focusing on the outcomes achieved, this budgeting technique enables a more informed discussion on resource allocation, enhancing transparency and accountability. It emphasizes a results-oriented framework that not only assesses past performances but also leads to future budgetary decisions based on success rates and impacts achieved by government initiatives. Gender budget. The gender budget, alternatively referred to as a gender-responsive budget, is an allocation method that actively considers the gender dynamics within society. This budgeting framework seeks to allocate resources in a manner that supports the implementation of policies and programs aimed at fostering a more equitable society for all genders. By disaggregating the mainstream budget according to its differential impacts on women, men, and other gender identities, it allows for a more precise understanding of how budgetary decisions affect various groups in society. The gender budget encompasses a holistic approach that visualizes the entirety of the budgeting process, from its conception and planning to approval, execution, monitoring, analysis, and auditing, in a manner that is sensitive to gender disparities. Its implementation is crucial in advancing gender equality, ensuring that economic resources are utilized efficiently to empower marginalized groups and promote inclusive development. Performance budgeting. Performance budgeting, often referred to as the Planning Programming Budgeting System, PPBS, represents a strategic initiative to intertwine budgeting processes with the broader planning objectives of the country. This methodology seeks to facilitate a more structured approach in the planning, execution, and evaluation of government policies. By placing the budget at the core of its focus, performance budgeting emphasizes the importance of aligning resources with desired outcomes and performance metrics. This systematic integration aids in creating clearer connections between spending and results, ultimately ensuring that budgetary funds are utilized effectively to foster a robust economy. Additionally, it enhances coordination among various sectors by promoting interdepartmental collaboration and aligning strategic objectives, thereby optimizing government functions and initiatives to better serve the interests of the populace. Overall, these various forms of budgeting not only enhance fiscal responsibility and transparency within governmental operations but also contribute towards achieving broader economic and societal goals. Each method offers unique advantages, making them essential tools in the effective management of public finances. Reserve Bank of India and Monetary Policy Committee. Reserve Bank of India. In the preceding section on government finances, we explored various types of deficits, examining how these deficits are addressed and whether they exist solely as numbers on paper. It is crucial to understand that every deficit must be effectively managed. A government budget can be balanced either by the method of printing currency or by resorting to market borrowings, where the government seeks funds from the financial markets. The process of addressing deficits propels us into the domain of banking. At the forefront of India's banking system is the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, which functions as the nation's central bank. The RBI holds the pivotal role of regulating and overseeing all banking activities in India and also acts as the banker to the government. Among its primary functions are the issuance of currency and the facilitation of market borrowings on behalf of the government. To understand the context of government financing, we must first define money. Money is any entity that possesses universal acceptability, serves as a medium of exchange, acts as a store of value, and is supported by the government as legal tender. In contrast, near money refers to instruments that behave similarly to money but lack universal acceptance. Examples of near money include credit cards, often referred to as plastic money, drafts, and debit cards. In India, money is represented by various currency denominations: 2000 Indian rupees, 500 Indian rupees, 200 Indian rupees, 100 Indian rupees, 50 Indian rupees, 20 Indian rupees, and 10 Indian rupees notes, all signed by the governor of the RBI. Coins, including denominations of 10 Indian rupees, 5 Indian rupees, 2 Indian rupees, 1 Indian rupee, and 50 paise, do not bear a signature but display the denomination and the national emblem. The notes are produced in printing presses operated under the RBI's authority, while coins are minted at government facilities managed by the Ministry of Finance. The methodology for printing currency is governed by the minimum reserve system, which mandates that the RBI maintain a minimum value of government-held gold, presently established at 200 Indian rupees crores. The remainder of the currency in circulation is backed by government securities issued and held by the RBI. While the RBI and the government retain significant flexibility in printing currency, there are economic ramifications to this practice. An increase in the money supply relative to the available goods can result in inflationary pressure, driving up prices. When a government's deficit is financed through the printing of money, this practice is termed monetization of the deficit or monetized deficit. It is critical to note that monetized deficits tend to induce inflation. Recognizing the potential pitfalls associated with monetization, governments over the last few decades have increasingly favored market borrowings to bridge fiscal gaps, thereby mitigating inflationary pressures. So, what are market borrowings? They represent a mechanism employed by the RBI to address the government's deficit. Acting as the government's banker, the RBI facilitates this through the issuance of central government securities, which can either be treasury bills, with maturities of less than 1 year, or dated securities, with maturities exceeding 1 year. Both types of securities carry fixed interest rates, referred to as coupons, applicable to dated securities, while the interest on treasury bills is typically derived from auction outcomes. Government securities are considered low-risk or gilt-edged investments, as the government is unlikely to default on its financial obligations. In extreme scenarios, it may revert to printing currency to fulfill these debts. A significant aspect of this borrowing endeavor is the participation of banks, which often subscribe to these government borrowing programs facilitated by the RBI. The interplay between government borrowing and the banking sector is explored in greater detail in the dedicated chapter on banking. However, reliance on substantial government borrowing to meet deficits can give rise to three significant challenges. First, high levels of government borrowing can crowd out private investment. This phenomenon occurs because the funds being sought in the financial markets are the same resources from which private investors seek capital. Second, an increase in government borrowing tends to escalate interest rates. Higher government borrowing necessitates higher returns on securities, consequently exerting upward pressure on general interest rates, which can lead to inflationary consequences throughout the economy. Third, interest payments now represent the largest category of expenditure, accounting for more than 25% of total government expenditures. This scenario has persisted over the years, as large deficits have increasingly been financed through market borrowings. Hence, it becomes evident that both methods of addressing deficits carry inherent drawbacks. A more sustainable approach focused on maintaining deficits within manageable limits is essential. This objective will necessitate a dual approach to fiscal consolidation, back-ended strategies aimed at increasing receipts through tax reforms and front-ended measures directed at curtailing unproductive expenditures while promoting austerity in government spending. The government's critical challenge arises from managing open-ended subsidies that lack fixed caps. Striking a balance between meeting necessary expenditures for social welfare and infrastructure development, sustaining economic growth, and maintaining a manageable fiscal deficit demands a carefully crafted and long-term strategy. In navigating this complex landscape, the government must prioritize fiscal discipline while also addressing the pressing needs of its citizens and the economy at large. Monetary Policy Committee. Monetary policy plays a critical role in shaping the economy by influencing various economic factors such as inflation, interest rates, and overall economic growth. Decisions made by central banks regarding monetary policy can have wide-ranging implications for various stakeholders including investors, savers, and borrowers. If such decisions are perceived to be taken by a single individual, they can often lead to dissatisfaction and skepticism among the public. To address this concern, many governments worldwide have opted to establish a committee-based approach for monetary policy decision-making. In India, the government enacted an amendment to the Reserve Bank of India (RBI) Act on June 27, 2016. This amendment led to the formation of the Monetary Policy Committee (MPC), which is responsible for making monetary policy decisions. The establishment of the MPC marked a significant shift towards a more transparent and accountable monetary policy-making process. The Monetary Policy Committee is composed of 6 members, designed to bring value and transparency to the decision-making process for interest rates. This panel consists of 3 members from the RBI, the governor, 1 deputy governor, and another RBI official. The remaining 3 members are independent experts in economics, banking, or finance, who are appointed by the government. To ensure that qualified individuals are selected, a search committee is appointed to recommend these external members. The MPC convenes 4 times a year to deliberate on monetary policy decisions, and its resolutions are determined by a majority vote among the members. In the event of a tie, the RBI governor is granted the casting vote. The government-appointed nominees serve a 4-year term, or until further orders, and function as independent members of the committee. Each member has 1 vote, and a quorum for conducting meetings requires the attendance of at least 4 members. Defining the functions of the MPC, the Monetary Policy Framework Agreement delegates the task of controlling inflation to the RBI, setting a specific target of 4% with a standard deviation of 2%. According to Section 45ZA(1) of the RBI Act of 1934, the central government, in consultation with the RBI, establishes this inflation target once every 5 years, and the target gets published in the official gazette. Although the RBI previously followed a monetary framework, the newly instituted statutory framework mandates that the central bank must submit a report to the central government if it fails to meet the specified inflation target. This report must include an explanation for the shortfall, the remedial actions taken, and the estimated timeframe for achieving the inflation goal. Moreover, the RBI is required to publish a monetary policy report biannually, detailing the sources of inflation and providing forecasts for the forthcoming 6 to 18 months. With the defined structure and authority of the MPC, it is tasked primarily with adjusting the policy rate, known as the repo rate, to keep inflation within the target set by the central government. Each MPC member must articulate their reasoning for voting either in favor of or against any proposed resolutions. These statements, along with the resolutions adopted by the MPC, are subsequently published as minutes after a period of 14 days following the meeting. Additionally, the RBI is obligated to issue a document clarifying the measures it will take to implement the MPC's decisions, including any changes to policy. In terms of decision-making, the proceedings of the MPC are confidential, ensuring that discussions remain exclusive to its members. For each meeting, a quorum of 4 members is required, which must include either the governor or the deputy governor if the former is unavailable. The decisions made by the MPC are based on a majority vote from those present and voting. If a tie occurs, the governor once again plays a decisive role by casting the second vote. It is important to note that any act or proceeding of the MPC cannot be deemed invalid due to vacancies, defects in constitution, appointment irregularities, or procedural errors, as long as the merits of the case are not affected. The RBI is mandated to hold at least 4 MPC meetings annually, and when the government feels it is necessary, it may communicate its views to the MPC in writing. To facilitate informed decision-making, the RBI is responsible for supplying pertinent data, models, and analyses to the MPC. If a member of the MPC requests additional information, it must be provided to all members, ensuring transparency and collaboration. The transition from a traditional decision-making approach to that of an MPC represents a fundamental reform in monetary policy governance. By incorporating diverse perspectives, specialized expertise, and independent views, the MPC enhances the representativeness and credibility of monetary policy decisions, ultimately contributing to a more stable and resilient economic framework for India. Banking. Indian banking sector. A bank functions as a financial intermediary, bridging the gap between individuals who deposit their savings and the broader economy that benefits from those funds. Banks accept deposits from customers, providing interest on the savings maintained within their accounts, and in return, they lend money for productive purposes, charging interest on these loans. This model of banking, which emphasizes the generation of profit while facilitating economic growth, is recognized as commercial banking. In India, the banking system is a microcosm of a mixed economy, characterized by a diverse array of banking institutions, including public sector banks, private sector banks, and foreign banks. Currently, India boasts 21 public sector banks, with the State Bank of India, SBI, being the largest and most prominent among them. These banks play a critical role in fostering overall economic growth by providing essential financial support to various sectors. They facilitate expansion initiatives, promote the diversification of existing businesses, and extend invaluable assistance to emerging enterprises. With the advent of liberalization in the early 1990s, significant reforms were initiated in the Indian banking sector. These reforms were largely based on the recommendations put forth by the Narsingham Committee, which highlighted the need for modernization and efficiency within the banking framework. Prior to 1991, the banking landscape in India was heavily regulated and sheltered under the supervision of the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, similar to how the industrial sector operated at that time. To align with the liberalization policy and to foster the growth of the private sector, it became imperative to undertake comprehensive banking sector reforms. These reforms were designed to encourage competition, increase the efficiency of financial intermediation, and enhance the quality of services provided to customers. As a result, the Indian banking sector has undergone a transformative journey, adapting to the evolving economic environment and better addressing the needs of its diverse clientele. Today, banks in India play a pivotal role not only in facilitating financial transactions but also in driving economic development. By providing the necessary capital for investment and innovation, they contribute significantly to the nation's progress, promoting sustainable economic growth and enhancing the quality of life for millions of people. Structure of the Indian banking system. Reserve Bank of India, RBI. The Reserve Bank of India, RBI, is acknowledged as the highest monetary and banking authority in the country, overseeing and regulating the extensive banking system in India. The term Reserve Bank signifies its role in maintaining reserves for all commercial banks operating within the nation. Established on April 1, 1935, the RBI was created in response to the provisions outlined in the Reserve Bank of India Act of 1934. Initially headquartered in Calcutta, the central office was permanently relocated to Mumbai in 1937. This office serves as the base of operations for the governor and is where significant monetary policies are devised. Originally a privately owned entity, the Reserve Bank of India became fully owned by the Government of India following its nationalisation in 1949, reinforcing its role as a central authority in India's financial landscape. Scheduled and non-scheduled banks. A scheduled bank is defined as a bank that appears on the second schedule of the RBI Act of 1934. For a bank to be included in this schedule, it must meet specific requirements, including a minimum paid-up capital of 0.5 million Indian rupees and a demonstration that its operations are sound and ethical, protecting the interests of depositors. Scheduled banks are further divided into two categories: commercial banks and cooperative banks. In contrast, non-scheduled banks are those not listed in the second schedule of the RBI Act, 1934. Commercial banks. Commercial banks are defined as banking institutions that primarily engage in accepting deposits and extending loans, primarily to businesses and individuals. They provide various financial services including, but not limited to, issuing bank checks and drafts, handling term deposits, and extending money loans via installment plans and overdrafts. Commercial banks cater to a diverse range of deposit accounts such as current accounts, savings accounts, and fixed deposits. As profit-driven entities, these banks are typically owned by private individuals or shareholders. Scheduled Commercial Banks, SCBs. Scheduled Commercial Banks, SCBs, constitute a substantial portion of the banking sector's operations in India. The SCBs are classified into various categories based primarily on their ownership and operational structures. Among these, the State Bank of India, SBI, and its 6 associates, excluding the State Bank of Saurashtra, which has merged with SBI since August 13, 2008, are recognized as a separate category due to the distinct statutes, namely the SBI Act of 1955 and the SBI Subsidiary Banks Act of 1959, governing them. Nationalized banks and SBI associates collectively represent the public sector banks category. Since December 2004, IDBI Limited has also been included within the nationalized banks group. Private sector banks span those banks with a significant shareholding held by private individuals, classified into traditional banks and newly established private banks that were set up following the RBI's revised entry protocols that emerged in 1993. Foreign banks, on the other hand, may establish a foothold in India via fully owned subsidiaries, branch offices, or representative offices. Types of scheduled commercial banks. 1. Public sector banks. These banks are majorly owned by the Government of India. Prominent examples include the State Bank of India, and Canara Bank. 2. Private sector banks. In these institutions, most share capital is held by private individuals. These entities are incorporated as companies with limited liability. Examples include ICICI Bank, Axis Bank, and HDFC Bank. 3. Foreign banks. These banks are registered in foreign countries but maintain branches in India, such as HSBC, Citibank, and Standard Chartered Bank. 4. Regional Rural Banks, RRBs. RRBs were founded under an ordinance issued on September 26, 1975, further formalized by the RRB Act of 1976. Their primary purpose is to provide affordable credit to the agricultural sector and other rural industries. The operational boundaries of RRBs are confined to specific areas designated by the Government of India, GOI, generally encompassing one or more districts. RRBs are co-owned by the Government of India, the respective state government, and sponsor banks, which include 27 scheduled commercial banks and one state cooperative bank, with the capital shared in ratios of 50%, 15%, and 35% respectively. 5. Cooperative banks. Cooperative banks are financial institutions owned by their members, who also utilize the bank services. Typically founded by individuals with common interests or from the same community, these banks offer a range of financial services, including loans and deposit accounts. They specialize in agricultural and rural financing, prioritizing their members' needs, and operate on a no-profit, no-loss model. The Anyonya Cooperative Bank Limited, ACBL, located in Vadodara, Gujarat, holds the distinction of being the first cooperative bank in India. Major areas of reform in the banking sector. Over the years, the Indian banking sector has undergone transformative reforms aimed at enhancing competition, efficiency, and service quality. Notable areas of reform include: 1. Liberalization of banking entry. The reforms have led to the liberal entry of private and foreign banks, fostering an environment where major private entities like ICICI, HDFC, and Axis, along with foreign banks such as Citigroup, HSBC, and Barclays, operate side by side with public sector banks. 2. Enhanced autonomy for public sector banks. Public sector banks have been granted greater operational autonomy, enabling them to implement competitive strategies and tailor policies to align with the broader framework established by the RBI. 3. Interest rate deregulation. The reform initiative also encompassed the deregulation of interest rates pertaining to both deposits and loans. Banks gained the independence to establish their own interest rates, including previously regulated savings account rates. 4. Transition from BPLR to base rate system. Although banks previously operated under a benchmarked prime lending rate, BPLR, which lacked transparency due to sub-BPLR lending practices, the RBI mandated a shift to a more straightforward base rate system in 2010, prohibiting lending below this rate in most cases. 5. Introduction of MCLR methodology. Effective April 1, 2016, the RBI introduced the Marginal Cost of Funds-Based Lending Rate, MCLR, a more refined mechanism for determining lending rates that considers the cost of acquiring additional funds. This system was designed to replace the earlier base rate system and improve transparency in lending practices. 6. Transparency and asset management. Reforms have focused on enhancing the transparency of banking operations, emphasizing the need for full disclosure regarding the quality of both good and bad assets. Standardization of income recognition, asset classification, and provisioning norms have also been instituted to ensure uniformity and clarity across the sector. 7. Non-performing assets, NPAs, classification. A standardized approach to defining NPAs was established, implementing a 90-day norm whereby loans not repaid within this time frame must be classified as NPAs. 8. Capital adequacy norms. Recognizing the inherent risks involved in banking, institutions are mandated to follow capital adequacy norms aligned with global best practices to secure their financial stability and protect depositors' interests. The overall goal of these reforms has been to stimulate competition within the banking sector, fostering improved products and services, and fine-tuning interest rates to meet the evolving financial demands of India's growing economy, ultimately aiming to make Indian banks competitive on a global scale. Capital sufficiency. Capital adequacy is an essential component of a broader global framework established by the Basel Committee for Banking Supervision, BCBS. This framework is better known through its various iterations, Basel I, Basel II, and the most recent Basel III regulations introduced in response to the global financial crisis. Basel is a city in Switzerland where these key banking norms were formulated, and as a result, they are collectively referred to as the Basel norms. Essentially, capital adequacy serves as a safety net for banks engaged in lending activities, which inherently carry various risks. It mandates that banks maintain a minimum level of their own funds to cover potential losses arising from these risks. In the banking context, capital is categorized into two main tiers, Tier 1 and Tier 2 capital. Tier 1 capital consists of the bank's core capital, including its own funds and reserves, while Tier 2 capital comprises supplementary forms of capital that are relatively less liquid. This Tier 2 category can include revaluations of assets taken at a discount, provisions set aside for standard assets, and long-term bonds issued by the bank, also known as subordinated debt. To ensure solvency and stability, banks are now required to maintain a particular level of capital, which is largely sourced from shareholders' funds and retained earnings. It's crucial to note that the deposits held by banks are not considered their own capital, as these are public funds. According to regulatory standards, Tier 2 capital is limited to a maximum of 100% of Tier 1 capital, and the subordinated debt within this Tier 2 capital should not exceed 50% of Tier 1 capital. Furthermore, the asset portfolio of a bank is subjected to risk weightings dictated by the central banks of their respective countries. The Basel I norms stipulated a minimum capital adequacy ratio of 8%. This means that if a bank has risk-weighted assets totaling 100, it must possess at least 8 units in capital, combined Tier 1 and Tier 2, to meet Basel I requirements. In the Indian context, the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, has played a vital role in enforcing these capital adequacy norms for domestic banks. As part of financial sector reforms, the RBI provided a timeline for Indian banks to align themselves with Basel standards. Initially set at 8%, the capital adequacy requirement in India was later elevated to 9%, a standard that remains in place today. Basel II norms refined the risk measurement parameters and introduced the concept of operational risk, areas that were not explicitly addressed under Basel I, while still keeping the overall capital adequacy ratio at 8%. Consequently, all Indian banks are required to maintain compliance with both Basel I and Basel II regulations. In the aftermath of the global crisis, the need for heightened capital adequacy ratios has become even more apparent. This increase in required capital serves to bolster the financial resilience of banks, mitigating the risk of a recurrence of such a catastrophic global financial event in the future. Ultimately, the focus on capital adequacy has facilitated the globalization of financial regulations, allowing investors and depositors to gauge the fundamental strength and stability of banks. This transparency empowers stakeholders to make informed financial decisions based on the capital adequacy levels of various banking institutions. RBI's liquidity management strategies. The significance of banking in liquidity management and inflation control. The relevance of banking extends beyond merely addressing the growing needs of an economy. It is intricately linked to inflation through the bank's capacity to influence liquidity levels within the financial system. This capability is often cited as one of the primary instigators of inflationary pressures, highlighting the dual role that banks play in economic stability and growth. Understanding liquidity. Liquidity represents the amount of money that banks can potentially lend out into the economy. When individuals and businesses deposit money in banks, they create funds that banks can leverage for lending, a process known as credit creation. This act of credit creation can be viewed as the injection of new money into the economy, thus contributing significantly to inflationary pressures. Therefore, it is essential for liquidity within the economy to strike a critical balance, meeting the demands for growth while simultaneously keeping prices stable. Efficient liquidity management falls under the purview of the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, the apex central bank of the country. The RBI operates not only as a centralized authority that oversees the banking system, responsible for currency issuance and regulation, but also plays a crucial role in managing liquidity levels to ensure economic stability. It is essential to grasp that deposits received by banks are a fundamental source of liquidity. Deposits are divided into two categories. 1. Demand deposits. These are funds that customers can withdraw at any time, such as those in savings accounts. 2. Time deposits. These funds can only be accessed after a fixed term, commonly known as fixed or term deposits. Both types of deposits are classified as the bank's liabilities, as the institution is obligated to return these funds to its customers. Consequently, demand and time deposits act as significant sources of liquidity in the economy. If not monitored, these liabilities can lead to excess liquidity accumulation. Given that the RBI cannot compel the public to refrain from depositing money, since this activity underpins liquidity, it also cannot instruct banks to halt lending. Such measures would hinder banks' ability to pay interest on deposits and curtail their potential for future growth. Tools for managing liquidity. The RBI employs several quantitative and qualitative measures to manage liquidity in the banking sector. 1. Cash Reserve Ratio, CRR. This is a mandatory reserve requirement where banks must keep a specific percentage of their demand and time liabilities in cash with the RBI. The RBI can increase the CRR to withdraw excess liquidity from the banking system or decrease it to expand liquidity. For instance, with a public deposit base exceeding 50,000 Indian rupees crores, a 1% increase in the CRR equates to a reduction of 50,000 Indian rupees crores in available funds for lending. Such significant liquidity fluctuations could hamper lending, disrupt industrial growth, or even catalyze a recession. Therefore, the CRR must be wielded judiciously by the RBI, considering not just inflationary fears but all facets of the economy. An increase in CRR, particularly by central banks, often triggers negative sentiment within the financial ecosystem. Adjustments to the CRR should ideally be reserved for extraordinary circumstances rather than routinely employed as a liquidity management tool. Furthermore, since CRR applies uniformly across all banks, it can create uncertainty, making it challenging for banks to make long-term lending decisions. As of December 2017, the CRR is set at 4%. 2. Statutory Liquidity Ratio, SLR. Another essential tool, the SLR mandates that banks maintain a minimum percentage of their demand and time liabilities either in cash, gold, or government securities. Currently, banks must invest at least 20% of their demand and time liabilities in such assets. Many banks tend to exceed this requirement, rendering SLR less effective as a liquidity management strategy. 3. Bank Rate. This rate signifies the interest rate charged by the RBI for lending to banks against acceptable securities. Historically, increases in the bank rate were aimed at discouraging banks from borrowing excessively, thereby reducing liquidity. However, the bank rate has lost significance in contemporary monetary policy due to the existence of secondary markets for securities, and it primarily serves as a penalty rate for regulatory violations by banks today. 4. Open market operations, OMO. These involve the buying and selling of government securities by the RBI to manage liquidity levels. In times of surplus liquidity, the RBI sells securities to banks, effectively draining funds from the system. Conversely, to inject liquidity, the RBI purchases these securities, increasing the money available for banks to lend. 5. Repo auctions, repurchase obligations. This is the most frequently employed tool for short-term liquidity management, sometimes even overnight. In repo auctions, banks can borrow from the RBI using government securities as collateral, with a built-in provision for automatic repurchase after a predetermined period. The interest rates for these transactions are classified as the repo rate. Additionally, the RBI offers government securities that banks can subscribe to, with the rate paid by the RBI to banks labeled as the reverse repo rate. Generally, the repo rate, currently 6% as of September 2017, exceeds the reverse repo rate, currently 5.75% as of September 2017, by a margin of 25 basis points. 6. Marginal Standing Facility, MSF, introduced in 2011. This is an emergency liquidity facility that allows banks to borrow overnight funds from the RBI when interbank liquidity becomes exceptionally tight. The MSF rate is typically pegged 100 basis points above the repo rate, enabling banks to borrow up to 1% of their net demand and time liabilities under this facility. 7. Moral Suasion. This technique involves the central bank persuading commercial banks to extend credit in alignment with the broader economic interests of the country. The central bank may encourage banks to lend to specific sectors or prioritize particular credit policies consistent with national economic goals. In summary, the RBI's liquidity management encompasses a variety of tools designed to address liquidity needs effectively. Short-term liquidity needs are usually addressed via repo auctions, medium-term issues are managed through OMOs, and longer-term pumping of liquidity is guided by the CRR. The Reserve Bank of India continuously evaluates and adjusts its monetary policy in a quarterly review process, focusing on liquidity levels while also keeping vigilant on inflation trends. In addition to its liquidity management role, the RBI is tasked with maintaining stability in the economy and serves as the banker to all commercial banks operating within India. RBI's Directed Lending Practices. Directed lending by the Reserve Bank of India. The Reserve Bank of India, RBI, plays a vital role in promoting mass banking initiatives, which involve mandated lending practices that aim to support critical sectors of the economy. Specifically, the RBI requires commercial banks to extend loans to various sectors, including agriculture, the medium and small-scale industries, and other essential areas, especially those catering to economically weaker sections. This form of lending is referred to as Priority Sector Lending, PSL. Categories of Priority Sector Lending. RBI has outlined specific categories that fall under the umbrella of Priority Sector Lending, which includes 1. Agriculture. This encompasses lending to farmers, agricultural cooperatives, and institutions involved in agricultural development. 2. Micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs. These sectors are crucial for employment generation and economic growth. 3. Export credit, financing for goods and services tapped for export markets. 4. Education, loans for individuals seeking educational opportunities, which may include financing for vocational courses. 5. Housing, loans for purchasing or constructing residential dwellings. 6. Social infrastructure, investments related to social services that promote community welfare. 7. Renewable energy, financial support for projects that aim to harness renewable energy sources. 8. Others, additional sectors as classified by the RBI based on particular socio-economic needs. Lending mechanics. Banks engage in both direct and indirect lending to farmers, self-help groups, SHGs, and institutions involved in agriculture and allied activities. This lending is designed to stimulate growth and provide financial inclusion to underserved segments of the population. Targets and sub-targets for priority sector lending. The RBI has established specific targets and sub-targets for banks under the priority sector framework, which are outlined as follows. Categories: domestic scheduled commercial banks, foreign banks. Total priority sector: 40% of adjusted net bank credit, ANBC, or 40% of credit equivalent amount of off-balance sheet exposure, whichever is higher, to be achieved in a phased manner by 2020. 40% of adjusted net bank credit or credit equivalent amount of off-balance sheet exposure, whichever is higher, to be achieved in a phased manner by 2020. 36% for foreign banks with less than 20 branches. Agriculture: 18% of ANBC or credit equivalent amount of off-balance sheet exposure, whichever is higher, not applicable. Micro-enterprises: 7.5% of ANBC or credit equivalent amount of off-balance sheet exposure, whichever is higher, not applicable. Weaker sections 10% of ANBC or credit equivalent amount of off-balance sheet exposure, whichever is higher not applicable. Asterisk in addition to the above, domestic banks must ensure that their overall direct lending to non-corporate farmers does not fall below the system-wide average of the last 3 years' achievements. Lending for educational and housing purposes. The scope of priority sector lending also includes educational loans for individuals up to 10 Indian rupees lakhs for studies in India and 20 Indian rupees lakhs for studying abroad. Furthermore, loans for purchasing or constructing dwelling units are capped at 25 Indian rupees lakhs in metropolitan centers, with populations over 10 lakhs, and 15 Indian rupees lakhs in other areas, excluding loans sanctioned to bank employees. Weaker sections criteria. The RBI defines several categories of borrowers that fall under the weaker sections of priority sector lending, which are eligible for special consideration. These include small and marginal farmers, farmers operating on limited landholdings, artisans and cottage industries, individuals involved in small-scale production where individual credit limits do not surpass 50,000 Indian rupees, government program beneficiaries, such as those under the Swarnajayanti Gram Swarozgar Yojana, SGSY, and now the National Rural Livelihood Mission, NRLM. Scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, targeting marginalized social groups. Differential rate of interest scheme beneficiaries, individuals benefiting from subsidized interest rates on loans. Loans to self-help groups, SHGs. Financial support to organized groups promoting savings and self-reliance. Distressed farmers, loans given to farmers with debts to non-institutional lenders to alleviate their financial stress. Women beneficiaries, targeted loans up to 50,000 Indian rupees offered to individual women. Conclusion. As part of its directed lending initiatives, the RBI mandates that all domestic commercial banks and foreign banks with over 20 branches in India allocate at least 40% of their total advances to priority sectors. For foreign banks with fewer than 20 branches, this ratio is reduced to 36%. Additionally, there are sub-targets stipulating that 18% of this lending should be directed to agriculture and 10% to weaker sections, thereby reinforcing the importance of inclusive financing for the sustained economic growth of India. Through these measures, the RBI aims to ensure that the financial system plays a pivotal role in addressing the needs of underprivileged groups and fostering overall economic development. Fund for Rural Infrastructure Development. Banks that fail to meet their targets for priority sector lending are required to deposit their shortfall into the Rural Infrastructure Development Fund, RIDF. Established by the government in the financial year 1995 to 1996, the RIDF was created to finance ongoing rural infrastructure projects. This crucial fund is managed by the National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, NABARD, which plays a pivotal role in enhancing rural economic growth and sustainability. To ensure that the agricultural sector receives necessary support, domestic commercial banks are mandated to contribute to the RIDF based on the extent of their shortcomings in achieving the required levels of priority sector lending to agriculture. The primary goal of the RIDF is to provide vital loans to state governments and state-owned corporations, thereby enabling them to complete essential rural infrastructure projects. Over the years, the scope of the RIDF has been significantly broadened to encompass a wide range of activities aimed at improving rural livelihood and infrastructure. This includes initiatives such as rural drinking water schemes, soil conservation efforts, the establishment of rural market yards, rural health centers, and primary schools. Furthermore, projects such as mini hydel plants, Shirshu Shiksha Kendras, nursery schools, Anganwadis, community health centers, and improvements in the power supply systems have also been incorporated into the RIDF's portfolio. Starting from RIDF-V, the fund's reach has been expanded to include projects funded by Panchayat Raj institutions, local self-government bodies. It also covers various social sector initiatives aimed at enhancing primary education, healthcare, and access to clean drinking water in rural areas. The activities financed by the RIDF are diverse and encompass critical areas such as minor irrigation and micro-irrigation projects, which are essential for optimizing water usage in agriculture. Additionally, the fund supports flood protection measures, watershed development, and the reclamation of waterlogged areas. Infrastructure development is further supported through projects related to drainage, community forest development, and the establishment of market yards and storage facilities, including cold storage for agricultural produce. Moreover, the RIDF provides financial assistance for the establishment of apna mandis, local markets, rural hats, weekly markets, and other marketing infrastructures that facilitate the efficient distribution of agricultural products. It also funds the development of seed, horticulture, and agriculture farms, as well as plantations and horticulture ventures. Effective grading and certification mechanisms, including testing and certifying laboratories, are also supported by the RIDF to ensure quality standards in agriculture. In addition, the fund promotes the establishment of community irrigation wells that serve the irrigation needs of entire villages. It also supports initiatives in fisheries and animal husbandry, and the establishment of modern abattoirs, which are critical for the sustainable development of the livestock sector. In conclusion, the Rural Infrastructure Development Fund serves as an essential financial instrument aimed at bolstering rural infrastructure and improving the living standards of the rural population in India. Through its various initiatives, the RIDF plays a significant role in facilitating sustainable agricultural practices and enhancing the overall rural economy. Public sector banks, future perspectives. Public sector banks continue to maintain a dominant presence in the Indian banking landscape even after 2 decades of substantial financial sector reforms. However, this dominance is steadily being eroded by the rise of private banks, which have been gaining market share and enhancing their offerings. The ability of public sector banks to engage in large-scale lending, particularly for infrastructure projects, as well as their proficiency in risk assessment and mitigation strategies, have yet to be rigorously tested in this evolving environment. One of the key challenges faced by public sector banks is related to their excessive manpower, which can lead to inefficiencies. The workforce is aging, and while they have adopted modern technology, the successful assimilation and integration of these technologies into their operations remain questionable. Additionally, these banks have a reputation for being risk-averse, often driven by an overwhelming emphasis on security. This cautious approach has hindered their ability to effectively reach out to underserved segments of the economy such as small-scale industries, despite the presence of well-intentioned schemes from both the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, and the banks themselves. As previously noted, the efforts of public sector banks in promoting financial inclusion have been largely unsatisfactory. A troubling aspect is their tendency to perceive financial inclusion primarily as a social initiative rather than a commercial opportunity. The Indian banking landscape is cluttered with multiple nationalized banks of different dimensions, which impedes organized growth. Each nationalized bank often finds itself competing against others, rather than collaborating towards shared goals. India's resilience during the global financial crisis of 2007 can be largely attributed to the character of public sector banks. Their limited exposure to complex financial products and their conservative banking practices were beneficial at that time. Ironically, the same cautious mindset has contributed to a lack of expansion among these banks, particularly when compared to the rapid growth dynamics of their private sector counterparts. Despite India ranking among the top 5 economies in the world in terms of output, it is disheartening to observe that no Indian public sector bank has made it to the list of the top 50 banks globally. To fulfill their potential as the backbone of a continuously growing economy, these banks must become more resilient, which would entail a strategic process of consolidation and a measured shift away from excessive risk aversion. This does not mean promoting reckless risk-taking, rather, it involves a judicious approach to risk exposure. While the discussion on privatizing public sector banks might appear premature at this juncture, it will become increasingly imperative in the future. Such a move could be beneficial for both the banks themselves and the larger economy. It is essential for these banks to innovate and develop new products to effectively meet the demands of an expanding market and eventually establish themselves as global players in the banking arena. At the same time, the RBI must continue to enforce a robust regulatory framework complemented by an effective oversight mechanism. This is a critical area where the RBI has distinguished itself in comparison to other central banks worldwide. As the Indian banking sector continues to evolve, rapid penetration of banking services is necessary. A number of Indian banks must not only grow in size but also strive to reach a level where they can operate as global banks. The ultimate challenge will be their capacity to cater to the evolving needs of the economy effectively. The significance of their role in infrastructural development and financial inclusion is paramount and cannot be overstated. Globally, banking serves as the fulcrum of economic activity and is integral to achieving rapid growth. Strong banking institutions are crucial for facilitating a smooth channeling of resources, enabling economies to meet their diverse demands efficiently. Inclusive finance. The landscape of banking in India remains significantly underdeveloped, with an alarming 60% of the population having no access to banking services. This pervasive lack of penetration highlights an urgent need for enhanced financial inclusion, aimed at delivering diverse banking products and services, especially to the underprivileged, through the adoption of technology and at affordable prices. Many argue that this gap underscores the necessity for robust public sector banks. Such a viewpoint aligns with the understanding of financial inclusion as a socio-welfare initiative, reminiscent of the established concept of priority sector lending, which offers concessional rates specifically targeted at marginalized communities and the agricultural sector. Directed lending has been a hallmark feature of India's banking landscape since the nationalization of banks, with the primary objective of transforming class banking into mass banking. The provision of safe, accessible, and affordable credit, alongside other essential financial services, is paramount for the economic upliftment of the poor and vulnerable populations, especially in disadvantaged regions and sectors lagging behind. Recognizing this crucial requirement, financial inclusion has been positioned as a cornerstone in India's overarching strategy towards faster and more inclusive growth, as outlined in the 11th Five-Year Plan, 2007 to 2012. Understanding financial inclusion often necessitates a look at those currently excluded from the financial ecosystem. A group is classified as financially excluded if they lack access to formal financial services, including bank accounts, credit cards, insurance, and various payment methods. In response to this situation, the Government of India established a committee in 2006 under Dr. C. Rangarajan's chairmanship. The committee was tasked with analyzing the patterns of exclusion concerning access to financial services across various regions, genders, and occupational categories. Its objective was to pinpoint the specific barriers faced by vulnerable groups seeking access to credit and financial services and recommend actionable steps for achieving financial inclusion. The committee's report, submitted in January 2008, defined financial inclusion as: financial inclusion may be defined as the process of ensuring access to financial services and timely and adequate credit where needed by vulnerable groups such as weaker sections and low-income groups at an affordable cost. However, the concept of directed lending is often perceived as a regulatory obligation rather than a genuine effort to support these groups. If financial inclusion continues to be framed solely as a welfare initiative, the likelihood of substantive progress is diminished. Instead, it must be approached as a viable commercial opportunity. The cost incurred by the poor in borrowing from moneylenders is exceedingly high, thus, expanding access to formal banking presents a lucrative opportunity for banks to tap into a previously underserved market segment. It's clear that profitability must drive the strategy for financial inclusion, irrespective of socioeconomic status. A critical challenge remains the ability to connect these underserved populations through organized financial channels, rather than solely relying on informal money lenders. The rise of microfinance institutions, MFIs, in the private sector exemplifies how profit motives can spur innovative solutions to reach the economically disadvantaged. To effectively advance financial inclusion, innovative strategies will be essential, as it may not be practical or cost-effective to establish bank branches in every village. Various models must be explored, especially those that leverage technology, to provide cost-effective access to financial services. In today's digital age, technology has infiltrated virtually every stream of life, so it raises the question, why should the financially excluded remain an outlier? Not long ago, mobile phones were exclusive to the affluent. Today, they are ubiquitous, benefiting all demographics. This change is a testament to the entrepreneurial spirit of businesses that can identify and capitalize on available opportunities. Achieving financial inclusion entails ensuring that all individuals and businesses can access a comprehensive range of financial services delivered responsibly and affordably by sustainable institutions in a well-regulated environment. The core intent of financial inclusion revolves around guaranteeing that appropriate financial services are accessible to every individual, empowering them with the knowledge to utilize these services effectively. To support comprehensive financial inclusion, the Government of India, the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, and NABARD, National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, have undertaken various initiatives. Notable among these are the Self-Help Group, SHG, Bank Linkage Program, the introduction of no-frills accounts, mobile banking initiatives, Kisan Credit Cards, KCC, and the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. Financial inclusion is achievable, but it requires a shift toward viewing it as a business opportunity rather than merely a welfare initiative. Bridging the gap between the impoverished and formal banking offers multiple advantages, including providing an organized source of finance, liberating individuals from exploitative money lenders, enabling the government to offer direct income support instead of subsidies, and eliminating intermediaries. Furthermore, its integration is pivotal for fostering inclusive growth in India's socio-economic framework. Benefits of financial inclusion. Financial inclusion serves as a catalyst for informed financial decision-making through enhanced financial literacy and accessible professional advice, particularly for vulnerable demographics, namely, weaker sections, minorities, migrants, the elderly, micro-entrepreneurs, and low-income families, enabling them to confident financial management, effectively and securely manage day-to-day finances. Future planning. Strategize for future financial stability by safeguarding against income fluctuations and participating in wealth creation, benefiting from sectoral advancements. Crisis recovery. Navigate financial distress adeptly, thereby reducing vulnerability to unexpected economic hardships. The United Nations Capital Development Fund, UNCDF, envisions that financial services geared toward impoverished and low-income populations, as well as micro and small enterprises, are vital components of the broader financial sector. Each segment possesses its unique advantages and collectively offers substantial market opportunities. Despite notable strides made toward achieving financial inclusion, the persistence of exclusionary practices remains a pressing concern. In line with the current policy framework for inclusive growth, a robust emphasis on financial inclusion is not merely advantageous but essential. The initial step toward achieving comprehensive financial inclusion lies in facilitating credit access for the most disadvantaged and vulnerable factions of society. Microfinance institutions. The Small Finance Bank, SFB, is a pivotal addition to the financial landscape aimed at advancing the goal of financial inclusion in India. This private financial institution primarily engages in fundamental banking operations such as accepting deposits and providing loans to underserved segments of the population. These segments include small business units, small and marginal farmers, micro and small enterprises, and entities in the unorganized sector. One of the distinguishing features of SFBs is their operational flexibility. Unlike regional rural banks, RRBs, or local area banks, LABs, small finance banks are not confined to a specific geographical area, allowing them to extend their services more broadly. The inception of small finance banks traces back to the Union Budget of 2014 to 2015, presented by the Finance Minister on July 10, 2014. This announcement marked a significant step toward fostering financial inclusion across the nation. Subsequently, on November 27, 2014, the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, issued comprehensive guidelines for the licensing and regulatory framework governing SFBs. Following this, on September 16, 2015, the RBI provided, in principle, approval to 10 applicants, paving the way for the establishment of these banks. The initial 10 entities that were granted this approval comprised a diverse range of institutions, including O Financiers, Jaipur, Capital Local Area Bank, Jalandhar, Disha Microfin, Ahmedabad, Equitas Holdings, Chennai, ESAF Microfinance and Investments, Chennai, Janalakshmi Financial Services, Bengaluru, RGVN, Northeast, Microfinance, Guwahati, Suryoday Microfinance, Navi Mumbai, Ujjivan Financial Services, Bengaluru, and Utkarsh Microfinance, Varanasi. These entities were carefully selected from a competitive pool of 72 applicants, signifying a robust interest in providing financial services to the unreached segments of the economy. Small finance banks are authorized to accept deposits from customers. In contrast to payment banks, which are limited in their lending capabilities, SFBs are empowered to offer loans to individuals and businesses. This lending facility positions them as crucial players in the financial ecosystem, particularly for micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs, that often struggle to access credit from traditional banking institutions. The majority of the entities approved to operate as SFBs are microfinance institutions, indicating that their primary clientele will consist of small and medium enterprises and other small businesses. This alignment reinforces the commitment of these banks to provide secure and lawful financing options for MSMEs and SMEs, effectively integrating these businesses into the formal financial framework. The establishment of small finance banks represents a significant advancement in the effort to incorporate the unbanked population into the banking system. By offering a range of banking products at competitive prices, SFBs aim to serve the unserved and underserved demographics of the country. This includes small and marginal farmers, micro and small industries, and various other entities in the unorganized sector, all of whom have historically faced barriers to accessing financial services. To support the establishment and operation of small finance banks, the RBI has developed a comprehensive framework for their licensing. This framework also encompasses other types of differentiated banks which cater to specialized financial needs. By introducing a variety of bank types, such as local area banks and payment banks, the RBI aims to address the credit and remittance needs of small businesses, the unorganized sector, low-income households, farmers, and the migrant workforce. In conclusion, small finance banks serve as a cornerstone for promoting financial inclusion in India, bridging the gap between the financial system and underserved communities. Their formation marks a progressive stride towards a more inclusive economy where every individual and business, regardless of their size or location, has access to essential banking services. Payment banks. Payments bank, an overview. A payments bank is a type of differentiated banking institution that carries out specific restricted functions as permitted under the Banking Regulation Act of 1949. Among its core activities, a payments bank can accept deposits, offer payment and remittance services, provide internet banking, and serve as a business correspondent for other banking institutions. Initially, the law allows payments banks to collect deposits of up to 1 rupee lakh per individual, promoting a safer and more controlled banking environment for the unbanked population. In addition to deposit acceptance, payments banks have a broader range of services. They can facilitate money transfers, sell insurance policies, and offer mutual funds to customers, augmenting their financial services portfolio. Although they are permitted to issue ATM and debit cards, it is important to note that they are not authorized to issue credit cards. Payments banks also have restrictions preventing them from establishing subsidiaries to engage in non-banking financial activities. Most crucially, they are forbidden from undertaking any lending activities, which differentiates them from traditional banks. In February 2015, the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, announced that it had received applications from 41 entities seeking a payments bank license. An external advisory committee, EAC, led by Nachiket Moore was formed to scrutinize these applications. Among the government initiatives, India Post was chosen to utilize its extensive network to operate a payments bank, emphasizing the importance of extending banking services to remote and underserved regions. The EAC presented its recommendations on July 6, 2015, carefully assessing the financial stability and governance practices of the applicant entities. The primary objective of establishing payments banks is to bring large segments of unbanked individuals into the formal banking sector, thereby accelerating financial inclusion across the country. By extending banking services to marginalized communities, payments banks foster financial literacy amongst the underprivileged, ultimately contributing to poverty alleviation. The emergence of payments banks is viewed as a pivotal advancement by the RBI in enhancing the distribution of banking services, especially in rural areas. As traditional banks seek to reinforce their rural presence, most notably significant players such as the State Bank of India, SBI, payments banks can act as valuable partners in achieving this goal. The RBI granted, in principle, licenses to a select group of entities for the establishment of payments banks, including Adifier Birla Nouveau, Airtel M Commerce Services, Kalamandalam Distribution Services, Department of Posts, Fino Paytech, National Securities Depository, Reliance Industries, Dilip Shangvi, Sun Pharmaceuticals, Vijay Shekhar Sharma, Paytm, Tech Mahindra, Vodafone M-Pesa. It is notable that three entities, Kalamandalam Distribution Services, Dilip Shangvi of Sun Pharmaceuticals, and Tech Mahindra, have since surrendered their licenses. That in principle, licenses are valid for 18 months, during which the entities must satisfy necessary requirements. They are unable to conduct any banking activities during this interim. Full licenses can be granted under Section 22 of the Banking Regulation Act, 1949, provided that the RBI is satisfied with compliance to the stipulations. Payments banks are expected to register as public limited companies under the Companies Act of 2013 and operate under stringent conditions outlined by the Banking Regulation Act. Their activities are confined primarily to the acceptance of demand deposits and offering payments and remittance services. The governance framework for payments banks includes adherence to not only the Banking Regulation Act but also the Reserve Bank of India Act of 1934, the Foreign Exchange Management Act of 1999, and the Payment and Settlement Systems Act of 2007. Compliance with regulations set forth by the RBI and the Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI, is also mandatory, particularly regarding public issues and relevant guidelines applicable to listed banking entities. The entry of differentiated banks into the financial sector creates a competitive landscape that induces significant concerns among major banks like SBI and ICICI Bank. While payments banks specialize in particular niches, larger banks can leverage them to enhance their outreach efforts, particularly in rural regions. Collaborations have already begun, with some established banks partnering with existing license holders to broaden their service coverage. Domestic, systemically important banks, DSIBs. In recent developments, the Reserve Bank of India has classified HDFC as a domestic systemically important bank, DSIB, under a tiered structure established previously. DSIBs, often dubbed too big to fail, TBTF, are recognized for their substantial size, intricate operations that may span multiple jurisdictions, and their interconnectedness with the wider financial system. A bank is classified as a DSIB if its assets exceed 2% of the country's gross domestic product, GDP. The potential failure of such banks could lead to significant disruptions within the economy. To mitigate risks, DSIBs are categorized into 5 distinct buckets based on their systemic importance. According to these classifications, banks are required to allocate an additional Common Equity Tier 1 capital as a percentage of their risk-weighted assets, RWAs. DSIBs are subject to enhanced scrutiny by the Central Banking Authority to ensure stability and the avoidance of malpractices, such as money laundering. The determination of which banks qualify as DSIBs is made at a domestic level by a country's central bank, while global supervision is overseen by the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision. This rigorous monitoring underscores the imperative of maintaining systemic stability and confidence within the financial system. Gold investment programs. On November 5, 2015, the Union Government of India launched the Sovereign Gold Bonds, SGB, and the Gold Monetization Schemes, GMS. These initiatives were introduced with the primary objectives of reducing the nation's demand for physical gold and transitioning a portion of the gold that is imported for investment purposes into financial assets. This shift aims to meet the dual goal of encouraging savings in gold-related financial instruments and optimizing the use of gold reserves in the economy. Sovereign gold bonds. Sovereign gold bonds are issued by the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, on behalf of the Government of India. These bonds are denominated in grams of gold and are available for purchase only by resident Indian entities, individuals and institutions, in both demat and paper formats. The investment limits are specified as a minimum of 2 grams and a maximum of 500 grams of gold per individual per fiscal year. For the fiscal year 2015-16, the SGBs offered an annual interest rate of 2.75%, which is payable on a half-yearly basis. Each bond has a maturity period of 8 years, with an exit option available starting from the 5th year. The Know Your Customer, KYC, norms applicable to these bonds align with those for standard gold transactions. Importantly, the capital gains accrued from these bonds are exempt from tax, making them attractive for investors. Upon maturity, the investor receives the redemption amount in rupees equivalent to the current price of gold. In the initial 2 tranches of SGB sales, a remarkable total of 3,788 kilograms of gold equivalent, valued at 993 Indian rupees crores, was subscribed through approximately 390,000 applications. This strong response demonstrates a growing interest in gold-backed financial instruments. Gold Monetization Scheme. The Gold Monetization Scheme was introduced to tap into the vast reserves of unused or idle gold held by households and institutions in India. This initiative seeks to integrate these gold reserves into the economy and convert this dormant asset into capital that can be utilized for developmental purposes. The key objectives of the GMS are as follows. 1. Mobilization of gold. The scheme aims to gather gold held by households and institutions and channel it into the mainstream economy. 2. Support for the gems and jewelry sector. By making gold accessible as raw material on loan from banks, the scheme is designed to provide a boost to India's thriving gems and jewelry industry. 3. Reducing gold imports. Over time, the GMS is expected to diminish the reliance on gold imports by meeting domestic demand with locally available resources. According to the draft guidelines, the GMS operates on the following principles. 1. Gold collection. The initiative is aimed at collecting gold from domestic sources, which will subsequently be processed and made available to jewelers for manufacturing jewelry and other items. 2. Infrastructure development. The GMS will be rolled out in phases, starting in select locations, as the government is setting up secure infrastructure for the safe handling of gold. 3. Testing and purification. Consumers who wish to deposit their gold can bring it to designated test centers where it will be cleaned, measured, and tested for purity. After testing, they have the choice to either deposit the gold for a nominal fee or reclaim it after incurring an additional small charge. 4. Deposit requirements. Consumers must bring a minimum of 30 grams of gold to participate in the scheme. 5. Gold savings account. Upon depositing gold, individuals receive a certificate that states the amount and purity of the gold, allowing banks to open a corresponding gold savings account. 6. Interest payments. Interest on the gold in the savings account will be credited after 30 to 60 days of account opening. The rate of interest will be determined by individual banks. 7. principal and interest valuation, both the principal amount and interest will be paid in the form of gold. For example, if a customer deposits 100 grams of gold at an interest rate of 1%, they will receive 101 grams upon maturity. 8. Redemption options. Depositors will have the option to redeem their investment either in cash or as gold, with the choice required to be made at the time of deposit. The minimum tenure for deposits is 1 year, extendable in yearly increments, and partial withdrawal options will mirror those of traditional fixed deposits. 9. Tax exemptions. Gold savings accounts established under the scheme are exempt from capital gains tax, wealth tax, and income tax, enhancing their attractiveness for investors. According to the government, the gold monetization scheme aims to utilize approximately 20,000 tons of gold available within the country, thereby reducing the annual import of 800 to 1,000 tons. Certain regulatory certifications would assist banks in using gold deposits to meet their cash reserve ratio, CRR, and statutory liquidity ratio, SLR, requirements. Despite the challenges, this scheme presents significant macroeconomic advantages by decreasing gold imports through the utilization of idle, domestically held gold, thus improving external economic balances. Furthermore, the readily available gold could reduce costs for jewelers and help boost exports. Seeking to mobilize idle gold estimated to be worth 60 Indian rupees lakh crore, the government has proposed a new scheme that offers tax-free interest for gold deposits made with banks. Individuals and institutions have the option to deposit as little as 30 grams of gold, ensuring that the taxation on earned interest, along with capital gains, is removed. One of the approaches the government is considering is to make invoices mandatory only for gold brought in the form of bars or coins, as opposed to household ornaments. This would allow banks to track transactions with adequate proof of identity and address. In instances where gold exceeds specific limits, questions can be raised to ascertain the source. However, the success of the GMS hinges on careful structuring to differentiate it from its predecessors that did not achieve the desired outcomes. In conclusion, the sovereign gold bonds and gold monetization schemes are significant steps by the Indian government toward streamlining gold investments into financial instruments, unlocking the value of hidden gold reserves, and fostering economic development while reducing the country's reliance on gold imports. Initiatives in banking. Non-performing assets, NPA and overview. Definition of NPAs. A non-performing asset, NPA, is defined as a loan or advance for which the principal or interest payment has remained overdue for a period exceeding 90 days. In the Indian banking system, NPAs are classified into 3 categories: substandard, doubtful, and loss assets. 1. Substandard assets. These are assets that have been classified as NPAs for a period of 12 months or less. They are generally considered to be of some risk but may still have potential for recovery. 2. Doubtful assets. An asset is classified as doubtful if it has remained in the substandard category for more than 12 months. Such assets carry a higher risk of being uncollectible. 3. Loss assets. According to the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, a loss asset is one that is deemed uncollectible and is perceived to be of negligible value, rendering its continued classification as bankable unreasonable, although there might be some chance of salvage or recovery value. Current status of NPAs. The issue of NPAs presents one of the most critical challenges confronting the Indian banking sector, raising significant concerns regarding the stability of the banking system. Raghuram Rajan, the former governor of RBI, categorizes the NPAs as a vital challenge that requires immediate attention. Historically, banks glossed over these issues through practices known as window dressing of their financial statements, obscuring the true health of their asset books. However, Rajan's call for a cleanup of bank asset books by March 2017 intensified scrutiny, bringing the problem to the forefront. Consequently, 29 public sector banks collectively wrote off 1.14 Indian rupees lakh crore of bad debts between 2013 and 2015, significantly more than the write-offs made in the previous 9 years combined. Notably, the gross bad loans of 39 publicly listed Indian banks surged by an alarming 92% in the fiscal year 2016 to 5.79 trillion Indian rupees. After factoring in provisions, net bad loans more than doubled to 3.38 trillion Indian rupees. In percentage terms, the average gross NPAs of this group increased from 4.41% of loans in 2015 to 7.91% by 2016, while net NPAs surged from 2.45% to 4.63% in the same timeframe. Public sector banks, which hold approximately 70% of the market share in loans, bear a heavier burden compared to their private sector counterparts, with 2 banks reporting gross NPAs over 15% and an additional 8 banks recording NPAs close to or exceeding 10%. SARFAESI Act. To tackle the issue of NPAs, the Securitization and Reconstruction of Financial Assets and Enforcement of Security Interest, SARFAESI Act, 2002 was enacted. This legislation provides a legal framework that enables financial institutions to secure their assets and recover dues more efficiently. The SARFAESI Act grants provisions for the formation and operation of asset securitization companies, SCs, and reconstruction companies, RCs. These organizations play a crucial role in managing bad assets while the RBI serves as their regulatory authority. Key objectives of the SARFAESI Act include establishing a comprehensive legal framework for asset securitization in India, outlining procedures for transferring NPAs to asset reconstruction companies for rehabilitation, empowering banks to enforce security interests without necessitating court interventions, allowing banks and financial institutions to take control of collateralized immovable property for debt recovery. Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India, IBBI. The Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India, IBBI, is another regulatory body established on October 1, 2016, under the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, 2016. It aims to bolster the insolvency resolution process by imposing stricter guidelines for assessing the creditworthiness of resolution applicants. IBBI has jurisdiction over insolvency professionals, professional agencies, and information utilities, thus ensuring that the insolvency framework is adhered to across all sectors. The IBBI's primary functions include overseeing the regulatory standards for insolvency practitioners and related professionals, drafting and enforcing regulations concerning corporate and individual insolvency, as well as liquidation, streamlining procedures to expedite the insolvency resolution process, ultimately maximizing the recovery value for involved stakeholders. The IBBI is governed by a 10-member board that includes 1 chairperson, 3 members from the central government, 1 RBI-nominated member, and 5 members appointed by the central government, 3 of whom must be whole-time members. Indradhanush Plan. Public sector banks, PSBs, play a pivotal role in India's economic landscape. However, due to various legacy issues, including delays in approvals and land acquisition, coupled with a drop in both domestic and global demand, many significant infrastructure projects have stalled. This has severely impacted PSBs, especially since they account for a significant chunk of infrastructure financing, leading to diminished profitability predominantly due to provisioning for restructured loans and rapidly growing NPAs. The Indradhanush Plan, unveiled by the Indian government on August 14, 2015, aims to revitalize PSBs through a capital infusion of 70,000 Indian rupees crore. By the first half of the fiscal year 2017-18, the government had already injected 51,858 Indian rupees crore into these banks. The plan consists of 7 critical elements. 1. Appointments. 2. Bank Board Bureau. 3. Capitalization. 4. Distressing public sector banks. 5. Empowerment. 6. Framework of accountability. 7. Governance reforms. The framework mandates the separation of the roles of chairman and managing director in PSBs, ensuring that both leaders function independently and effectively while maintaining appropriate checks and balances as per global best practices. The Bank Board Bureau has been established to oversee appointments and engage with PSBs on strategic growth. Moreover, the government has pledged to inject 25,000 Indian rupees crore in capital into state-run banks during the current fiscal year, with an overarching plan to provide 70,000 Indian rupees crore over the next 4 years, emphasizing a focused effort to de-stress the NPA situation. Proposal for a Public Sector Asset Rehabilitation Agency, PARA. The Economic Survey for 2016-17 proposes establishing a centralized Public Sector Asset Rehabilitation Agency, PARA, aimed at addressing the pressing issue of twin balance sheet, TBS, problems, over-leveraged companies facing difficult loans along with the burden of NPAs on banks. Despite previous attempts, the NPA situation persists, with gross NPAs for public sector banks escalating to nearly 12% of gross advances by September 2016. This ratio positions India as having the highest NPAs among major emerging markets, excluding Russia, which in turn constrains the ability of banks to extend credit to critical sectors, especially for small and medium-sized enterprises, MSMEs. The framework proposed by the Economic Survey seeks to facilitate decisive actions regarding the most challenging cases, thus providing a way out of the current credit squeeze that threatens to impede economic growth. In conclusion, as the Indian banking sector grapples with NPA challenges, a multifaceted approach involving legislative measures, regulatory oversight, strategic planning, and institutional reforms becomes imperative for restoring stability and fostering growth in the financial services landscape. Inflation. Understanding inflation measurement and its implications. In the opening chapter of this book, we established that the output of an economy must always be adjusted for inflation, a critical factor that affects the monetary value of output during periods characterized by rising prices. In the simplest terms, inflation refers to a situation where the prices of goods and services in an economy consistently increase over time. Understanding inflation. Inflation is a fundamental economic indicator that measures the rate at which the prices of goods and services rise. When this rate decreases, it is referred to as deflation. Monitoring inflation provides insights into the overall health of an economy, influencing both consumer behavior and government policy. In India, the Consumer Price Index, CPI, has been adopted as the new standard for measuring inflation. CPI figures are usually calculated monthly, although there may be a significant lag in reporting. The country utilizes changes in the CPI as a key metric for gauging its inflation rate. Wholesale Price Index, WPI. The Wholesale Price Index, WPI, plays a vital role in measuring inflation and is assessed weekly. The historical record of WPI in India dates back to January 10, 1942, marking the inception of wholesale price measurement in the country. The base year for WPI is revised periodically to reflect changes in economic conditions. So far, the WPI series has undergone 6 revisions, occurring in the years 1952 to 53, 1961 to 62, 1970 to 71, 1981 to 82, 1993 to 94, and 2004 to 2005. The 7th revision has recently shifted the base year from 2004 to 2005 to 2011 to 12, revising the basket of commodities and redistributing weights among them. For WPI calculation, commodities are categorized into 3 primary groups: primary articles, 102 items, fuel and power, 19 items, and manufactured products, 555 items. Manufacturing holds the highest weight at 82%, followed by primary articles, which encompass essential goods like fruits and vegetables. Consumer Price Index, CPI. The Consumer Price Index, CPI, calculates changes over time in the general price level of goods and services that households purchase for consumption. CPI serves as an essential macroeconomic indicator of inflation, a tool for inflation targeting by governments and central banks, as well as a deflator in national accounts. Notably, CPI is also employed to index dearness allowances for employees based on price increases. The Central Statistics Office, CSO, under the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, has revised the base year of the CPI from 2010 is equal to 100 to 2012 is equal to 100, applicable from January 2015. The earlier series, based on 2010 is equal to 100, began in January 2011. Unlike WPI, there is no single measure of CPI. India utilizes for CPI indices to capture inflation at the consumer level. CPIAW, Industrial Worker. CPUNME, Urban Non-Manual Employees. CPAL, Agricultural Laborers. CPRL, Rural Laborers. Index of Industrial Production, IIP. The Index of Industrial Production, IIP, is an essential index that indicates the growth rates across various industry groups within an economy over a defined period. This index is computed and published monthly by the Central Statistical Organization, CSO. The IIP serves as a composite indicator by measuring the growth rate of industry groups classified into 1. Broad sectors, mining, manufacturing, and electricity. 2. Use-based sectors, basic goods, capital goods, and intermediate goods. 8. Core industries. The core industries, which comprise 40.27% of the weight in the Index of Industrial Production, consist of the following components. Coal, weight, 10.33%. Crude oil, weight, 8.98%. Natural gas, weight, 6.88%. Refinery products, weight, 28.04%. Fertilizers, weight, 2.63%. Steel, weight, 17.92%. Cement, weight, 5.37%. Electricity, weight, 19.85%. Revising the base year of WPI. The government routinely reviews and revises the base year of its macroeconomic indicators to capture structural changes within the economy and enhance the quality, coverage, and representativeness of these indices. The most recent revision of the All India WPI base year from 2004 to 2005 to 2011 to 12 was carried out by the Office of Economic Advisor, OEA, under the Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion in the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. This change aligns the WPI with the base years of other macroeconomic indicators, such as Gross Domestic Product, GDP, and the Index of Industrial Production, IIP. Key highlights from the revised series indicate the retention of three major groups: primary articles, fuel and power, and manufactured products. Significant changes in this new series include an updated item basket and weighting structure that aligns with the economy's structure as of 2011 to 12. An increase in the number of items from 676 to 697, with the introduction of 199 new items and the removal of 146 outdated items. A more representative series achieved through an increase in the number of quotations from 5,482 to 8,331, reflecting a 52% rise. New features of WPI. The updated WPI series has several new features designed to enhance its relevance and accuracy. Prices calculated for the WPI exclude indirect taxes, thereby eliminating the fiscal policy impact. This adjustment makes the WPI more comparable to the Producer Price Index, PPI, used internationally. A new WPI food index has been introduced to track inflation specifically for food items. Item-level aggregates in the new WPI are derived using the geometric mean, GM, in accordance with international best practices, aligning it with the methodology for determining the All India CPI. A high-level technical review committee has been established to conduct a dynamic review process, ensuring that the WPI evolves alongside changes in the economy. Different measures of inflation. Aside from the standard indicators, there are other notable measures of inflation, including core inflation, which captures price increases while excluding volatile fluctuations in food and energy prices, often referred to as structural inflation. Other categories include food inflation, which specifically tracks food price increases, and imported inflation, wherein pricing changes of imported goods contribute to domestic inflation, such as rising crude oil prices affecting fuel costs. Economists have also identified various types of inflation based on the intensity of price increases. Hyperinflation, averaging over 100% inflation over 3 years. Galloping inflation, characterized by inflation that increases in arithmetic or geometric progression. Creeping inflation, a gradual increase in prices often perceived as benefiting economic growth. Disinflation, reduction in the rate of inflation. Deflation, occurs when inflation turns negative and prices decrease. Causes and effects of inflation. Two primary types of inflation can drive price increases: demand pull inflation, which arises when aggregate demand outpaces aggregate supply, and cost push inflation, which results from rising production costs for firms. Demand pull inflation typically occurs in a growing economy where demand exceeds supply, leading to price increases as consumers compete for limited goods. On the other hand, cost push inflation can arise due to rising energy and commodity prices. The effects of inflation are multifaceted. A mild level of inflation, such as creeping inflation, can stimulate production incentives, fostering economic growth and increased income. However, when the rate of price increase surpasses income growth, it can lead to economic hardship, particularly for impoverished populations. Essential goods may become unaffordable for many, forcing households to use savings to maintain prior living standards. Over extended periods, unchecked inflation can destabilize an economy and has historically led to political upheaval. The relationship between demand and supply. Price increases usually occur when demand exceeds supply. Both demand pull and cost push factors often interrelate and reinforce one another, making it difficult to identify the primary cause of inflation. Demand pull inflation can arise from several contributors. 1. An increasing population that heightens demand for goods. 2. Rising income levels that enhance purchasing power. 3. A cultural tilt towards consumerism, where spending is favored over saving. 4. Growth in money supply and liquidity within the economy. A necessary condition for demand-driven growth is the absence of supply-side constraints, as any inability to expand supply will likely trigger demand pull inflation. Supply constraints in India highlight several issues. 1. Stagnant food grain production has created a severe demand-supply imbalance, similarly affecting other agricultural products. Rising food prices have become increasingly associated with supply issues. 2. The agricultural sector's excessive reliance on monsoons and unpredictable weather patterns complicate supply stabilization. 3. The presence of numerous middlemen disrupts supply chains, often resulting in artificially induced shortages in agriculture. 4. Limited supply of critical industrial goods, such as electricity and cement, restricts responses to rising demand. 5. Despite liberal economic policies, achieving near-term supply flexibility remains challenging, potentially resulting in inflationary pressures. 6. Increased costs of raw materials and labor escalate production costs, contributing to cost-push inflation. Controlled inflation management. Traditional methods for controlling inflation fall under 3 categories. 1. Monetary controls, managing bank liquidity and money supply, which influences inflation by regulating the amount of money available in the economy. The Reserve Bank of India, RBI, employs key policy instruments like the Cash Reserve Ratio, CRR, Statutory Liquidity Ratio, SLR, Open Market Operations, OMO, and repo auctions to control liquidity. 2. Fiscal measures, taxation and government expenditure adjustments that also impact supply constraints of agricultural products and can arise from production or distribution bottlenecks, speculation, or hoarding. 3. Comprehensive strategies. A comprehensive approach is essential due to the multidimensional nature of inflation. It requires coordinated efforts to manage supply-side issues, particularly in agriculture, to successfully mitigate inflationary pressures. Once inflation takes hold, defining its precise cause becomes increasingly complex as various factors intertwine. Inflation is not merely an economic phenomenon, it is also shaped by public perception regarding government capability in maintaining price stability. If future price uncertainties lead consumers to stockpile goods, this behavior can inherently exacerbate inflationary trends. It is widely acknowledged that tackling inflation is an arduous task for any government. The lasting impact of inflation leaves a significant psychological mark on citizens, making recovery from heightened inflation rates challenging. Structural problems, like increasing incomes tied to programs such as the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, (NREGA), can fuel demand for food products. If agricultural production remains stagnant, inflationary pressures will intensify. In conclusion, addressing inflation effectively requires a collaborative strategy that prioritizes enhancing agricultural productivity and managing demand. Capital market. Financial markets in India. The requirement for capital is an essential component for sustaining any economic activity. The infusion of adequate liquidity into commercial ventures plays a critical role in determining whether these ventures thrive or ultimately fail. In this context, there is a pressing need for an efficient and responsive mechanism to fulfill the capital requirements of various industries and business initiatives. This is where the capital market becomes significantly important. It serves as a platform that facilitates the interaction between those seeking investment and individuals or institutions willing to invest. By bridging the gap between these two parties, the capital market allows for the effective allocation of resources, ensuring that capital flows to where it is most needed and can be utilized productively. There are several mechanisms through which the capital requirements of any venture may be met. Share capital. Share capital represents a portion of a company's overall capital structure. It is divided into units called shares, and individuals who acquire these shares become shareholders. By purchasing shares, shareholders not only invest in the company but also gain ownership rights, which can include voting rights and dividends. The share capital is vital for companies to fund growth, expand operations, and achieve their long-term strategic goals. Debentures. Debentures are a form of long-term borrowing for a company. They are essentially a type of debt security that companies issue to raise capital. Investors who purchase debentures are lending money to the company in exchange for fixed periodic interest payments and the return of the principal amount upon maturity. These instruments are characterized by a fixed maturity period and a predetermined interest rate, making them a relatively secure investment option. Bonds. Bonds are similar to debentures but are typically issued by governments or corporations to raise funds for long-term projects. They provide investors with a reliable source of fixed interest income over a designated period. Like debentures, bonds come with fixed maturity dates and are seen as a secure form of investment. Government bonds, in particular, are often viewed as a safe haven due to the lower risk involved compared to corporate bonds. Derivatives. Derivatives are financial contracts whose value is derived from the performance of underlying assets, which may include bonds, commodities, currencies, stocks, and other financial instruments. These contracts can be used for various purposes, such as hedging against price fluctuations or speculating on future movements in asset values. The use of derivatives adds complexity to the capital market, as they can influence the pricing and volatility of underlying assets. In conclusion, the capital market plays an indispensable role in the economy by providing various mechanisms for capital formation and investment. Understanding these components, share capital, debentures, bonds, and derivatives, can help stakeholders make informed decisions, ensuring that they meet their financial objectives while contributing to the broader economic landscape. Decentralization of financial intermediation. In our previous discussions, we explored the role of banks as financial intermediaries in the economy, acting as facilitators between savers and borrowers. However, an intriguing question arises when we consider the implications of removing this intermediary. What would happen if companies could directly raise funds from the public without banking institutions serving as a middleman? This phenomenon is referred to as disintermediation, and it is primarily made possible through the capital market. Disintermediation allows companies to access capital directly from investors by issuing shares and bonds. This shift has significant implications for both the companies and the investors involved. Shares represent ownership in a company and can be traded on stock exchanges, making them a popular choice for investors seeking both capital appreciation and dividend income. Conversely, bonds are debt instruments that obligate the issuing companies to pay fixed interest rates to bondholders on a regular basis, typically annually, until the bond matures. When a company decides to raise capital by issuing shares to the public for the first time, this process is referred to as an initial public offering, IPO. This event is significant, as it allows private companies to transition into publicly traded entities, thereby increasing their capital resources and expanding their operational capabilities. Following the IPO, if a company decides to issue additional shares to raise more capital, this subsequent offering is termed a follow-on public offer, FPO. Both IPOs and FPOs, as well as bonds issued by companies, fall under the umbrella of primary market operations. In the primary market, securities are created and sold for the first time, allowing companies to fund their projects, expansions, and other financial needs while providing investors with opportunities to partake in ownership and debt instruments. The process of disintermediation and the associated primary market operations empower companies to secure the financing they require while simultaneously providing individuals and institutional investors with more direct opportunities to invest in those companies. This shift not only enhances the efficiency of capital allocation within the economy but also promotes greater transparency and potentially improved returns for investors. As the capital markets continue to evolve, understanding these dynamics becomes increasingly important for both companies and individuals participating in this vibrant financial landscape. Stock market platforms. Stock exchanges serve as vital platforms for the trading of stocks and shares, providing a structured environment where buyers and sellers can interact and transact in equity markets. These exchanges not only facilitate the buying and selling of securities but also play a crucial role in the overall economic framework by ensuring fair price discovery and providing liquidity to the financial markets. In India, the stock exchange landscape is diverse and dynamic, featuring several prominent exchanges that cater to different segments of the market. Below is a list of the currently operational stock exchanges located across various regions of India. 1. Bombay Stock Exchange, BSE. Established in 1875, the Bombay Stock Exchange is one of the oldest stock exchanges in Asia. It provides a platform for the trading of equities, derivatives, and mutual funds. The BSE is known for its benchmark index, the Sensex, which comprises 30 of the largest and most actively traded stocks in India. 2. National Stock Exchange, NSE. Founded in 1992, the National Stock Exchange has rapidly grown to become one of the largest stock exchanges in India in terms of trading volume and market capitalization. It is recognized for its electronic trading system and is home to the widely followed Nifty 50 index, which includes 50 of the most liquid and large-cap stocks listed on the exchange. 3. Calcutta Stock Exchange, CSE. The Calcutta Stock Exchange, established in 1908, was once one of the leading exchanges in India. Although its prominence has diminished over the years, it continues to function as a regional exchange and plays a role in local equity trading activities. 4. Magadh Stock Exchange, MSE. Located in Bodh Gaya, Bihar, the Magadh Stock Exchange was established to promote regional trading in stocks and shares. The exchange aims to provide investors in the eastern part of India with access to various investment opportunities. 5. India International Exchange, India INX launched in 2017. India INX is India's first international exchange located at the Gujarat International Finance Tech City, GIFT City. It allows trading in a variety of instruments, including equity, currency derivatives, and commodity derivatives, catering to global investors and promoting the country's position in the international financial landscape. 6. Indian Commodity Exchange Limited, ICX focused on the commodities market. ICX offers trading in a range of commodities, including agricultural products and metals. It operates various futures trading contracts, providing investors with opportunities to hedge their risks in commodity price fluctuations. 7. Multi-Commodity Exchange of India Limited, MCX. The MCX is the largest commodity exchange in India and specializes in trading commodity derivatives. Launched in 2003, it has introduced a wide array of trading products, including precious metals, base metals, energy, and agricultural commodities. 8. National Commodity and Derivatives Exchange Limited, NCDX. Founded in 2003, NCDX is a major commodity exchange in India that focuses on agricultural commodities and other related products. The exchange aims to provide farmers and merchants with an efficient platform to trade in commodity futures, thus enabling better price discovery and risk management. These stock exchanges play an essential role in the Indian economy by offering a transparent and regulated environment for trading, contributing to the growth of the country's financial markets, and fostering investor confidence. By providing a diverse range of investment options, they facilitate capital formation and help in the effective allocation of resources, ultimately leading to economic development. Stock market indices. The health and functioning of a capital market is pivotal in assessing the direction of a country's economy, and this is largely gauged through various stock market indices. These indices serve as essential barometers, reflecting the performance, liquidity, and overall investor sentiment within the market. BSE Sensex. The BSE Sensex, which stands for the Bombay Stock Exchange Sensitive Index, is an index consisting of equity shares from 30 financially robust and well-established companies operating in India. The selection of these companies is grounded in a thorough analysis of multiple factors including liquidity, market depth, industry representation, and historical performance. Together, these companies encompass a significant portion of the Indian economy, providing insights into the overall market trends and economic health. As one of the oldest stock market indices in Asia, Sensex has become a trusted indicator for both domestic and international investors. NSE Nifty. The Nifty 50, or simply Nifty, serves as an essential barometer for the National Stock Exchange, NSE, of India. This index includes 50 of the largest and most actively traded companies on the NSE, and is regarded as a benchmark stock market index for the Indian equity market. It offers a comprehensive representation of the market by covering multiple sectors, making it easier for investors to evaluate overall market performance. The Nifty is also widely used by fund managers as a benchmark for portfolio performance and is a popular metric for domestic and foreign investment strategies. iComDex. Recently launched as India's first co-branded commodity index series, iComDex is specifically designed to track the performance of various commodities in the market. This index comprises several vital commodities including base metals, bullion, gold, copper, and crude oil. By focusing on these pivotal commodities, iComDex provides valuable insights to investors and stakeholders regarding market trends, enabling better investment decisions in the commodity space. This index is a significant addition to India's financial landscape, offering a new avenue for diversified investment strategies. CRISID-X. CRISID-X stands as India's first sentiment index specifically tailored for micro and small enterprises, MSEs. Developed jointly by CRISIL, Credit Rating Information Services of India Limited, and SIDBI, Small Industries Development Bank of India, CRISID-X is a composite index meticulously formulated based on an array of parameters. These parameters evaluate various aspects of MSEs, allowing for a nuanced understanding of business sentiment among these enterprises. By capturing the outlook of MSEs, CRICID-X acts as a crucial tool for policymakers and investors alike, facilitating informed decision-making that can foster growth and stability within this vital sector of the economy. Overall, these indices, BSE Sensex, NSE Nifty, ICOMDEX, and CRICID-X, play a significant role in encapsulating the performance and sentiment of the Indian capital market. They not only provide valuable information for investors but also serve as indicators that reflect the economic currents shaping the nation's financial landscape. Understanding these indices can empower market participants to navigate investment opportunities effectively while contributing to the overall health of the economy. The role of SEBI in India. In the realm of capital issuance, the quantum to be raised and the pricing are fundamentally determined by the respective company. That said, these processes are closely regulated by the Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI, which has established a framework of objectives to ensure fairness, transparency, and investor protection in the Indian capital market. The primary objectives of SEBI include: 1. Mandatory disclosure. SEBI requires that all companies seeking to access the primary market provide comprehensive disclosures regarding their operations, financial health, and other critical information. This ensures that potential investors can make informed decisions. 2. Price determination through book building. The pricing of the issuances is established through a method known as the book building process. This market-driven price discovery mechanism enables investors to submit their bids for shares, ultimately arriving at a fair market price. 3. Reservation of shares for institutional buyers. SEBI has set specific norms related to the reservation of shares for bulk purchasers, such as qualified institutional buyers, QIBs. This reservation ensures a balanced allocation of shares, maintaining market stability. 4. Spacing of offerings. Companies are required to stagger their issues in order to prevent congestion in the market. This practice allows investors to focus on each offering individually without overwhelming the market with simultaneous issuances. 5. Retail investor participation. SEBI emphasizes the importance of adequate participation from retail or small investors in these offerings. This ensures a more inclusive capital market. Private sector investments rising to 55%, notably enhancing roles in mining, communication, and electricity generation. Public sector functions began to be seen as more selective and targeted. The Ninth Plan, 1997-98 to 2001-2002, essentially extended the previous framework while broadening its focus to include social justice and equity, complementing the economic goals. In an ambitious turn, the 10th Plan, 2002-2003 to 2006-2007, set forth comprehensive objectives addressing various economic aspects, incorporating time-bound targets for poverty reduction, elementary education, and literacy initiatives. Notably, it saw the enactment of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act, which established timelines for reducing fiscal and revenue deficits as part of broader fiscal discipline. The 11th Five-Year Plan, 2007 to 2008 to 2011 to 12, introduced the concept of inclusive growth, aiming for the benefits of economic growth to reach a broader demographic. This plan delineated measurable and observable targets for both the central and state governments while prioritizing areas requiring immediate government intervention. Amidst growing economic disparities, the 11th Plan explicitly sought to integrate the Northeast states into the country's mainstream economic development narrative. It witnessed the lowest recorded public sector outlay at 25%, with a corresponding private sector contribution increasing to 75%, contrasting sharply with previous policies that had typically allotted over 60% to the public sector. This shift also pointed towards the relevance of neoliberal policies in response to changing global economic dynamics, advocating public-private partnerships as a strategy for infrastructural development. However, a midterm appraisal revealed a downward revision of the original growth targets due to the global recession of 2008 to 2009. Nevertheless, The report noted that by the end of the plan, various sectors were on target for achieving the optimized performance outlined in initial projections, with the agricultural sector anticipated to reflect significant growth along with the broader economy. Equitable growth. Inclusive growth, the theme of the 12th Plan. The 12th Five-Year Plan, which encompasses the years 2012 to 2017, places a significant emphasis on establishing inclusive growth as its central theme. This blueprint for India's development seeks to drive progress across crucial sectors such as agriculture, education, health, and social welfare, primarily through strategic government spending. Additionally, it aims to generate employment opportunities by enhancing the manufacturing sector and facilitating the country's ascent up the value chain. To achieve these objectives, the Planning Commission is committed to enacting policies that are anticipated to foster approximately a 10% growth rate in the manufacturing sector and a 4% growth rate in agricultural output. However, the Prime Minister has set a more definitive target, urging that the national growth rate should be firmly established within the range of 9% to 9.5% throughout the plan period. A vital component of promoting inclusive growth is the redirection of government aid towards rural areas. Historically, large-scale projects, such as those in power generation, transportation infrastructure, and airport development, have captured the majority of government subsidies. In stark contrast, rural infrastructure, which supports around 70% of India's population, often receives inadequate investment. As the Planning Commission embarks on drafting the nation's planned investments for the next 5 years, addressing this disparity and devising innovative solutions is imperative for equitable development. The 12th Five-Year Plan outlines 25 core, monitorable targets aimed at fostering inclusive growth, categorized under several key domains. Economic growth. Aiming for a real GDP growth rate of 8.2%. Targeting a 4% growth rate in agriculture. Setting a 10% growth rate in manufacturing. Ensuring that every state achieves a higher average growth rate in the 12th plan than that realized during the 11th plan. Poverty and employment. Reducing the headcount ratio of consumption poverty by 10 percentage points over previous estimates by the end of the 12th plan. Generating 50 million new job opportunities in the non-farm sector, complemented by skill certification for a corresponding number of individuals during this period. Education. Increasing the mean years of schooling to 7 years by the conclusion of the 12th plan. Enhancing access to higher education by creating 2 million additional seats for each age cohort, ensuring alignment with the skill requirements of the economy. Striving to eliminate the gender and social gap in school enrollment, addressing disparities between boys and girls, and among SCs, STs, Muslims, and the general population by the end of the 12th plan. Health. Reducing the infant mortality rate, IMR, to 25 and the maternal mortality ratio, MMR, to 1 per 1,000 live births, while improving the child-sex ratio, ages 0 to 6, to 950 by the end of the 12th plan. Lowering the total fertility rate to 2.1 by the completion of the plan. Having the levels of undernutrition among children aged 0 to 3 years compared to the NFHS 3 baseline by the end of the 12th plan. Infrastructure, including rural infrastructure. Increasing investment in infrastructure to 9% of GDP by the end of the 12th plan. Expanding gross irrigated area from 90 million hectares to 103 million hectares. Ensuring electricity access to all villages and reducing aggregate technical and commercial (AT&C) losses to 20%. Connecting all villages with all-weather roads and upgrading national and state highways to a minimum 2-lane standard. Completing the eastern and western dedicated freight corridors, and raising rural teledensity to 70%. Facilitating access to piped drinking water for 50% of the rural population, while achieving Nirmal Gram status for 50% of Gram Panchayats. Environment and sustainability. Aiming to increase green cover, as indicated by satellite imagery, by 1 million hectares each year during the 12th plan. adding 30,000 megawatts of renewable energy capacity throughout the planning period. Targeting a 20 to 25% reduction in emission intensity of GDP by 2020, relative to 2005 levels. Service delivery. Ensuring 90% of Indian households have access to banking services by the end of the 12th plan. Transitioning major subsidies and welfare-related payments to a direct cash transfer system using the Aadhaar platform linked to bank accounts. Challenges faced in the 12th plan. Despite the ambitious goals set forth in the 12th plan, several challenges persist. 1. Providing inclusive growth and ensuring that benefits reach a broad base of the population. 2. The role of planning may become increasingly indicative, necessitating greater involvement from the private sector in total expenditure. 3. Improving agricultural productivity amidst stagnation presents a significant challenge. Commercialization, biotechnological adoption, access to financial resources, and necessary land reforms remain pressing issues. 4. Ongoing poverty, in particular, complicates the accurate assessment of the impact of social programs, such as the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, (MNREGS), highlighting the need for technology-driven solutions for policy corrections. 5. Labor sector reforms are critical, as they connect job creation to future growth. Effective implementation will be pivotal. 6. The decentralized model of planning and execution through Panchayati Raj institutions, PRIs, must evolve into effective systems that enhance economic delivery. 7. Addressing regional disparities and bolstering inclusive development across diverse states, including the northeastern regions, will be vital. 8. A robust emphasis on skill formation is needed, alongside greater collaboration with state governments to achieve actionable targets. 9. Finally, past planning exercises have sometimes been viewed as mere rituals rather than intellectually engaging processes. Thus, there is hope for the 12th plan to create a paradigm shift in the significance and effectiveness of 5-year plans. The expectations are high for the 12th plan to serve as a transformative strategy, distinguishing itself from previous frameworks and enhancing the credibility and respect associated with India's planning process and the Planning Commission. The ultimate goal remains to foster a more inclusive and equitable growth trajectory for the nation, benefiting all segments of society. Niti Aayog, India's premier think tank. The National Institution for Transforming India, commonly known as Niti Aayog, was established through a resolution passed by the Union Cabinet on January 1, 2015. Niti Aayog serves as the premier policy think tank of the Government of India and is responsible for providing both directional guidance and policy inputs vital for shaping strategic and long-term policies and programs. In addition to these roles, Niti Aayog offers pertinent technical advice to both the central and state governments, ensuring a synchronized effort towards national development objectives. The creation of Niti Aayog was a significant response by the Government of India to its reform agenda, aimed at replacing the erstwhile Planning Commission, which had been instituted in 1950. This transformation was necessary to align more closely with the evolving needs and aspirations of the people of India. Niti Aayog is not merely an advisory body, it is an essential platform designed to enhance the cooperative federalism by facilitating collaboration among the states and the central government in order to further national interests. This critical shift emphasizes that strong states are fundamental for a robust nation. At the heart of Niti Aayog are two primary hubs, the Team India Hub and the Knowledge and Innovation Hub. The Team India Hub plays a key role in fostering engagement between the central government and the states, while the Knowledge and Innovation Hub focuses on enhancing Niti Aayog's capabilities as a think tank. Together, these hubs encapsulate the core functions of the institution. Functions of Niti Aayog. Niti Aayog serves a wide array of functions that contribute to its overarching vision for national development, which can be summarized as follows. 1. Shared vision development, evolving a collective vision of national development priorities, sectors, and strategies with active involvement from the states, in alignment with national goals. 2. Fostering cooperative federalism, implementing structured support initiatives and mechanisms on a continuous basis to facilitate cooperative federalism, recognizing the premise that strong states contribute to a strong nation. 3. Progressive planning, developing processes to formulate credible development plans starting at the village level and aggregating these plans as they progress to higher levels of government. 4. National security integration, ensuring that economic strategies and policies consider national security interests for areas specifically referred to it. 5. Inclusivity in development, paying special attention to marginalized sections of society to ensure they benefit adequately from economic progress. 6. Monitoring and evaluation, designing strategic long-term policy frameworks and monitoring their effectiveness. Feedback and lessons learned will be leveraged to enhance policies, including making necessary mid-course corrections. 7. Encouraging partnerships, providing advice and fostering partnerships among national and international stakeholders, including think tanks, educational institutions, and policy research organizations. 8. Innovation and entrepreneurship support, establishing a collaborative support system for knowledge, innovation, and entrepreneurship through a network of experts and partners. 9. Interdepartmental coordination, offering a platform for resolving intersectoral and interdepartmental issues to expedite the implementation of the development agenda. 10. Research and dissemination, maintaining a cutting-edge resource center that serves as the repository for research on good governance and sustainable development practices, facilitating their dissemination to stakeholders. 11. Resource monitoring, actively monitoring program implementation, identifying resource needs to bolster the likelihood of success and enhance delivery scope. 12. Technology and capacity building, focusing on technology upgradation and capacity building for effective program implementation. 13. Additional activities, conducting any other necessary activities to further the national development agenda and the outlined objectives. NIDI Aayog's role in Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. NIDI Aayog has been entrusted with the significant responsibility of coordinating the Transforming Our World, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, commonly known as the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. Building upon the foundation set by the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, the SDGs were developed as a result of inclusive consultations, encompassing targets to be accomplished from 2016 to 2030. The Sustainable Development Goals encompass 17 goals and 169 associated targets that were resolved during the United Nations Summit held from September 25 to 27, 2015, where India was represented at the level of the Honorable Prime Minister. These SDGs are designed to stimulate, align, and achieve actionable outcomes over a 15-year horizon, addressing critical issues relevant to humanity and environmental sustainability. Rather than simply collecting data related to the SDGs, NIDI Aayog is mandated to proactively pursue the achievement of these goals, ensuring that the targets are met not only in quantity but also in terms of quality. The Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, MOSPI, is also actively engaged in a parallel process of collaborating with various ministries to develop indicators that reflect the SDG goals and targets. To facilitate this endeavor, an initial mapping of the SDG goals and targets has been conducted, consulting with MOSPI to identify relevant nodal ministries to oversee these initiatives. Furthermore, centrally sponsored schemes, CSSs, categorized into Core of the Core, Core, and Optional schemes, are mapped along with recent central government initiatives, while ministries continue to implement central sector schemes, alongside states executing various state schemes aligned with one or more SDGs. Vision, Strategy, and Action Plan. NIDI Aayog strategic planning extends to a comprehensive 15-year vision document complemented by a 7-year strategy, 2017 to 2024, referred to as the National Development Agenda. Additionally, a more immediate 3-year action agenda, 2017 to 2018 to 2019 to 2020, is currently being formulated to assess funding needs. This 3-year action plan is further divided into 7 distinct segments, detailing specific action points aimed at spurring economic growth. The previous 5-year plans concluded, marking the end of the 12th 5-year plan on March 31, 2017. The new 3-year action plan commenced on April 1, shifting the paradigm from a passive role of the central government awaiting initiatives from state governments to a proactive and collaborative approach. NITI Aayog has also been tasked with developing the 15-year vision document, alongside a sustainable 7-year strategy that will guide the government's development endeavors up to 2030. This progressive evolution reflects a commitment to advancing India's socio-economic landscape, ensuring that development is sustainable, inclusive, and innovative. Recent initiatives of NITI Aayog. NITI Aayog has undertaken a series of significant measures and initiatives aimed at fostering an inclusive and sustainable India. These efforts are reflective of the organization's commitment to addressing various social, economic, and infrastructural challenges faced by the country. The major recent initiatives implemented by NITI Aayog can be summarized as follows. Ek Bharat Shrestha Bharat. The Ek Bharat Shrestha Bharat initiative is designed to promote national unity and strength while fostering excellence across diverse sectors of life. By facilitating long-term interstate collaborations through cultural exchanges and educational programs, this initiative aims to celebrate India's rich diversity while enhancing a sense of shared identity and mutual respect among its citizens. Sustainable Action for Transforming Human Capital, SATH. Recognizing the critical importance of robust education and health sectors, NITI Aayog introduced the Sustainable Action for Transforming Human Capital, SATH, initiative. This program seeks to drive significant reform by providing states with tactical assistance and guidance. By focusing on improving social sector indicators, SATH aims to elevate the quality of life across various demographic groups. Development Support Services to States, DSSS, for infrastructure development. To foster better project development outcomes, NITI Aayog launched the Development Support Services to States, DSSS, initiative. This effort targets key structural challenges within project execution while enhancing institutional and organizational capacities at the state level. By establishing a sustainable center-state partnership model, the initiative aims to reinvigorate and promote public-private partnerships, PPPs, in various infrastructure sectors. Public-private partnership in health. To support states in meeting their health objectives, particularly in the prevention, diagnosis, and treatment of select non-communicable diseases, NITI Aayog has developed a comprehensive guiding framework aimed at enhancing implementation at the district hospital level. This initiative is vital for strengthening the healthcare delivery system and ensuring access to quality medical services. Cooperative Federalism. NITI Aayog fosters cooperative federalism by acting as a mediator to resolve outstanding issues with central ministries for all states and union territories, UTs. The organization provides a collaborative platform wherein states can share best practices and collectively work towards achieving the common good, thereby strengthening the federal structure of governance. State Human Development Report. In an effort to improve state-specific human development metrics, NITI Aayog has played an instrumental role in assisting states to prepare their respective state human development reports. These reports serve as critical tools for assessing and addressing the socio-economic disparities that exist across different regions of the country. Transforming 115 Identified Aspirational Districts. NITI Aayog spearheads the Aspirational District Program, which aims to accelerate the transformation of 115 districts marked by significant underdevelopment. This initiative concentrates on improving key social indicators and infrastructure in these districts, promoting inclusive growth and development. Competitive Federalism. To nurture a healthy environment of competitive federalism, NITI Aayog has implemented various strategies, including 1. Indices creation. The development of standardized indices to measure incremental annual outcomes in vital social sectors such as health, education, water management, and Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. 2. District Hospital Index. this index is designed to appraise and track the performance of hospitals, emphasizing both outputs, services provided, and outcomes, health improvements. 3. Healthy States, Progressive India Report, commonly referred to as the Health Index. This comprehensive report assesses the health performance of states and union territories, highlighting areas of improvement and best practices. 4. Composite Water Management Index. This assessment tool evaluates the efficiency of water resource management by states/UTs, promoting sustainable practices in water use. 5. Emerging Indices. NITI Aayog is in the process of formulating additional indices such as the School Education Quality Index, SEQI, the SDG India Index, and the Digital Transformation Index, DTI. Each of these indices is aimed at measuring and evaluating state-specific progress in their respective sectors, further contributing to the spirit of healthy competition among states. Through these varied initiatives, NITI Aayog aims to create a cohesive framework that not only addresses immediate developmental challenges but also paves the way for long-term sustainable progress across India. These efforts reflect a holistic approach to governance, focusing on collaborative frameworks, evidence-based decision-making, and empowering local governance structures. Looking outward towards globalization. Understanding the Indian economy. Thus far, our discussion has concentrated on the domestic economy. However, what does it truly mean to look outward? Looking outward entails shifting our focus to the global landscape, essentially examining the economic dynamics that exist beyond our national boundaries. 19.1 The imperative of looking outward. The necessity of looking outward emphasizes the significance of international trade and the use of various currencies. Engaging in trade with other nations inevitably involves transactions that require payments and receipts in currencies that differ from the home currency. In the context of an economy that has primarily focused on its domestic sector, the home currency naturally holds a position of importance. Nevertheless, trade encompasses both imports, goods that are brought into the country, and exports, goods that are shipped out to other countries. All payments for imports must be made in foreign currency, and any income received from exports is also denominated in foreign currency. The rationale behind the need to look outward is multifaceted. On one hand, it serves as a mechanism to explore new markets, allowing domestic producers to reach a broader audience beyond national borders. On the other hand, it facilitates the inflow of foreign currency, which is essential for financing imports necessary for fulfilling developmental requirements within the country. These imports could include essential raw materials, advanced technology, or other goods that are vital for fostering growth and driving economic development. Furthermore, the global marketplace offers opportunities for economies to diversify their trade relationships, thereby reducing dependency on a limited number of trading partners. Engaging with a variety of countries can also enhance competitiveness, as it encourages innovation and efficiency in response to international standards and consumer preferences. In summary, the push to look outward introduces a strategic approach that not only broadens the economic horizon but also plays a crucial role in sustaining domestic growth through international trade, fostering international cooperation, and enhancing the overall resilience of the economy to external shocks. The interconnectedness of global economies in today's world underscores the necessity of maintaining an outward perspective. Importance of trade in imports and exports. It is widely recognized that the world comprises numerous countries, each characterized by distinct resource endowments, varying levels of development, disparate income levels, and a rich tapestry of languages and cultures. No single nation possesses the best of every resource, rather, there exists a relative deficit in each country that pertains to various aspects such as natural resources, human capital, knowledge, technological advancement, market access, and a wide array of goods and services, each differing in quality and scope. The demands and needs of a country are not static, they evolve continuously over time. This evolution is particularly influenced by increasing population pressures and rising income levels, which necessitate an optimal and efficient allocation of scarce resources. This requirement is contingent on the unique resource endowments available in different countries. In essence, there are two primary categories of resource endowments in any economy: labor and capital. This concept of relative resource endowment denotes that while every country possesses both labor and capital, one of these resources is generally more abundant than the other. For instance, India boasts a relatively large and abundant pool of labor compared to its capital. In contrast, Germany tends to have a greater capital supply in relation to its labor force. Consequently, labor costs in India are comparatively lower, while capital is more accessible and cheaper in Germany. As a result, the production processes in India are predominantly labor-intensive, which allows for the production of goods that are generally more economical in comparison to equivalent labor-intensive goods produced in Germany, where labor costs are relatively higher due to scarcity. Conversely, capital-intensive goods can be produced more cost-effectively in Germany due to its relative abundance of capital compared to India. Engaging in the production of capital-intensive goods in India and labor-intensive goods in Germany would lead to inefficiencies in resource utilization, resulting in suboptimal production and higher costs in both economies. This inefficiency underscores the critical need for international trade and an outward-looking economic strategy. A more effective approach for both India and Germany would involve India focusing on the production of labor-intensive goods, where it holds a comparative advantage due to lower labor costs, and exporting these goods to Germany. Simultaneously, Germany would specialize in capital-intensive goods and export them to India, where they are needed but relatively expensive to produce. This principle is encapsulated in the theory of comparative advantage, which posits that countries should export goods for which they have a comparative advantage, in this case, labor-intensive goods for India and capital-intensive goods for Germany, while importing goods for which they have a comparative disadvantage. The disparities in resource endowments thus serve as the foundation for trade, promoting efficient allocation and utilization of resources and generating economic benefits for the participating countries. Without trade, nations inevitably face rising inefficiencies, increased costs, inflationary pressures, and uneven economic development. Engaging in trade allows countries to address developmental needs more effectively through resource efficiency, cost reductions, and increased economic incomes, collectively referred to as welfare gains for both nations involved. While a country may initially focus on the quantity of goods produced and aims at building economic capacity to meet its population's basic needs, prioritizing efficiency and quality becomes crucial over time. A prolonged neglect of trade can lead to rising costs, rendering the economy inefficient and uncompetitive. As a result, the economy may become ensnared in a cycle of low growth, unable to meet the demands of an expanding population and the aspirations for higher economic growth. In conclusion, the dynamics of global trade underscore the importance of understanding and utilizing the comparative advantages that arise from varying resource endowments. Both developed and developing nations must recognize the value of trade to foster economic growth, enhance resource allocation, and improve living standards for their populations. Ultimately, embracing an outward orientation in trade, grounded in the principles of comparative advantage, stands as a fundamental strategy for economic prosperity. Trade's hidden challenges. Indeed, while trade has the potential to propel economies forward, it also carries certain perceived downsides that deserve careful consideration. One major concern is that trade can hinder the development of a self-reliant economy, thereby reviving historical dependencies reminiscent of exploitative colonial and imperial rule. This could mean that nations become overly reliant on foreign products and services, risking their ability to cultivate homegrown industries and innovations. Another significant issue lies in the idea of comparative advantage. Ideally, trade based on comparative advantage allows countries to specialize in the production of goods where they have a relative efficiency. However, in reality, nations often prioritize their own national interests that may conflict with these ideal trading practices. Countries may focus more on their immediate resource endowments and economic goals rather than adhering to comparative advantage, resulting in trade structures that do not fully maximize potential gains. Additionally, trade can be distorted by a range of restrictive measures. Tariffs, or import duties, are the most well-known of such restrictions, but other barriers such as non-tariff barriers, including quotas, discriminatory practices, and various protectionist policies, can also interfere with the natural flow of trade. These complexities will be examined in more detail in our discussions surrounding the World Trade Organization, WTO, which seeks to address such issues on an international scale. To counteract these flip sides of trade, it is crucial for economies to embrace greater openness and exhibit a firm commitment to breaking the entrenched belief that trade is harmful. On the contrary, if approached correctly, trade can yield significant welfare gains. For economies seeking new pathways to growth, trade represents not only an opportunity for mutual benefit among trading partners, but also a more efficient allocation of scarce resources. This, in turn, paves the way for the exploration of new markets and fosters long-term economic gains. The era of globalization has profoundly affected communities and individuals across the world. This interconnectedness has reshaped global developmental efforts, making our economies more interlinked than ever before. In light of this, three prominent megatrends related to globalization have emerged, which will significantly influence our future. 1. Shifts in production and labor markets. Changes in production methods have had pronounced effects on labor markets, resulting in increased rates of income inequality in many countries worldwide. This trend underscores the challenges and complexities faced by workers in adapting to new economic realities. 2. Rapid advances in technology. The rapid pace of technological advancements has transformed industries and economies. However, countries lacking access to modern technologies risk being left behind in an increasingly competitive global landscape. Bridging this digital divide is critical for promoting inclusive growth. 3. Climate change. Globalization has profound implications for the environment, with economic activities, urbanization, and lifestyle transformations contributing to climate change. As nations strive for economic development, they must also prioritize sustainable practices to mitigate environmental impacts. These megatrends serve as a reminder that trade and globalization are intertwined with broader issues. Addressing them demands cooperation, innovation, and a collective understanding of their implications on future global dynamics. Inward and outward-looking economies. Globalization. Isolated economies. In the early stages of economic development, many economies adopt an inward-looking or closed approach. This tendency is characterized by a concentrated focus on domestic factors such as local demand, the population, available resources, and the fulfillment of fundamental needs within the economy. These economies are typically marked by a significant degree of insulation from the global market. Trade is often severely restricted. Imports tend to be limited to essential goods that cannot be produced locally, while exports are generally allowed only when there is a surplus beyond domestic consumption. In such closed economies, the government plays a pivotal role, acting as a direct producer of goods and services. This involvement often leads to a heavily regulated environment. For example, prior to the 1991 economic reforms, India exemplified this model, displaying a commitment to self-reliance and import substitution policies aimed at fostering domestic industries. Nevertheless, as economies advance along the development spectrum, they often encounter challenges that include inflexibility, excessive bureaucratic controls, and rising wage costs, which contribute to the emergence of a high-cost economy that can stifle growth. The situation is further exacerbated by these economies' struggles to enhance growth rates and income levels, often stemming from inadequate and misallocated resources, outdated technology, and insufficient knowledge. As a result, the dependency on imported goods tends to increase significantly to satisfy domestic demands. The inward orientation of these economies eventually transforms into a liability, compelling them to adopt an outward-looking perspective, not as a voluntary choice but out of necessity. This shift indicates a recognition that looking beyond their borders is essential for addressing domestic needs effectively. Furthermore, the rapid globalization witnessed over the past 2 decades has served as a catalyst for this transformation. The interconnectedness of international markets, technological advancements, and the flow of information have facilitated the process, making it a natural evolution rather than a forced transition. As nations become increasingly integrated into the global economy, they find themselves adapting to new dynamics that encourage innovation, efficiency, and competitiveness, ultimately paving the way for a more open and outward-looking economic framework. Understanding the role of facilitators. Facilitators of globalization. 1. Global accessibility. The advent of global accessibility has markedly transformed the landscape of the global economy, creating a sense of proximity that was previously unattainable. Once regarded as a privilege reserved for the elite, air travel has transcended its barriers and become more accessible to the average person, with fares significantly reduced and options for low-cost airlines increasing. Today, travel is not only faster and more efficient but also more comfortable and budget-friendly than ever before. This evolution has undeniably stimulated the tourism sector, enriching people's experiences and fostering a heightened awareness of diverse economies around the world. 2. Telecommunication revolution. The last 2 decades have witnessed an extraordinary revolution in the field of telecommunications, dramatically enhancing global connectivity and reach. The emergence of technology-intensive telephony has resulted in a more cost-effective and convenient means of communication. As audio communication gives way to visual platforms, users can now engage in face-to-face conversations regardless of geographical barriers through services like video conferencing. This multi-location communication method not only saves valuable travel time but also represents a parallel shift in how we connect across distances. However, the crown jewel of this revolution is mobile telephony, which has redefined communication by placing powerful devices in the hands of billions globally. 3. Information metamorphosis. The evolution of information access marks a significant transformation from traditional forms such as books and magazines, often characterized by information asymmetry, to a contemporary landscape defined by information symmetry. With the rise of the Internet and the efficiency of search engines like Google and Yahoo, information has become readily accessible across various domains. Individuals can now tap into a wealth of data spanning countries, products, services, and knowledge with just a few clicks. This exponential increase in information availability not only enhances awareness but also accelerates the speed of information dissemination, significantly broadening people's knowledge bases. 4. Media transformation. The transformation of media has gradually transitioned from traditional print to the dynamic world of electronic media, primarily driven by the rise of television as a primary source of information and entertainment. With the aid of satellite technology, viewers can now observe global events unfolding in real time, right from the comfort of their living rooms. This shift not only democratizes access to information but also enables diverse cultural narratives to flourish across borders. 5. Redefined living standards. Living standards globally have experienced a pronounced shift from hard living to soft living, largely driven by increased accessibility to consumer goods and a broader selection emphasizing comfort and convenience. The growing demand for household appliances such as televisions, refrigerators, and air conditioners is a reflection of heightened income levels as well as declining prices, making these commodities attainable for a larger segment of the population. 6. Fast-paced lifestyle. The easy-paced lifestyle has progressively evolved into a fast-paced lifestyle, evident in the rising popularity of quick-service fast foods and convenient goods. This cultural shift reflects changing consumer preferences and the growing demand for instant gratification in daily life. 7. Cultural exchanges. The forces of globalization have fostered rich socio-cultural exchanges among countries and communities, enabling a vibrant exchange of ideas that cross borders with unprecedented ease. This cross-cultural engagement not only enriches societies but also heightens mutual understanding among diverse populations. In summary, these facilitators have propelled the integration of the world economy into what is often referred to as a global village. Goods and services are no longer confined by geographical limitations. Instead, they are accessible worldwide. The concept of country of origin has become increasingly irrelevant, as global brands and multinational corporations dominate the marketplace. For instance, a product marketed by Sony, a Japanese company, may be manufactured in a different country, such as Korea or Taiwan, and sold in emerging markets like India. In today's interconnected economy, the origins of goods and services are often obscured, and market dynamics govern their availability. These transformative factors serve as engines of change, transitioning economies from inward-looking, closed, models to outward-looking, open, approaches, encapsulated in the process known as globalization. It is crucial to recognize that globalization is not merely an end goal but an ongoing journey towards greater economic openness, fostering connections with the global community in a swiftly evolving global landscape. Indicators of globalization. The degree of openness, which is integral to globalization, varies significantly from one country to another. While the concept of globalization is generic in nature, the processes and outcomes it entails differ depending on local contexts and policies. However, there are several common characteristics that are often observed across nations engaging in globalization. 1. Reduced insulation. Countries increasingly lower their levels of insulation from the global community, allowing for more interaction and integration with international markets. 2. Eased restrictions. There is a noticeable easing of restrictions on cross-border inflows of goods, services, resources, and investments. This facilitates a smoother exchange and interaction with global economies. 3. Increased trade share. The share of exports and imports in relation to the gross domestic product, GDP, of economies tends to rise. This reflects a greater reliance on international trade. 4. Export promotion. Nations place a greater emphasis on exporting products and services, recognizing it as a crucial driver of economic growth. 5. Export contribution to GDP. There is a marked increase in the contribution of exports of goods and services to the GDP, signifying the central role of trade in economic performance. 6. Foreign currency transactions. An increase in foreign currency transactions in relation to total economic output becomes apparent, showcasing how globalization influences currency exchanges and financial markets. 7. Emphasis on competition. Globalization intensifies focus on competitive forces, driving improvements in efficiency and aiming for enhanced global competitiveness in various sectors. 8. Changing ideologies. The shift towards globalization also reflects changes in the ideologies and mindsets of governments, which may prioritize market liberalization and global integration. Historically, inward-looking economies, such as the former Soviet Union and China, began their transformative journeys towards openness in the 1970s, while India followed suit in the 1990s. This shift marks the end of the era of closed economies, characterized by the largest inward-focused economies, previously typified by the Soviet Union, China, and now India, adopting open policies through comprehensive reforms in their domestic sectors. India's endeavor towards globalization, initiated in the 1990s, was fundamentally integrated into the framework of the economic reforms of 1991. These reforms were centered around three pivotal pillars: liberalization, privatization, and globalization, collectively known as the LPG framework of economic reforms. The objectives of liberalization and privatization were to enhance domestic competitiveness, while globalization aimed to position India within the context of global markets. These three processes are interdependent, reinforcing one another. It is challenging to achieve global competitiveness without first establishing the efficiency of the domestic economy. It is important to view these initiatives as processes rather than mere objectives. They are oriented toward achieving qualitative growth and ensuring widespread economic improvement, which includes meeting the ever-expanding domestic needs of the economy, an endeavor that necessitates active government intervention. India's globalization efforts can be divided into two significant dimensions. The first aspect encompasses trade-related globalization, which has been relatively gradual. In contrast, the other aspect, financial integration, has seen a sharp increase in capital inflows, with total capital inflows exceeding 100% of GDP in some instances. Globalization, as a concept, remains relatively new, marked by its dynamic and continuously evolving nature. It necessitates ongoing redefinition in response to changing global needs. Importantly, the trajectory of globalization is becoming less about mere choice and more about a compulsion to adapt to natural economic tides, suggesting that nations must engage in global markets to remain competitive in an interdependent world. The global village, navigating its complex consequences. Globalization is undeniably a natural process that has emerged out of necessity. However, it also brings with it a range of potential consequences that warrant close examination. The interconnectedness and interdependencies of economies on a global scale can lead to both benefits and vulnerabilities. Below are some of the key fallouts associated with globalization. 1. Coupling of economies. The increasing interdependence among nations means that economies are more closely linked than ever before. This relative coupling implies that countries cannot easily detach themselves from the adverse effects caused by economic troubles in other nations. Once a global crisis emerges, the ripple effects can reverberate through economies, highlighting the challenges of achieving true economic independence. 2. Insulation from crises. Historically, nations had the ability to insulate themselves from the economic crises affecting other countries, particularly up until the 1990s. This insulation allowed countries to weather storms that emerged in isolated regions without experiencing significant repercussions domestically. For example, during the earlier crises in Mexico, Chile, Southeast Asia, and Argentina, India was largely unaffected, fostering a belief that globalization and the decoupling theory could coexist. It was thought that economies following open market policies could maintain a degree of separation from negative global impacts. 3. The reality post-2008 recession. The global recession of 2008 shattered previous misconceptions about economic decoupling. It became clear that no economy could exist in isolation, especially during challenging global times. Even robust economies like India and China, along with other emerging markets, felt the impact of the financial crisis, although to a lesser extent compared to developed nations. As these economies continue to pursue open policies and engage with global markets, they become increasingly coupled, rendering them more vulnerable to external shocks. Moreover, the nature of this coupling is not confined to geographic borders or specific sectors, rather, it is inherently global. Economic challenges in one region, such as the fiscal troubles experienced by Greece and Spain, can have far-reaching consequences, affecting countries far removed from the source of the crisis, including nations like India and China. In light of these considerations, it is imperative for countries to recognize the inherent risks associated with globalization. While the potential for growth and development is significant, the fallout from global interdependence cannot be overlooked. Nations must develop strategies and frameworks to mitigate the vulnerabilities that arise from being part of an interconnected global economy, fostering resilience in the face of inevitable external shocks. Balancing open economic policies with robust safeguards will be crucial for navigating the complexities of globalization in the years to come. Globalization will present its own set of challenges. While globalization offers many opportunities for the enhancement and growth of economies, it also introduces a series of inherent challenges that must be strategically addressed to ensure sustainable development. One of the primary challenges associated with the drive for globalization is the intense focus on boosting exports while simultaneously succumbing to pressures for liberalizing imports. This dual approach can present significant issues for domestic markets by making imported goods more affordable and thus undermining local products. In India, for instance, the influx of inexpensive Chinese goods has already begun to disrupt local industries, creating fierce competition that threatens the viability of domestic manufacturing. Additionally, the relaxation of restrictions on foreign capital inflows can lead to a sudden surge of foreign funds entering the economy. While this influx of capital can initially seem beneficial, it may result in adverse effects, such as the appreciation of the home currency, which can render exports less competitive in the global market. This phenomenon is particularly concerning for a country like India, which is dependent on a balanced exchange rate to foster export growth,